Unfold. Discover who you are, how you work, and what drives you. Introduction: the journey back to yourself. We spend our lives learning how to fit in, but very little time learning how to be ourselves. Somewhere between growing up, getting jobs, and trying to meet everyone's expectations, we start to forget who we were before the noise. This book is about remembering and rebuilding from that place of truth. Why we lose ourselves. Modern life moves fast. We measure ourselves by likes, deadlines, promotions, and comparison. We adapt to survive, but in the process, we often trade authenticity for approval. It's no wonder so many people feel successful on paper but disconnected in reality. The world keeps asking, "What do you do?" But rarely, "Who are you?" This book asks the second question and helps you answer it honestly. The power of self-awareness. Self-awareness is more than introspection. It's the foundation for every decision, every relationship, and every dream that actually fits. It's knowing how you think, what you value, and why you react the way you do. It's the difference between moving through life unconsciously and leading it with intention. When you understand who you are, you stop chasing paths that don't belong to you. You stop forcing yourself into versions that please others. You start aligning your energy, work, and relationships with what feels real. That's where fulfillment begins, not in changing who you are, but in unfolding into who you've always been. What this book will help you do. Unfold isn't a fix yourself manual. You're not broken. You're human, complex, layered, and evolving. This book helps you identify your natural personality patterns and strengths. Recognize your emotional drivers and triggers. Understand how you work best with others and on your own. Clarify your values, goals, and purpose. Design a life and career that reflect your authentic self. Each section blends research-backed insight with real human stories and practical exercises. You'll learn frameworks for self-discovery, but more importantly, how to apply them to your everyday life, your conversations, your choices, your growth. A different kind of self-help. Let's be honest, most self-improvement advice treats people like projects to fix. Unfold takes a different approach. It's not about becoming a better version of you, it's about becoming a truer one. This is your permission to slow down, to question old scripts, to redefine success on your own terms. You'll notice that the answers you've been searching for weren't hiding out in books or mentors or job titles. They were buried underneath the noise of everyone else's expectations. You don't have to read it in order. You can start with what speaks to you most, whether it's understanding your personality, exploring your work style, or finding clarity in your values. But do one thing: reflect as you go. Write, pause, ask yourself the hard questions. Growth doesn't happen from skimming, it happens from engagement. Take notes, underline, disagree if you need to. That means you're thinking for yourself, and that's exactly the point. This isn't a book about changing your life overnight. It's an invitation to keep unfolding into awareness, alignment, and authenticity. You're not starting from zero. You're starting from experience. And from here, the only direction that matters is inward, then forward. Welcome to Unfold. Let's find out who you really are. Section 1: Self-Awareness Fundamentals. Understanding yourself from the inside out. Before you can build a meaningful career, relationship, or life, you have to understand the one person who shows up to all of them, you. This section is about stripping away assumptions and learning how your inner wiring really works. Your thoughts, emotions, motivations, and values. It's the groundwork that makes everything else in the book click. Self-awareness isn't soft work. It's honest work. It means paying attention to what you feel instead of just reacting to it. It means asking why when you catch yourself repeating the same mistakes. It means facing the unfiltered version of yourself, the one underneath the roles, labels, and expectations. Chapter 1: Understanding How You're Wired. You know, I've spent most of my life watching people wrestle with a question they rarely ask out loud. Why am I like this? They say it with frustration when they can't seem to enjoy the party everyone else is loving. They whisper it with shame when they need 3 days to recover from a week of socializing. They wonder in silence when their friend makes decisions in 5 minutes that would take them 5 weeks. But here's what I've learned after 65 years of living and observing: you're not broken. You're just wired a certain way. And once you understand that wiring, really understands it, everything changes. Not because you become someone different, but because you finally stop fighting who you've been all along. The science behind you. Let me tell you about my neighbor, Margaret. She spent 40 years thinking something was wrong with her because she didn't light up at social gatherings the way her sister did. She forced herself to host dinner parties, join committees, and volunteer for every group project at work. She was exhausted, resentful, confused about why something that seemed so natural for others felt like swimming upstream for her. Then, at 58, someone introduced her to personality science. Not astrology. Not pop psychology. Actual, research-backed frameworks that psychologists have refined over decades. And for the first time in her life, she had language for what she'd always felt but couldn't explain. That's what personality frameworks do. They don't tell you who you should be, they help you see who you already are. Now, I know what you might be thinking. Aren't these just labels? Don't they box people in? And you're right to be cautious. The world is full of people who take a quiz online and spend the rest of their lives introducing themselves by 4 letters like it's their zodiac sign. But used properly, these tools aren't prisons, they're maps. Think about it this way. If you were trying to navigate a new city, would you rather wander blindly or have a map that shows you the terrain? The map doesn't force you to take any particular route. It doesn't tell you where to go. It just shows you what's actually there. The rivers, the mountains, the valleys, so you can make informed choices about your journey. Personality frameworks like the Big Five and Myers-Briggs are maps of human nature. They point out patterns that have been observed in millions of people across cultures and generations. They give you vocabulary for things you've sensed about yourself your whole life but couldn't quite articulate. The Big Five came from something called lexical analysis. Researchers literally went through dictionaries in multiple languages and identified every word people used to describe personality. Then they studied how these traits clustered together in real people. What they found were 5 major dimensions that show up consistently, regardless of culture, age, or background. Myers-Briggs took a different approach, building on Carl Jung's observations about psychological types. Jung noticed that people have consistent preferences in how they direct their energy, take in information, make decisions, and structure their lives. Isabel Briggs Myers and her mother Catherine Cook Briggs spent decades developing a framework to make these preferences practical and accessible. Are these models perfect? No. Science never is. They're tools for understanding, not gospel truth. But they're tools refined by decades of research and real-world application. And more importantly, they work. Not because they predict your every move, but because they help you understand your patterns with compassion instead of judgment. When Margaret learned she was wired as an introvert, that her brain literally processed social stimulation more intensely than her sisters, she didn't feel broken anymore. She felt understood. And that understanding changed everything. The Big Five. If you want to understand the architecture of personality, you start with the Big Five. Sometimes called ocean or canoe, depending on how you arrange the acronym, these 5 dimensions are like the primary colors of human temperament. Every personality is a unique blend of these elements. Let me break them down the way I'd explain them to my grandson. Openness to experience is about your appetite for novelty, complexity, and abstract thinking. High openness means you're curious, imaginative, willing to question conventions. You probably enjoy art, philosophy, and travel to unfamiliar places. You get bored with routine and crave variety. Low openness doesn't mean you're boring, it means you value tradition, prefer the familiar, appreciate practical over abstract thinking. You probably have a few favorite restaurants you return to rather than always trying new places. I've got a friend, Robert, who's low on openness. For 30 years, he's ordered the same sandwich at the same deli every Thursday. His wife used to tease him about it. "Try something new," she'd say. But you know what? Robert loves that sandwich. It's reliable, comforting, and there's wisdom in knowing what you like and not apologizing for it. Conscientiousness is about organization, discipline, and reliability. If you're high in conscientiousness, you make lists, meet deadlines, follow through on commitments. Your sock drawer is probably organized by color. You think about consequences before acting. If you're low in conscientiousness, you're more spontaneous, flexible, comfortable with mess and ambiguity. You might struggle with time management, but you're also better at going with the flow when plans change. Here's what people get wrong about conscientiousness. They think high is always better. But I've watched highly conscientious people paralyze themselves with perfectionism. I've seen them alienate their families because they can't relax. And I've seen people low in conscientiousness build creative careers specifically because they don't get bogged down in details. The question isn't whether you're conscientious, it's how to work with the level you have. Extroversion might be the most misunderstood dimension of all. People think it's about being outgoing or shy, but it's really about where you get your energy. Extroverts are energized by social interaction, external stimulation, and activity. They think out loud, need people around them, get restless when alone too long. Introverts, low extroversion, recharge through solitude, internal reflection, calm environments. They can be social. They often are, but it costs them energy rather than giving them energy. I'm an introvert. Always have been. In my 20s, I thought I needed to fix this. I pushed myself to be the life of the party, to always say yes to social invitations, to match the energy of my extrovert friends. By my 30s, I was burned out and resentful. It wasn't until my 40s that I gave myself permission to decline invitations, to leave parties early, to spend Saturday nights reading instead of socializing. And you know what happened? I became more present in the social interactions I did choose. Better friend, not just more available. Agreeableness is about your orientation toward cooperation versus competition, compassion versus skepticism. High agreeableness means you're trusting, empathetic, motivated to maintain harmony. You probably avoid conflict, give people the benefit of the doubt, prioritize others' needs. Low agreeableness means you're more competitive, direct, skeptical. You're comfortable with confrontation and prioritize honesty over harmony. Neither is superior. I've watched highly agreeable people get taken advantage of because they couldn't say no. I've also watched disagreeable people damage relationships by being brutally honest at the wrong moments. The key is awareness, knowing your default and consciously choosing when to lean into it and when to compensate. Neuroticism, sometimes called emotional stability in reverse, measures your sensitivity to negative emotions. High neuroticism means you experience anxiety, worry, and emotional ups and downs more intensely. You might ruminate on problems, anticipate worst-case scenarios, feel emotions deeply. Low neuroticism means you're generally calm, even-keeled, resilient in the face of stress. Now, here's what took me years to understand. High neuroticism isn't a character flaw. It's increased sensitivity. And sensitivity, properly channeled, can be an asset. The same trait that makes someone prone to anxiety also makes them more attuned to risk, more empathetic to others' suffering, more motivated to prepare and prevent problems. My daughter is high in neuroticism. As a child, she worried constantly about grades, about friendships, about things that might go wrong. We tried to fix her anxiety, to make her more carefree. What we should have done was teach her to work with her sensitivity, to channel that anticipatory thinking into planning, that emotional attunement into meaningful work helping others. She's a therapist now. And her sensitivity? It's her superpower. Myers-Briggs, the language of preferences. Where the Big Five describes traits you have in varying degrees, Myers-Briggs identifies preferences, the default modes your mind tends to operate in. It's like being right-handed or left-handed. You can use your non-dominant hand, but one feels more natural, requires less effort, is where you go when you're not thinking about it. Myers-Briggs maps 4 key dichotomies. Extroversion, E versus introversion, I. Where do you direct your attention and get your energy? Extroverts focus outward, on people, activities, the external world. They process by talking. Introverts focus inward on ideas, impressions, their internal world. They process by reflecting. I'll never forget watching my 2 sons as teenagers. One would come home from school bursting with energy, immediately calling friends to make plans. The other would head straight to his room, close the door, and not emerge for an hour. Same family, same upbringing, completely different wiring. Sensing S versus intuition, and how do you take in information? Sensors trust what's concrete, practical, grounded in present reality. They notice details, trust experience, and want step-by-step instructions. Intuitives focus on patterns, possibilities, future potential. They trust hunches, think conceptually, and want to understand the big picture. My wife is a sensor. When we travel, she notices everything: the architecture, the food, the texture of the hotel sheets. She can recall specific details from trips we took 30 years ago. I'm intuitive. I remember the meaning of places, the patterns I noticed, the ideas they sparked. Neither of us is more observant, we just observe different things. Thinking, T, versus feeling, F. How do you make decisions? Thinkers prioritize logic, objective analysis, and consistency. They step back from situations to evaluate rationally. What's fair? What's true? What's most effective? Feelers prioritize values, impact on people, harmony. They step into situations to evaluate personally. How will this affect people? What aligns with our values? What maintains relationships? This isn't about whether you have emotions, everyone does, or whether you can think logically, feelers can. It's about what you naturally weigh more heavily when making choices. I'm a thinker, married to a feeler for 40 years. Early on, we'd have the same argument repeatedly. She'd come to me with a problem, a conflict with a friend, a difficult situation at work. I'd immediately start problem solving. Well, have you tried this? What if you approached it this way? And she'd get frustrated. I don't need solutions. I need you to understand how I feel. It took me years to realize she wasn't asking me to fix anything. She was asking me to witness her experience. Once I understood that, everything got easier. Judging, J, versus perceiving, P. How do you structure your outer life? Judges prefer closure, plans, decisions made. They like schedules, deadlines, things settled. Perceivers prefer openness, flexibility, options kept open. They like spontaneity, adaptability, and responding to what emerges. This is the dimension that causes the most friction in relationships and workplaces. Judges think perceivers are scattered and irresponsible. Perceivers think judges are rigid and controlling. Both are wrong. My business partner was a strong judger. He needed every meeting scheduled, every deadline set, every project mapped out in advance. I'm a perceiver. I do my best work when I can follow my energy, pivot when new information emerges, keep options open. We drove each other crazy until we learned to leverage our differences. He'd create structure. I'd identify opportunities. He'd ensure we met commitments. I'd keep us adaptable to change. These 4 dichotomies combine to create 16 types: INTJ, ESFP, ENFJ, etc. And yes, people get weird about their types. They tattoo them on their arms, use them as excuses. Sorry I'm late, I'm AP. Filter their whole identity through 4 letters. Don't do that. Your type isn't your destiny. It's just your starting point, your comfort zone, the path of least resistance for your mind. The real value comes from understanding why certain situations drain you while others energize you, why you naturally clash with some people and click with others. Breaking the label habit. Here's where I need you to pay attention, because this is where most people go wrong with personality frameworks. They take the assessment. They read the description. And then they stop growing. I'm an introvert, so I can't be a leader. I'm a perceiver, so I'll never be organized. I'm low in conscientiousness, so I guess I'm just not cut out for this kind of work. No. 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 You're not a fixed entity. You're a dynamic, evolving, complex human being who happens to have certain default tendencies. Think about it. Are you the same person you were at 20? At 30? I'm certainly not the same person I was at 40, and I was dramatically different at 25. Your core temperament, the deep wiring, remains relatively stable. But how do you express it, work with it, compensate for it. That changes constantly. I used to be conflict avoidant. Deeply so. High agreeableness, moderate neuroticism. I would do almost anything to avoid confrontation. But life has a way of forcing growth. Marriage, parenting, running a business, all demanded I get comfortable with difficult conversations. Did my underlying temperament change? No. I still don't enjoy conflict. It still costs me more emotional energy than it costs someone low in agreeableness. But I learned skills, developed strategies, build competence in an area that doesn't come naturally. That's the point of self-knowledge, not to limit yourself, but to understand the terrain you're working with. When you know you're introverted, you don't avoid leadership. You lead in a way that honors your need for reflection and deep conversation rather than constant social performance. When you know you're low in conscientiousness, you don't give up on organization. You build systems and use external structure to support your natural spontaneity. I've watched too many people use personality frameworks as excuses. That's just how I am. Becomes a shield against growth, a justification for behaviors that hurt themselves and others. But I've also watched people use these frameworks as springboards. They see their patterns clearly, understand the costs and benefits, and make conscious choices about when to lean into their nature and when to stretch beyond it. My friend Martha is a strong judger. She loves plans, closure, decisions made. But she married a perceiver and had 3 spontaneous, flexible children. She had a choice: insist everyone adapt to her need for structure, or learn to tolerate more openness and ambiguity. She chose growth. Not by changing who she is, but by expanding her capacity. She still needs structure in her work life. She designs it intentionally. But she's learned to relax control at home, to enjoy last-minute changes, to find freedom in flexibility. That's what maturity looks like, not transcending your personality, but integrating it with wisdom and skill. Working with your nature, not against it. So here's where all this leads, to a life that actually fits. Most people spend decades trying to force themselves into shapes that don't match their wiring. They pursue careers that drain them, maintain relationships that exhaust them, structure their days in ways that fight their natural rhythms. And they wonder why life feels so hard. Understanding your personality doesn't give you permission to be rigid or limited. It gives you information to make better choices. If you're introverted, you probably shouldn't structure your life around constant social performance, but that doesn't mean avoiding people. It means building in recovery time, choosing depth over breadth in relationships, finding work that allows for focused concentration. If you're high in openness, you probably need variety and intellectual stimulation to thrive, but that doesn't mean jumping ship every time you're bored. It means finding ways to inject novelty into stable situations, pursuing learning alongside your main work, choosing partners and environments that encourage exploration. If you're low in conscientiousness, you probably won't thrive in rigid, detail-heavy roles, but that doesn't mean you can't be reliable. It means using external systems, reminders, accountability partners, structured environments, to support your natural flexibility. This is about building a life from the inside out, rather than outside in. For 50 years, I watched people construct lives based on what they thought they should do, the careers that looked impressive, the lifestyles that seemed successful, the personalities that got rewarded. And I watched those same people arrive at midlife exhausted, resentful, disconnected from themselves. But the ones who took time to understand their wiring? Who designed lives that matched their actual temperaments rather than idealized versions of who they thought they should be? Those people had something different in their eyes. Ease, confidence, authenticity. Not because their lives were perfect or easy, but because they were aligned. When you work with your nature instead of against it, you stop wasting energy on constant self-correction. You make choices that energize rather than deplete you. You build relationships with people who appreciate your actual qualities rather than tolerating them. You stop apologizing for needs that are simply part of your wiring. And that's when something shifts. You stop performing and start living. Stop forcing and start flowing. Stop hiding and start showing up as you actually are. Because here's the truth I've learned after years. The world doesn't need another version of someone else. It needs the fullest, most authentic expression of who you actually are. And that starts with understanding how you're wired. Chapter 2: Seeing Yourself Clearly. There's a photograph of me from 1985 that I keep in my desk drawer. I'm 25 years old, standing in front of my first office, chest puffed out, wearing a suit 2 sizes too big because I thought it made me look important. I thought I knew everything back then, though I had myself all figured out. I was an idiot. Not because I was incompetent, I was actually pretty good at my job. I was an idiot because I had no idea why I was good at it, what parts came naturally versus what I was forcing, where I actually added value versus where I was just making noise. It took me another 20 years to develop what I now think of as the most important skill anyone can cultivate: the ability to see yourself clearly. Not the version of yourself you wish you were. Not the version others expect you to be. The actual person showing up in the world every day, with all their gifts and gaps, their brilliance, and their blind spots. This isn't easy work. Our minds are wired to protect our egos, to construct narratives that make us the hero of every story. But if you want to build a life that actually fits, one that uses what you're genuinely good at and compensates for what you're not, you have to be willing to look in the mirror without flinching. Owning what you're good at. Let me tell you about my daughter-in-law, Jessica. Brilliant woman. Master's degree, articulate, hardworking. When she came to me 5 years ago, frustrated with her career, I asked her a simple question. What are you genuinely good at? She gave me the resume answer. Project management. Stakeholder communication. Strategic planning. All true, technically. But when I pushed deeper, no, what are you actually good at, the things that feel easy to you? She went quiet. I don't know. And there it was. 33 years old, highly educated, couldn't tell me her own strengths. This is more common than you'd think. We live in a culture obsessed with improvement, with fixing what's broken. From childhood, we're taught to focus on our weaknesses. Got an A in English and AC in math? Better get a tutor for math. Natural athlete but struggle with music? Time for piano lessons. The message is clear: what comes easily doesn't count. Real value lies in overcoming what's hard. Except that's backwards. Your strengths aren't just skills you've developed, they're patterns woven into how you think, how you see the world, how you naturally operate. They're the things you do without thinking, the problems you solve without trying, the value you create that feels so obvious to you that you assume everyone can do it. But they can't. That's the point. I'm good at seeing patterns. Always have been. I can look at a situation, a business problem, a relationship dynamic, a complex system, and almost immediately see the underlying structure, the leverage points, where things will likely break down. It doesn't feel like a talent to me. It just feels like looking. For years I didn't value this. I thought everyone saw what I saw. I just happened to speak up about it. I spent enormous energy trying to develop skills that didn't come naturally. Detailed execution, relationship building, staying focused on one thing long enough to see it through. Those things were hard for me. They drained my energy. And because they were hard, I assumed that's where I needed to focus my development. I was wrong. The turning point came in my late 30s when a colleague said something that stuck with me. You know what's valuable about you. You see 3 moves ahead. The rest of us are stuck in the current problem, and you're already mapping the downstream effects. Stop trying to be good at implementation. We need you doing what you do best. It was the first time anyone had given me permission to lean into what came naturally instead of apologizing for it. Here's what I've learned about strengths. They're not always glamorous. They're not always what gets rewarded in school or recognized on performance reviews. Sometimes they're quiet, invisible, so fundamental to who you are that you can't imagine not having them. But they're real. And they're powerful. Real strengths have a signature. They energize you. Even when you're tired, even when the work is challenging, engaging your genuine strengths doesn't deplete you, it animates you. Time behaves differently when you're working from strength. Hours feel like minutes. You enter flow states without trying. Compare that to working from weakness. You're watching the clock. Every task feels like pushing a boulder uphill. You can do it, you're competent, you're smart, you can figure anything out, but it costs you, drains you, leaves you exhausted in a way that has nothing to do with hours worked. That's the difference. How to spot your strengths. So how do you identify these patterns, especially if you've spent years overlooking them? Start with curiosity instead of judgment. You're not looking for what you should be good at or what sounds impressive. You're looking for what's actually true. First, notice where you lose time. Not in the procrastination sense or in the flow sense. What activities make you look up and realize 3 hours have passed? What problems do you voluntarily think about in the shower, on walks, when you're supposed to be doing something else? For me, it's system design. I can spend hours mapping how pieces fit together, how to optimize processes, where inefficiencies hide. My wife thinks I'm crazy. You're doing this for fun? But it doesn't feel like work to me. It feels like play. Second, ask what others rely on you for. Not what your job description says, but what people actually come to you for when they need help. What do colleagues ask your opinion on? What role do you naturally play in group settings? What do friends call you about? My son is the person everyone calls when they're making a major decision. Career change, relationship crossroads, big financial moves, his phone rings. Why? Because he asks questions nobody else thinks to ask. He sees angles others miss. He doesn't give advice. He helps people think more clearly. That's his strength. And for years, he tried to be more decisive, more directive, more leaderly, because he thought that's what strength looked like. He was exhausting himself trying to be something he's not, while undervaluing the exact thing that made him valuable. Third, pay attention to compliments you dismiss. We tend to brush off recognition in areas that feel easy to us. Oh, it was nothing. Anyone could do that. I was just... Stop. That dismissal? That's a clue. When someone thanks you for something and your internal response is, "That wasn't a big deal," that's probably a strength. Because strengths feel easy to you, even when they're rare and valuable to others. Jessica, my daughter-in-law, finally identified her core strength. She translates complexity into clarity. Give her a tangled mess of information, conflicting stakeholder needs, ambiguous objectives, and she creates structure. She can take a room full of confused people and, within an hour, have them aligned around a clear path forward. "But that's just organizing thoughts," she said, still dismissing it. No, it's not. Most people can't do that. Most people stare at complexity and either get paralyzed or oversimplified to the point of uselessness. Her ability to hold multiple perspectives while finding the through line? Rare, valuable, and completely natural to her. Once she owned it, everything changed. She stopped trying to be the creative visionary or the detail-oriented executor. She positioned herself as the person who brings clarity to chaos. Her career took off not because she got better at her weaknesses, but because she finally claimed her strengths. Finally, look for where curiosity meets consistency. Real strengths aren't just things you're good at, they're things you're drawn to repeatedly, even when there's no external reward. I've been thinking about systems and patterns since I was a kid. I used to reorganize my father's garage for fun, create filing systems for my baseball cards, and map out more efficient routes for my paper delivery. Nobody asked me to do this. Nobody rewarded it. I just wanted to. That's how you know it's a real strength. You do it even if no one noticed. Facing your weak spots without shame. Now here's the part that makes people uncomfortable. You also have to look at what you're not good at. And I don't mean in that performative interview way. My biggest weakness? I care too much. No. I mean actually identifying the things that drain you, confuse you, require disproportionate effort for mediocre results. I'm terrible with details. Always have been. Put me in charge of tracking expenses, managing schedules, ensuring nothing falls through the cracks, and I will fail you. Not because I don't care. Not because I'm lazy. Because my brain doesn't work that way. For years I was ashamed of this. I thought it meant I was careless, irresponsible, not quite adult enough. I spent enormous energy building systems to compensate, forcing myself to slow down and check every detail, setting multiple reminders for basic tasks. And you know what? I still screwed it up regularly. The shame was worse than the mistakes. Because I'd convinced myself that this weakness was a character flaw, a moral failing, something I should be able to overcome with sufficient willpower. But it's not. It's just how I'm wired. My brain is good at seeing forests. It's terrible with trees. That's not a judgment, it's just reality. And once I stopped treating it like a personal failing, I could make better choices. I married someone who's naturally detail-oriented. I hired assistants who excel at what drains me. I structured my work to maximize the parts that use my strengths and minimize the parts that require sustained attention to minutiae. Did this mean I never had to deal with details? Of course not. Life requires them. But I stopped pretending I'd ever be good at it, stopped beating myself up for needing support, stopped wasting energy on shame that served no purpose. Here's what most people get wrong about weaknesses. They think acknowledging them means accepting defeat. But it's actually the opposite. When you're clear-eyed about your weak spots, you can be strategic. You can delegate them. Find people who are naturally strong where you're naturally weak. This isn't laziness, it's efficiency. Why should you struggle for 3 hours on something someone else could do in 20 minutes? Design around them. Structure your environment to minimize exposure to areas that drain you. If you're terrible at time management, don't take jobs that require juggling 15 competing priorities. If you struggle with ambiguity, don't launch a startup in an emerging industry. Compensate with systems. Sometimes you can't avoid a weak area, but you can build scaffolding. I use checklists, templates, automated reminder sets, internal structure to support internal weakness. Improve strategically. Sometimes a weakness matters enough that you need to develop competence, not excellence, just competence. I'll never be great with details, but I've learned enough to function. The key is knowing when improvement is worth the investment. But here's the critical part. You have to face these weaknesses without shame. Shame tells you there's something fundamentally wrong with you. That if you were better, smarter, more disciplined, you wouldn't have these struggles. Shame keeps you hiding your weak spots, pretending they don't exist, making excuses instead of accommodations. Clarity tells you something different. You're human. You have a particular set of cognitive patterns, energy allocations, and natural tendencies. Some things come easily. Others don't. That's not a character flaw, it's just the hand you were dealt. And now you get to decide how to play it. I've watched too many people waste decades trying to become well-rounded, trying to eliminate every weakness, trying to be equally competent at everything. And you know what they become? Mediocre at everything. Exceptional at nothing. Exhausted from constant self-improvement that never quite takes. The most successful, satisfied people I know aren't well-rounded. They're spiky. Exceptional in their areas of strength, competent enough in necessary areas, and completely at peace with everything else being someone else's responsibility. That's not giving up. That's wisdom. The power of honest feedback. Now, here's the tricky part about seeing yourself clearly. You can't do it alone. We all have blind spots, areas where our self-perception diverges from reality. Sometimes we overestimate our abilities. More often, we underestimate them. We think we're good at things we're actually just experienced at. We think we're terrible at things we're actually quite decent at but hold to impossible standards. The only way to calibrate your self-perception is through feedback. Real, honest, sometimes uncomfortable feedback from people who see you in action. I'm talking about something different from annual performance reviews or generic compliments. I'm talking about asking specific people specific questions and actually listening to their answers. When I was 45, going through what I now recognize as a midlife reassessment, I did something that terrified me. I asked 20 people who knew me well to tell me what they saw as my greatest strength and my biggest liability. I sent them a short email. I'm trying to understand myself more clearly. Would you take 10 minutes to tell me, what's one thing I do really well? And what's one thing that gets in my way? The responses were illuminating. Several people mentioned the pattern recognition thing I talked about earlier. But they also said something I hadn't realized. I sometimes communicate those insights in ways that make people feel stupid. You see it so clearly and express it so matter-of-factly that the rest of us feel slow for not having noticed it ourselves. Ouch. But also valuable. I had no idea I was doing that. From inside my head, I was just sharing observations. I had no sense of how it landed for others. That feedback changed how I communicate. I started asking more questions, drawing people into the discovery process instead of just announcing conclusions. But here's the thing about feedback. It's only useful if you can receive it without getting defensive. Most people say they want feedback, but what they actually want is validation. They want to hear they're doing great, maybe with one tiny suggestion for improvement that doesn't challenge their self-concept. Real feedback is harder than that. It tells you things you didn't know, don't want to hear, might disagree with. And your first instinct will be to explain it away, to justify, to list all the reasons the feedback is wrong or unfair or based on a misunderstanding. Don't. I'm not saying accept every piece of feedback as gospel. Some of it will be wrong, biased, or more about the giver than about you. But treat all of it as data. Sit with it. Look for patterns across multiple sources. Ask yourself, what if this were true? What would that mean? The feedback about my communication style stung initially. My first thought was, but I'm just being efficient. If they can't handle direct communication, that's their problem. Except, it wasn't their problem. It was mine. Because if my efficiency was making people feel small, I wasn't actually being effective. I was being self-indulgent. Once I got past the defensiveness, I could see they were giving me a gift, information about my impact that I couldn't see from inside my own experience. Who should you ask for feedback? Not everyone. Not people who are jealous of you or competing with you. Not people who need you to stay small so they feel bigger. Ask people who see you in action regularly, want you to succeed, have demonstrated good judgment, will tell you hard truths kindly but directly. Understand context. Asking a family member about your work performance probably isn't helpful. And ask specific questions. How am I doing? Is too vague. Try. What's one thing I do that really works well? What's one thing I do that gets in my own way? If you were coaching me, what's one behavior you'd encourage me to change? What do you rely on me for? When have you seen me at my best? Then, and this is crucial, listen. Don't explain. Don't justify. Don't debate. Just say, thank you, and let it sink in. Give yourself a day or two before deciding what to do with it. Some feedback you'll integrate immediately. Some will sit in the back of your mind for months before you understand it. Some you'll ultimately decide doesn't apply. But all of it is information about how you're showing up in the world. And that information is priceless. Balancing confidence and humility. So here's where this all comes together. Seeing yourself clearly isn't about deciding you're either great or terrible. It's about holding both truths simultaneously. You have real strengths, legitimate, valuable things you bring to the world. You also have real weaknesses, areas where you struggle, fall short, need support. Both are true. All the time. And the goal isn't to fix one or prove the other, it's to be equally honest about both. I call this confident humility. And it's taken me 65 years to develop even a modest version of it. Confidence without humility becomes arrogance. You start believing your own press, dismissing feedback, assuming your way is always best. I've watched this destroy careers, relationships, lives. Smart, talented people who became so convinced of their own brilliance that they stopped listening, stopped growing, stopped seeing themselves clearly. Humility without confidence becomes self-deprecation. You focus only on your weaknesses, downplay your strengths, apologize for taking up space. I've watched this destroy people too, capable individuals who never claimed their value, never put themselves forward, spent their lives supporting others' dreams while their own went unrealized. The balance point is where power lives. When you can say, I'm really good at X, and I struggle with Y. Without hedging, without false modesty, without shame, you become trustworthy. To yourself and to others. People can sense when you're being real. When you own your strengths without bragging and acknowledge your weaknesses without wallowing, there's a solidity to you. A groundedness. You're not performing or posturing. You're just present. This is what allows you to make better decisions. When you know what you're genuinely good at, you can pursue opportunities that use those strengths. When you know your weaknesses, you can avoid or prepare for situations that expose them. Build better teams. You stop competing with people whose strengths complement your weaknesses. You start seeking them out, valuing what they bring, creating partnerships instead of rivalries. Grow more effectively. You invest in development where it matters, shoring up critical weaknesses, amplifying existing strengths instead of trying to become someone you're not. Show up more authentically. You stop pretending, performing, hiding the parts of yourself that don't fit the image. You let people see you as you actually are. And paradoxically, this makes you more, not less, compelling. I think about my grandson, who's 23 and just starting his career. He recently told me, "I feel like I'm supposed to have it all figured out. Everyone around me seems so confident." I laughed. Not with him. They're faking it, I told him. Or they're deluding themselves. Nobody at 23 has it figured out. Hell, I'm 65 and I'm still figuring it out. But here's what I do have that I didn't have at 23. I know what I'm good at. I know what I'm not good at. I know what I need from others, what I can offer in return, where I add value and where I need support. That clarity, that honest, unflinching self-knowledge has been the foundation of everything good in my life. Not because it made me perfect, but because it made me real. And real is what the world needs. Not perfect. Not flawless. Not good at everything. Just honest. Clear. Present. That's what seeing yourself clearly gives you, the freedom to stop pretending and start being. To stop forcing and start flowing. To stop hiding and start showing up as exactly who you are, strengths, weaknesses, and all the complicated, beautiful, imperfect humanity in between. Chapter 3: The Quiet Power Behind You. I was 28 years old the first time I threw a file folder across a conference room. Not my proudest moment. The meeting had gone sideways, someone had undermined a project I'd spent months on, and I felt blindsided, humiliated, angry. So I picked up that folder and sent it flying across the table. Papers everywhere. Stunned silence. My boss's face. I can still see it. Afterwards, I told myself it was justified. They'd provoked me. They'd been unfair. Anyone would have reacted that way. Except that wasn't true. Not everyone would have reacted that way. And more importantly, my reaction had accomplished nothing except making me look unstable and damaging my credibility. That folder-throwing moment? That was me being completely controlled by emotions I didn't understand and hadn't learned to manage. It would take me another 15 years to realize that emotional intelligence, not technical skill, not strategic thinking, not even hard work, was the factor that separated people who built great careers and relationships from people who perpetually sabotaged themselves. And here's what nobody tells you: emotional intelligence isn't soft. It's not touchy-feely nonsense for people who can't handle real work. It's one of the hardest, most practical skills you'll ever develop. And it might be the most important. Why emotions matter more than you think. Let me ask you something. When was the last time you made a major decision purely through logic? Think about it. Your career. Your relationships. Where you live. How you spend your time. You probably think you decided these things rationally. You probably made lists of pros and cons, analyzed options, gathered data. But if you're honest, really honest, you'll notice that the final choice came from somewhere else. A gut feeling. An intuition. A sense of rightness or wrongness that had nothing to do with your spreadsheet. That's emotion. And it's running far more of your life than you realize. Neuroscientists have known this for decades. The emotional centers of your brain, the limbic system, the amygdala, process information faster than your rational prefrontal cortex. By the time you're consciously thinking about something, your emotional brain has already made an assessment: safe or dangerous, good or bad, approach or avoid. This isn't a flaw in human design. It's a feature. Emotions are information. They're your brain's rapid response system, synthesizing vast amounts of data and delivering it as a feeling. The problem isn't that we have emotions. The problem is that most of us never learned what to do with them. We were taught to suppress them. Stop crying or I'll give you something to cry about. To distrust them. Don't be so emotional. To see them as weaknesses to overcome rather than signals to understand. So we spend our lives either being controlled by emotions we don't understand or trying desperately to pretend we don't have them at all. Neither works. I spent my 20s thinking emotions were something to power through. I was a rational person. I made decisions. Objectively. When I felt angry or hurt or afraid, I just ignored it. Pushed it down. Focused on the work. Except emotions don't disappear when you ignore them. They leak out sideways. They show up as irritability with your spouse, impatience with colleagues, a vague sense of dissatisfaction you can't quite name. They accumulate until something small, a minor criticism, a perceived slight triggers a reaction completely disproportionate to the situation. Like throwing a file folder across a conference room. Emotional intelligence is what separates reactive people from responsive ones. Reactive people are puppets of their emotions, yanked around by feelings they don't understand. Responsive people feel the same emotions: anger, fear, hurt, joy, but they have a pause button. A moment of awareness between feeling and action where choice becomes possible. That pause, that tiny space of awareness, changes everything. Self-awareness, the foundation of it all. So how do you develop that pause? You start with self-awareness. Self-awareness sounds simple. Know what you're feeling and why. But it's shockingly difficult. Most people go through entire days, entire lives without actually checking in with what they're feeling. Try this right now. Stop reading for a moment and ask yourself, what am I feeling? Not what you think you should be feeling. Not the general state you've been in all week. Right now, at this moment, what's actually present? If you're like most people, that question made you pause. Maybe you drew a blank. Maybe you got a vague sense of fine or okay. Maybe you realized you've been carrying tension in your shoulders for the past hour without noticing. That's how disconnected most of us are from our emotional state. I didn't start developing real self-awareness until my late 30s, and it happened by accident. I was going through a difficult time, problems at work, strain in my marriage, and a friend suggested I try journaling. Just 10 minutes every morning, writing whatever comes to mind. I resisted at first. Seemed like a waste of time. But I was desperate enough to try anything. The first few weeks, I wrote about external things, what happened yesterday, what I needed to do today, complaints about other people. But gradually, something shifted. I started noticing patterns. Every Sunday evening, I felt anxious. I'd been feeling it for years without naming it, just a vague dread as the weekend ended. But once I noticed and named it, I could investigate. What was I anxious about? What specifically about Monday triggered this? It turned out I was dreading a weekly meeting with a particular colleague. The anxiety had nothing to do with Monday itself and everything to do with that 1 hour where I felt criticized and defensive. Once I understood that, I could address it directly instead of just suffering through Sunday evenings forever. That's what self-awareness gives you, the ability to see what's actually happening inside you instead of being swept along by unnamed currents. Self-awareness requires 3 things. First, you need to pause. You can't notice what you're feeling if you're constantly in motion, constantly distracted, constantly consuming input. Self-awareness requires stillness, even just a few minutes a day where you're not doing anything except paying attention to your internal experience. For me, it's early morning. Coffee on the back porch, no phone, no agenda. Just noticing. What am I feeling? Where do I feel it in my body? What thoughts are circulating? For others, it might be a walk, meditation, journaling, therapy. The specific practice matters less than the commitment to regular check-ins with yourself. Second, you need honesty. Real honesty. Not the curated version you tell someone else. Not the emotions you think you should have. The actual truth of what you're experiencing, even when it's uncomfortable, petty, or unflattering. I remember realizing I was jealous of a colleague's success. Jealous. I was embarrassed by this. I wanted to believe I was above such pettiness, that I was genuinely happy for others' achievements. But the truth was, his promotion triggered feelings of inadequacy and resentment in me. Once I could admit that, just to myself, in my journal, I could work with it. I could ask, why does his success feel threatening? What does this reveal about my own insecurities? What do I actually want that I'm not pursuing? But if I'd kept pretending I felt nothing but magnanimous happiness, I'd never have done that work. Third, you need curiosity, not judgment. Self-awareness isn't about cataloging your flaws. It's about understanding your patterns. When you notice you're angry, the question isn't, "What's wrong with me?" It's, "What is this anger trying to tell me? What boundary was crossed? What need isn't being met?" When you notice you're avoiding a task, the question isn't, "Why am I so lazy?" It's, "What about this task triggers avoidance? Is it boring? Scary? Unclear? What would make it easier?" Treat your emotions like data, not verdicts. They're giving you information about your needs, values, boundaries, and fears. Your job is to decode the message, not judge yourself for having the feeling. I spent years berating myself for feeling anxious. Just stop worrying, I tell myself, as if that had ever worked. Now I treat anxiety as a signal. Something feels uncertain or threatening. What is it? What would help? Sometimes the answer is practical. I need more information, or I need to prepare better. Sometimes it's psychological. I'm catastrophizing, or I'm holding myself to an impossible standard. But I can only address it once I've noticed and investigated it. Self-awareness doesn't eliminate difficult emotions, but it transforms your relationship with them. Instead of being hijacked by feelings you don't understand, you become curious about them. You develop an observer stance, a part of you that can notice, "I'm feeling angry," without being completely consumed by anger. That observer stance? That's the pause button I mentioned earlier. That's where choice lives. Emotional regulation, steering instead of spinning. Self-awareness tells you what you're feeling. Emotional regulation determines what you do about it. Let me be clear, emotional regulation is not suppression. It's not pretending you don't feel what you feel. It's not keeping it professional, by bottling everything up until you go home and kick the dog. Emotional regulation is the ability to experience your emotions fully without being controlled by them. It's feeling angry without lashing out. Feeling anxious without spiraling into panic. Feeling hurt without shutting down or retaliating. It's the difference between, "I am angry," and, "I notice I'm experiencing anger." Subtle shift, massive impact. I learned this lesson the hard way through my marriage. My wife and I used to have the same fight repeatedly. She'd say something that triggered me, usually something that sounded like criticism, and I'd get defensive. I'd explain why she was wrong, justify my behavior, point out her flaws. Within minutes, we'd escalate from a small comment into a full-blown argument. One day, after a particularly brutal fight, she said something that stopped me cold. "You don't actually hear what I'm saying. The moment you feel criticized, you stop listening and start defending. I can't talk to you when you're like that." She was right. The moment I felt that flash of defensiveness, that hot, tight feeling in my chest, I was no longer present in the conversation. I was in fight mode, marshalling arguments, preparing counterattacks. My emotional reaction was driving the bus. Learning to regulate that took years. It required recognizing the physical signs early. For me, defensiveness shows up as tension in my chest and shoulders, a slight acceleration in my heartbeat, an urge to interrupt and explain. Now, when I notice those signals, I have a choice: let the reaction take over or pause. Creating space before responding. The pause can be as simple as taking 3 deep breaths. Or saying, "Let me think about that for a moment." Or in intense situations, "I need a few minutes. Can we continue this conversation at 10? That space, even just 30 seconds, allows my prefrontal cortex to come back online. It gives me a chance to choose my response instead of being hijacked by my reaction. Choosing a response aligned with your values. In that pause, you ask, what do I actually want here? How do I want to show up? What response serves my long-term goals rather than my immediate impulse? When my wife offers feedback, my immediate impulse is to defend. But what I actually want, my deeper value, is a strong marriage where we can be honest with each other. So I made a different choice. You're right. Tell me more about that. Is it comfortable? Hell no. Does that defensive feeling go away? Not immediately. But I'm no longer controlled by it. This isn't about suppressing emotion. When I pause and choose not to get defensive, I'm still feeling defensive. But I'm not acting on it in ways that damage my relationship. I'm holding the emotion while choosing a different behavior. Later, maybe an hour later, maybe that evening, I might journal about why I felt so defensive. What insecurity did her comment touch? What old wound did it activate? That's processing the emotion, not suppressing it. Emotional regulation is a skill, not a personality trait. Some people are naturally more even-tempered, but everyone can develop greater capacity for regulation. The practices that help: mindfulness meditation, learning to observe your thoughts and feelings without immediately reacting to them. Even 10 minutes a day builds this capacity. Physical practices, exercise, yoga, breathing techniques, anything that helps you discharge emotional energy and reconnect with your body. I run. When I'm really worked up, a 5-mile run does more to regulate my system than any amount of positive thinking. Cognitive reframing, questioning the stories you tell yourself about situations. Your colleague's critical comment, is it an attack, or is it feedback? Your boss's brusque email, is it rejection, or is he just busy? Often, our emotional reactions are to our interpretations, not to the actual events. Healthy outlets, ways to process emotion that don't harm you or others. Journaling, talking with a friend. Therapy, creative expression, something that allows the emotion to move through you rather than getting stuck or erupting destructively. I keep a voice recorder on my phone. Sometimes, when I'm really upset and need to vent, I'll go for a drive and just talk, say everything I'm thinking and feeling, uncensored, into that recorder. It's like a pressure release valve. I get it out of my system, and then I can engage with the situation more constructively. Do I ever listen to those recordings? Rarely. That's not the point. The point is having a way to experience and express the emotion without directing it at someone else. Here's what emotional regulation gives you. Better relationships, because people don't have to walk on eggshells around you. Better leadership, because you can stay grounded when others are panicking. Better decision-making, because you're not acting on impulses you'll regret. And better self-respect, because you're showing up as the person you want to be, not just the person your emotions make you in the moment. I'm 65 now, and I still feel defensive sometimes. I still feel angry, anxious, hurt. But those feelings don't run my life anymore. I feel them, I understand them, and then I choose what to do about them. That's not being cold or repressed. That's being free. Empathy, seeing beyond yourself. Now let's talk about the other side of emotional intelligence, understanding what's happening to other people. Empathy gets misunderstood. People think it means being nice, agreeable, always putting others first. Or they think it's about feeling what others feel. Emotional contagion, where someone else's sadness makes you sad. That's not empathy. That's sympathy or emotional enmeshment. Real empathy is the cognitive and emotional skill of understanding another person's experience from their perspective. Not agreeing with them. Not feeling the same thing they feel. Understanding where they're coming from and why they feel what they feel. It's the ability to hold two truths simultaneously. I see why you feel that way. And I feel differently. This is harder than it sounds. Most of us, When someone's upset, do one of three things. We try to fix it. Here's what you should do. We dismiss it. You're overreacting. It's not that bad. We make it about us. Yeah, something similar happened to me. None of these is empathy. They're all ways of avoiding the discomfort of truly being present with someone else's pain. Empathy requires you to shut up, set aside your own agenda, and really listen. Not just to words, but to what's beneath the words. The fear. The hurt. The unmet need. My son taught me this. When he was 16, he came home devastated because he didn't make the varsity team. My immediate instinct was to fix it. There are other sports. You can try again next year. This isn't the end of the world. All true. All unhelpful. My wife, who's better at this than I am, just sat with him. That really sucks. You worked so hard. She didn't try to make him feel better or spin it positively. She just witnessed his disappointment. And that's what he needed. Not solutions. Not perspective. Just someone who understood that in that moment, for him, it really did feel like the end of the world. Later, he was ready for perspective. But not at that moment. In that moment, empathy wasn't about fixing. It was about presence. Empathy has 3 levels. Cognitive empathy, understanding intellectually what someone else thinks or feels. I can see why you'd be frustrated about that. Emotional empathy, actually feeling what someone else feels, or at least resonating with it. This is what allows you to be genuinely moved by someone else's experience. Compassionate empathy, understanding and feeling what someone else experiences, and being moved to help if appropriate. Most people are decent at the first level. We can intellectually understand why someone's upset. The second and third levels, actually being moved by someone else's experience, require more vulnerability. You have to let their feelings affect you without being overwhelmed by them. I've watched empathy transform teams, marriages, families. When people feel genuinely understood, not fixed, not judged, just understood, something shifts. Defenses come down. Trust builds. Problems that seemed intractable become solvable because people stop fighting each other and start working together. But here's the key: empathy requires secure footing in yourself. If you're not clear about your own emotions and boundaries, other people's feelings will overwhelm you. You'll either absorb their distress, which doesn't help anyone, or shut down emotionally to protect yourself, which prevents real connection. This is why self-awareness comes first. You have to be able to distinguish, "This is my feeling," from, "This is their feeling," or you'll get lost in emotional soup. Empathy in action looks like listening without planning your response, asking questions to understand, not to solve, reflecting back what you're hearing. "It sounds like you're feeling overwhelmed." Validating feelings even when you disagree with the situation. "I can see why you'd feel that way, even though I see it differently." And sometimes, often, empathy means sitting with someone in discomfort without trying to fix it. Just being present. Bearing witness. Letting them know they're not alone. That's powerful. More powerful than any advice or solution. Social awareness. Reading the room. Empathy is about connecting one-on-one. Social awareness is about reading the dynamics of groups. Every room has an emotional temperature. Every conversation has undercurrents. People communicate volumes through tone, posture, what they don't say, who they look at when they speak. Most people miss these signals entirely. They're so focused on what they want to say that they don't notice the tension building, the person checking out, the moment when the energy shifts. Social awareness is what allows you to navigate these dynamics. It's noticing the person who's been quiet and drawing them out. "James, you've been thoughtful. What's your take?" The conflict brewing beneath polite words and addressing it directly. "I'm sensing some disagreement here. Can we talk about it openly?" The moment when the group is done and needs a break, even if the agenda says you have another hour. The person who's not saying what they're actually thinking, and creating space for them. "You look uncertain. What concerns you?" I learned this through decades of meetings. Early in my career, I'd barrel through agendas, focused on content, oblivious to process. I missed the signs that I'd lost the room. People checking watches, exchanging glances, giving perfunctory nods while mentally checked out. Now I pay as much attention to how people are engaging as to what they're saying. And that attention, that awareness makes me vastly more effective. Social awareness requires presence. You can't read the room if you're thinking about the next thing you want to say or checking your phone under the table. Observation. Notice body language, tone, energy. Who's leaning in? Who's pulling back? Who's silent? Pattern recognition. What's the usual dynamic, and how is this different? When did the energy change? Cultural intelligence. Different cultures have different communication norms. What signals respect in one context might signal disengagement in another. My business partner was from a culture where direct disagreement was considered rude. He'd nod and seem to agree in meetings, then later tell me privately he had concerns. It took me months to learn to read his signals. The slight hesitation, the formal language, the way he'd say, perhaps, instead of yes. Once I learned his communication style, we were far more effective together. But that required social awareness, noticing the subtleties instead of taking words at face value. Social awareness allows you to navigate conflict before it escalates. Build coalitions by understanding what matters to different people. Motivate others by speaking to their values, not just yours. Create psychological safety so people can be honest. Adjust your style to meet people where they are rather than expecting them to adapt to you. This isn't manipulation. It's respect. It's recognizing that communication isn't just about what you want to say, it's about what others need to hear, and how they need to hear it. Relationship management, the art of staying human. So you're self-aware. You can regulate your emotions. You have empathy. You can read social dynamics. Now what? Now you actually have to maintain relationships over time. Through conflict, stress, disappointment, change. Through the moments when it would be easier to shut down, lash out, or walk away. That's relationship management. And it's where everything comes together. Strong relationships aren't built on charisma or charm. They're built on consistency, integrity, and the willingness to stay engaged even when it's hard. I've been married for 40 years. Not 40 perfect years. We've had rough patches, disagreements, periods where we seriously questioned whether we'd make it. What got us through wasn't that we never fought or disappointed each other. It's that we kept showing up, kept repairing, kept choosing each other even when it was difficult. That's relationship management. It's repairing ruptures. Every relationship has moments of disconnection, hurt, misunderstanding. The question isn't whether these happen, it's whether you repair them. Do you apologize genuinely? Do you take responsibility for your part? Do you listen to how you impacted someone, even if that wasn't your intent? I used to think apologies showed weakness. Now I know they show strength. I'm sorry. I was wrong. How can I make this right? Those might be the most powerful words in any relationship. Managing conflict constructively. Conflict is inevitable. The question is whether you handle it in ways that bring you closer or push you apart. Can you fight about the issue without attacking the person? Can you stay curious about their perspective even when you disagree? Can you find solutions that honor both people's needs? My wife and I have a rule. We don't name call, we don't bring up the past, and we don't threaten the relationship. We can disagree, even intensely, but within those boundaries. It keeps conflict from becoming destructive. Giving feedback that lands. Most people are terrible at feedback. They're either too harsh, crushing the other person, or too soft, saying nothing useful. Effective feedback is specific, timely, focused on behavior rather than character, and delivered with genuine care for the person's growth. I learned how to manage people. "You're not a team player," is useless feedback. In yesterday's meeting, when Sarah shared her idea, you immediately pointed out why it wouldn't work. She looked hurt and stopped contributing. I'd like you to practice listening fully before evaluating. That's actionable. Inspiring without manipulating. Real influence isn't about charisma or persuasion tactics. It's about aligning with people's values, painting a vision they want to be part of, and then following through consistently. People commit when they trust you, when your actions match your words, when you care about their well-being, when you admit mistakes. I've worked with leaders who were incredibly charismatic but ultimately untrustworthy. People followed them initially, then slowly stopped believing in them. I've also worked with quiet, uncharismatic leaders who commanded fierce loyalty because they were utterly reliable and genuinely cared. Guess which ones had lasting impact? Staying human under pressure. This is the real test. Anyone can be patient when things are going well, empathetic when they're not stressed, generous when it doesn't cost them anything. The question is, who are you when things go wrong? When you're exhausted? When someone disappoints you? When you're scared or hurt or angry? Do you become cold, withdrawn, and punished? Or do you stay engaged, honest, willing to work through it? I've failed this test many times. Snapped at people who didn't deserve it. Shut down when I should have stayed open. Let fear make me harsh or pride make me stubborn. But I've also learned to repair those moments. To come back and say, I wasn't at my best yesterday. I'm sorry. To recognize that perfection isn't the goal, humanity is. Emotional intelligence in action. Let me tell you what emotional intelligence actually looks like in daily life, because it's not dramatic. It's not big moments of breakthrough or transformation. It's small choices, consistently made. It's noticing you're irritable and choosing to take a walk instead of snapping at your family. It's recognizing that your colleague is stressed and asking, how can I help? Instead of piling on more demands. It's feeling defensive during feedback and choosing to listen anyway, because growth matters more than comfort. It's disagreeing with someone and still being able to say, I see why you think that. It's apologizing sincerely when you mess up instead of justifying or deflecting. It's staying in hard conversations instead of shutting down or walking away. It's being kind to someone who can do nothing for you, just because they're human and humans deserve kindness. That's emotional intelligence. Not theory. Not technique. Just staying present, staying human, staying honest about what you feel while choosing thoughtfully how you act. I've made a lot of mistakes. I've hurt people I love. I've let my emotions control me in ways I regret. I've been defensive when I should have been open, closed when I should have been curious, harsh when I should have been kind. But I've also learned. Slowly. Imperfectly. And what I've learned is this. Your emotional intelligence is your ability to understand and work with emotions, in yourself and others will shape your life more than your IQ, your education, or your technical skills ever will. It determines the quality of your relationships, the effectiveness of your leadership, the depth of your self-knowledge, and the trajectory of your growth. And it's never too late to develop it. Every interaction is practice. Every difficult moment is an opportunity. Every relationship is a classroom. You just have to be willing to show up, pay attention, and keep learning. That's the quiet power behind you. Not loud. Not flashy. Just, consistently, powerfully, transformatively human. Chapter 4. Living by what matters to you. There's a photograph I keep on my bookshelf. It's from 1992. I'm 32 years old, standing in front of a house I'd just bought. Big house. Expensive neighborhood. I'm smiling, but if you look closely at my eyes, you can see something else. Exhaustion. Emptiness. The smile of a man who's achieved everything he thought he wanted and discovered it doesn't mean what he thought it would. That house represented success. It said to the world, I made it. But here's what nobody tells you about success. It's only meaningful if it reflects what you actually value. And I had no idea what I valued. I'd spent my 20s and early 30s chasing markers of achievement that had been handed to me by culture, family, colleagues, everyone except myself. The big job. The impressive title. The house in the right neighborhood. The car that signaled status. I checked every box. And I was miserable. Not dramatically miserable. I wasn't in crisis. Just hollow. Going through motions. Playing a part in a story I hadn't written and didn't particularly enjoy. It took me another 5 years to figure out why. And when I finally did, everything changed. Not because I quit my job or sold the house or made some dramatic life pivot. But because I finally asked myself a question I'd been avoiding my entire adult life. What actually matters to me? Not what should matter. Not what matters to other people. Not what looks good on paper. What matters to me, deep down, when I strip away all the noise and expectation and performance? That question, and the honest answer to it, changed the trajectory of my life. The core of who you are. Your values are like an operating system running in the background of your life. Most people never look at the code. They just wonder why certain programs keep crashing, why they feel perpetually dissatisfied, why success in one area never quite translates to fulfillment. Values are what you care about most deeply. They're the principles that guide your choices, the qualities you admire, the things you're unwilling to compromise on, even when compromise would be easier. They're not goals. Goals have endpoints. Values are ongoing orientations, the compass you use to navigate. But here's the problem. Most people are living by values they never consciously chose. Maybe you absorbed them from your parents. Your father worked 80-hour weeks, so you internalized that work ethic equals worth. Your mother always put others first, so you learned that self-sacrifice equals virtue. Maybe you absorbed them from culture. Society says success means money, status, recognition, so you chase those things without asking whether they actually resonate with who you are. Maybe you absorb them from religion, education, peer groups, the books you read, the people you admire. All these sources pump values into you, and most people never stop to examine which ones actually belong to them. I grew up in a family where achievement was everything. Good grades, prestigious colleges, impressive careers. That's what got attention and approval. So I built my life around achievement. Every decision filtered through one question. Will this make me more successful? And it worked, technically. I was successful by conventional measures. But I was also disconnected from everything else that makes life meaningful. My relationships were transactional. My leisure time was minimal. My sense of self-worth was entirely dependent on external validation. I'd internalized a value system, achievement above all else, without ever asking whether that's what I actually wanted my life to be about. The irony? I thought I was living by my values. I'd never examined them closely enough to see they weren't really mine. Uncovering your true principles. So how do you figure out what you actually value, as opposed to what you think you should value or what you've been told to value? You don't start with ideals. You start with reality. Look at your calendar for the past month. Where did your time go? Not where you wish it had gone. Where did it actually go? Look at your bank statements. What did you spend money on? Again, not what you think you should spend on. What did you actually spend on? Look at your mental energy. What do you think about when your mind wanders? What makes you angry when you see it violated in the world? What makes you feel alive? Your real values are revealed by your actual choices, not your stated priorities. I did this exercise in my late 30s, and it was uncomfortable. I said family was my top priority, but I was working 60-hour weeks and missing my kids' activities. I said health mattered, but I was eating fast food and hadn't exercised in months. I said integrity was important, but I was cutting ethical corners at work to hit targets. The gap between what I claimed to value and how I actually lived was enormous. This isn't about guilt. Guilt is useless here. This is about information. About seeing clearly. Maybe you discover you're living in alignment, your stated values match your lived ones. Great. That's rare, and worth celebrating. More likely, you'll discover gaps. Areas where you're performing values you don't actually hold, or neglecting values that matter deeply to you. I remember the moment I realized I'd been performing ambition, while actually valuing peace. I'd spent 15 years in high-stress, high-achievement environments because I thought that's what I wanted. But when I was honest, really honest, I realized the moments I felt most myself, most alive, most at peace were the quiet ones. Reading on Saturday mornings. Deep conversations with friends. Working on projects that mattered, not because they'd impress anyone, but because they were intrinsically meaningful. Ambition wasn't my value. It was something I'd adopted because it was rewarded. Peace was my value, but I'd been ignoring it because it wasn't glamorous. To uncover your true values, ask yourself, what do I do when no one's watching? Your private choices often reveal your real priorities more than your public ones. What makes me feel fully alive? Not excited or entertained, alive. Present. Connected to something meaningful. What would I do if I had 6 months to live? This isn't morbid, it's clarifying. Strip away everything non-essential. What remains? What do I want people to say about me when I'm gone? Not for ego reasons, to understand what legacy matters to you. Do you want to be remembered as successful? Kind? Creative? Reliable? Adventurous? When have I felt most like myself? Think about specific moments or periods when you felt completely aligned with who you are. What was present in those moments? What makes me angry or heartbroken? Strong emotional reactions often point to violated values. If you're enraged by injustice, justice might be a core value. If you're heartbroken by loneliness, connection might be central. I spent months with these questions. Journaling, thinking, talking with my wife and close friends. Slowly, a clearer picture emerged. I valued depth over breadth. Quiet over noise. Growth over comfort. Integrity over impression. Connection over achievement. Enough over more. These weren't glamorous values. They didn't fit the narrative of success I'd been chasing. But they were mine. And once I saw them clearly, everything else started to make sense. Where beliefs come from. Values are what you care about. Beliefs are the stories you tell yourself about how the world works. And beliefs shape everything. If you believe the world is fundamentally safe, you take different risks than if you believe it's fundamentally dangerous. If you believe people are generally good, you build different relationships than if you believe everyone's out for themselves. If you believe success requires sacrifice, you make different choices than if you believe success can be sustainable. Most of your beliefs formed early, often before you had the capacity to examine them critically. They came from family messages. Money doesn't grow on trees. Don't trust strangers. Hard work always pays off. People like us don't do that. These statements, repeated enough, become the lens through which you see reality. Cultural narratives. Your generation, your geography, your socioeconomic background, all carry assumptions about how life works, what's possible, what's appropriate. Religious or philosophical teachings. Whether you're still involved with your childhood religion or not, its worldview likely shaped your early beliefs about meaning, morality, purpose. Personal experience. Especially formative experiences. If you were betrayed early in life, you might believe people are untrustworthy. If you were supported through difficulty, you might believe help is available. Trauma and wounding. Painful experiences create protective beliefs. Don't get too close. Don't stand out. Always have a backup plan. These beliefs served a purpose once, they kept you safe. But they might be limiting you now. I grew up with a belief that was never stated explicitly but was everywhere in my family. Your worth is determined by your productivity. If you were working, creating, achieving, you mattered. If you were resting, playing, just being, you were wasting time. Even leisure had to be productive, learning a new skill, networking, improving yourself somehow. This belief drove me for decades. It made me successful, yes. It also made me exhausted, anxious, unable to relax, terrified of slowing down because slowing down meant becoming worthless. I didn't question this belief until I had a health scare in my 40s. Nothing life-threatening, but enough to force me to rest. Really rest. For weeks, I couldn't work. Couldn't produce. Could barely get out of bed some days. And you know what I discovered? I was still worthy. Still loved by my family. Still myself. My worth hadn't evaporated just because my productivity had. That experience cracked open a belief I'd held my entire life. And once it cracked, I could start examining it. Is this actually true? Does my worth really depend on my productivity? Who taught me this? Do I want to keep believing it? The work of examining beliefs is uncomfortable because It requires you to question things you've taken as truth. Maybe your parents weren't right about everything. Maybe your culture's assumptions don't serve you. Maybe the religious teachings you inherited need updating. It can feel like betrayal. Questioning family beliefs can feel like rejecting your family. Questioning cultural narratives can feel like rejecting your community. But you're not rejecting people, you're claiming your own mind. It reveals how much of your life has been unconscious. When you realize you've been operating from unexamined beliefs for decades, it can be unsettling. All those choices, all that time, based on premises you never actually agreed to. But it's also freeing. Some of my beliefs that needed updating. Success requires sacrifice. Became. Success can be sustainable. Showing emotion is weakness. Became. Emotional honesty is courage. I have to have everything figured out. Became. Uncertainty is part of growth. Asking for help is failure. Became. Asking for help is wisdom. Rest is laziness. Became. Rest is essential. Each shift changed how I lived. Small changes, but compounding over time into a fundamentally different life. Aligning choices with values. Once you know what you value, once you've examined and updated your beliefs, the real work begins, living accordingly. This is harder than it sounds. Because alignment isn't about perfection. It's not about never compromising or always choosing the right thing. It's about awareness. About making conscious choices and being honest about trade-offs. Every decision is a vote for your values or against them. When you say yes to something, you're saying no to something else. When you spend an hour on one activity, that's an hour not spent on another. When you invest energy in one relationship, that's energy not available for others. The question isn't, can I do everything? The question is, what am I actually choosing? I value deep relationships. But for years, I spent more time on shallow networking than on meaningful connection. Not because I didn't care about depth, but because I wasn't being intentional. I'd say yes to every networking event, every surface-level lunch, every professional obligation, and then wonder why I felt disconnected. Once I got clear on my values, I started making different choices. I said no to most networking events. I limited professional socializing. I protected time for my wife, my close friends, my kids, the relationships that actually mattered to me. Did this cost me some opportunities? Probably. Did people think I was antisocial or uncommitted? Maybe. But my life became mine. I was living according to what I valued, not what I thought I should value. Alignment requires conscious decision-making. Before saying yes to anything, pause and ask, does this align with my values? Is this how I want to spend this time/energy/money? Not every choice will be perfect, but at least they'll be conscious. Regular auditing. Every few months, look at how you're actually spending your time. Are you drifting back into old patterns? Are new obligations pulling you away from what matters? Adjust. Setting boundaries. Living by your values means disappointing people sometimes. Saying no to good opportunities because they don't align with your priorities. Choosing one path, which means not choosing others. Accepting trade-offs. You can't optimize for everything. If you value family time, your career might advance slower. If you value adventure, you might have less stability. If you value creativity, you might have less income. Own these trade-offs instead of pretending they don't exist. Being willing to change course. Sometimes you'll realize your values have shifted, or that a life structure that once worked doesn't anymore. Alignment isn't static, it requires ongoing adjustment. I left a job in my early 40s that looked great on paper but violated my core values. The culture rewarded short-term wins over long-term sustainability, individual achievement over collaboration, appearance over substance. Every day, I felt like I was compromising something essential. Leaving was scary. The money was good. The prestige was real. People thought I was crazy. But staying would have meant continuing to betray myself. And at some point, I had to decide, do I want a life that looks successful from the outside, or one that feels aligned from the inside? I chose alignment. and I've never regretted it. Living authentically in a noisy world. Here's the thing about living by your values in modern life. The world will constantly try to pull you off course. Social media shows you everyone else's highlight reel and whispers, "You should want this too." Advertising tells you happiness is one purchase away. Culture defines success narrowly: money, status, beauty, power, and suggests everything else is settling. Your family has expectations. Your peers have norms. Your industry has standards. And underneath all of it is a subtle, pervasive pressure: perform, impress, keep up, prove your worth. Living by your values is an act of rebellion against all of that. It means choosing what matters to you even when it doesn't look impressive. Valuing depth even when breadth gets more likes. Prioritizing presence even when productivity gets more praise. Investing in relationships even when achievements get more recognition. This isn't about rejecting all external measures of success. It's about subordinating them to internal measures of alignment. My neighbor has a smaller house than most people in our area. Older car. Modest lifestyle. He could afford more. He's actually quite successful in his field. But he chooses to live below his means because he values freedom over stuff. He works 3 days a week. Spends the rest of his time with his kids, pursuing hobbies, volunteering. Some people think he's underachieving. I think he's one of the wisest people I know. He's not performing success. He's living his values. And there's a peace in him, a groundedness, that's rare. Living authentically means defining success for yourself. What does a good life look like to you? Not to your parents, your culture, your Instagram feed. To you? Being willing to look weird. When you stop performing conventional success, people notice. They'll ask questions. Judge. Project their own insecurities. You have to be okay with that. Choosing signal over noise. So much of modern life is noise, distraction, comparison, superficial engagement. Signal is what actually matters. Deep work. Real relationships. Meaningful contribution. Time in alignment with your values. Trusting yourself more than the crowd. Popular opinion is often wrong. Conventional wisdom is often outdated. The crowd is often following someone else who's also just following. At some point, you have to trust your own discernment. Letting go of approval. This is the hardest part. We're wired for belonging. Going against group norms triggers deep fears of rejection. But you can't live authentically while also needing everyone's approval. You have to choose. I spent my 30s desperately trying to impress people I didn't even like. Every choice filtered through. What will they think? It was exhausting. And futile, because there's no amount of achievement that permanently secures approval. In my 40s, something shifted. I started caring less about what people thought and more about whether I could respect the person I saw in the mirror. That shift, from external validation to internal integrity, changed everything. I became less agreeable and more honest. Less impressive and more real. Less busy and more present. And paradoxically, my relationships got better. Because I stopped performing and started connecting. The people who mattered, the ones who valued authenticity, came closer. The people who needed me to play a role drifted away. That was appropriate. The reward, inner consistency. So what happens when your values, beliefs, and actions align? When you're living according to your principles instead of someone else's script? You develop something rare and precious. You trust yourself. This isn't arrogance. It's not thinking you're always right or never make mistakes. It's a deep, quiet confidence that comes from knowing your choices are rooted in principle rather than impulse or pressure. When a decision aligns with your values, you can make it without endless second-guessing. You might not know if it'll work out, but you know why you're choosing it. That clarity is powerful. When something goes wrong, you can evaluate it clearly. Did I betray my values? Or did I act in integrity and things just didn't go as planned? If you acted with integrity, you don't spiral into self-doubt. You learn, adjust, move forward. When someone criticizes you, you can assess, is this valid feedback about my behavior, Or is this about their expectations that don't align with my values? You can take responsibility for actual mistakes without absorbing criticism that doesn't actually apply. This inner consistency, this sense of being whole, of your inside matching your outside, is what integrity actually means. Not moral perfection, just integration, alignment, coherence. I'm 65 now. I've made plenty of mistakes. There are things I'd do differently if I could go back. But I can say this honestly, I trust myself in a way I didn't at 25, 35, even 45. Not because I'm wiser or better, but because I know what I value. I know what I believe. And most days, not every day, but most days, my actions reflect those values and beliefs. That alignment doesn't make life easy. I still face difficult decisions, uncertainty, loss, failure. But I face them as myself. Not as a character I'm performing or a role I'm playing. As myself. And there's a freedom in that. A peace. Even when life is hard, even when I'm uncertain, even when things don't go as planned, there's a steadiness underneath that comes from living according to my principles. That's what this chapter is really about. Not following some prescribed set of values. Not achieving some moral standard. But doing the hard, honest work of figuring out what you actually care about, what you actually believe, and then having the courage to build a life around that. It won't look like anyone else's life. It might not even look like what you thought your life would look like. But it'll be yours. And at the end of the day, at the end of your life, that's what matters. Not that you impressed people or checked boxes or accumulated achievements. But that you lived your life. Honestly. Courageously. In alignment with what you knew deep down to be true. Sitting back, letting the weight of that settle. Section 2. Understanding work styles. Bridging self-awareness with performance. Knowing yourself is step 1. Knowing how you work best is step 2. Your work style is the living expression of your personality, habits, and preferences in motion. It's not about good or bad, it's about fit. When your environment matches your natural rhythm, you perform better, stay engaged longer, and feel less drained by the end of the day. Chapter 5. Where do you thrive? I spent 15 years trying to be someone I wasn't. My first real job was in a bustling office, open floor plan, constant collaboration, brainstorming sessions 3 times a week, people popping by your desk to just quickly touch base. The culture celebrated collaboration. The stars were the people who thrived in meetings, who built energy off others, who seemed to generate ideas through conversation. I hated it. Not the people. Not the work itself. But the way of working felt like trying to write poetry in a nightclub. All noise, no depth. I'd leave meetings feeling drained rather than energized. I'd spend half my mental energy just managing the interruptions. And I'd do my best thinking at 6 a.m. before anyone else arrived, or late at night after everyone left. But I didn't trust that. I thought something was wrong with me. All these successful people thrived in collaboration. Surely I needed to learn how to do the same. So I pushed myself. Participated more. I attended more meetings. Tried to match their energy. And burned out by 35. It wasn't until I changed companies, landed in a role that allowed for deep, focused work with minimal interruption that I realized nothing was wrong with me. I was just trying to work in a way that didn't match how my brain actually functions. Some people think best in conversation. I think best in silence. Neither is better or worse. They're just different. And once I finally accepted that, once I stopped trying to force myself into a collaborative mold and built my work around extended focus, everything changed. Not just my productivity. My entire sense of well-being. That's what this chapter is about. Understanding how you work best, then having the courage to structure your life around that instead of fighting it. Independent work. The power of focus and autonomy. Let me tell you what independent work actually is, because people misunderstand it. It's not about being antisocial or avoiding people. It's not about refusing to collaborate or being a lone wolf. It's about how you generate your best thinking and do your deepest work. Independent workers, and I count myself in this category, need extended periods of uninterrupted focus to produce their best work. We're not energized by constant interaction. We're depleted by it. We need space, silence, autonomy to think deeply. Here's what that looks like in practice. We need chunks of uninterrupted time. Not 30-minute blocks between meetings. Real time. 2 hours, 4 hours, a full day, where we can immerse ourselves in complex work without being pulled out of flow. When I'm writing, thinking strategically, solving complex problems, I need at least 2 hours before I even get into the zone. The first hour is warm up, clearing mental space, loading all the context into working memory. The real work happens in hours 2 through 4. If you interrupt me every 30 minutes, I never get there. I spend all my time warming up, never reaching the depth where the good work lives. We think by processing internally, not by talking. Give us a problem and we need to sit with it. Turn it over in our minds. Let it percolate. The answer emerges through sustained internal reflection, not through brainstorming conversations. I've been in countless meetings where someone poses a question and expects immediate input. The extrovert thinkers start talking right away, processing out loud. Me? I'm still loading the question, considering angles, not ready to speak. By the time I have something meaningful to say, the conversation has moved on. Not because I'm slow, because my processing happens internally first. We need control over our environment. Noise level, interruptions, when we work, how we structure our day, these aren't preferences, they're performance factors. Open offices with constant ambient noise and interruptions? That's kryptonite for deep work. I do my best work in quiet spaces with no visual distractions, usually early morning when my mental energy is highest. That's not being precious, that's knowing the conditions under which my brain functions optimally. We're self-motivated. We don't need external accountability to work. In fact, too much oversight feels stifling. Give us a clear goal, trust us to figure out how to get there, and check in periodically. Micromanagement kills our motivation. I had a boss once who wanted daily updates, frequent check-ins, and constant visibility into my process. His intent was good, he wanted to be supportive. But it felt suffocating. Every interruption pulled me out of deep work. I spent more time reporting on progress than actually progressing. When I finally told him, "Trust me to deliver by the deadline, and I'll keep you posted on any obstacles," and he agreed, my productivity doubled. We value autonomy over collaboration. This doesn't mean we never collaborate. It means we prefer to do the heavy intellectual lifting independently, then bring our thinking to collaborative spaces for refinement and integration. I collaborate better after I've done my independent thinking. Give me a problem, let me work on it alone for a few days, then I'll bring a well-developed perspective to the team discussion. That's more valuable than me thinking out loud with the group. Here's what independent workers often struggle with: being misunderstood as aloof or uncommitted. In cultures that value constant collaboration, our need for independence can be misread as not being a team player. Communicating progress when we're not naturally social. We forget that others need to know what we're working on, where we're at, what obstacles we're facing, because we're so focused on the work itself. Getting the space we need in collaborative environments. Many modern workplaces are designed around collaboration, open offices, constant meetings, expectation of immediate responsiveness. We have to actively create boundaries. Asking for what we need without sounding demanding. "I need 4 hours of uninterrupted time," can sound difficult if the culture values accessibility and responsiveness. I learned to navigate this through clear communication. "I do my best work in extended focus blocks. Can we consolidate meetings to specific days so I have full days for deep work? I'll still be responsive, but on a schedule that allows me to also produce high-quality output." Most reasonable managers are fine with this once you explain it. The key is framing it as, "This is how I deliver my best work," rather than, "Leave me alone." Collaborative work, strength and connection. Now let me tell you about my business partner David. The complete opposite of me. David thinks by talking. Give him a problem, and he immediately wants to discuss it. Not because he doesn't know what he thinks, He discovers what he thinks through conversation. His best ideas emerge in dialogue, building on others' input, getting energized by the exchange. Put him in a room alone for 4 hours? He's climbing the walls. He needs people. Interaction. The energy of collaboration. Neither of us is better or worse. We're just wired differently. Collaborative workers thrive when they can think out loud. Talking isn't about performing or showing off, it's how they process. Speaking the idea helps them understand what they actually think. David would start meetings saying, "I'm going to think out loud here for a minute." That signaled, "I'm processing, not presenting conclusions." It helped the rest of us understand he wasn't attached to every word, he was working through the problem verbally. They have regular interaction. Not just formal meetings, informal connections, quick check-ins, water-cooler conversations. These aren't distractions, they're fuel. Collaborative workers draw energy from human connection. When we went remote during the pandemic, David struggled more than anyone. Not because he couldn't do the work, because he was missing the ambient social energy that kept him motivated. They work in teams. Collaborative workers produce their best work through partnership and dialogue. The synergy, accountability, and shared momentum of teamwork brings out their best. David would often say, "Let's work on this together." Not because he needed help, but because collaboration made the work better and more enjoyable for him. They have shared goals that create collective motivation. Working towards something bigger than themselves, as part of a team, provides meaning and drive. Individual achievement matters less than collective success. I'm motivated by solving the problem. David is motivated by solving the problem with people he cares about, toward a shared purpose. Different fuel sources. They benefit from immediate feedback. Rather than working in isolation and presenting finished products, collaborative workers improve through ongoing dialogue and iteration. David would share half-formed ideas, rough drafts, work in progress, not because he was insecure but because feedback helped him develop the work. I'd wait until something was 90% done before sharing. Different processes, both valid. Here's what collaborative workers often struggle with. Being seen as unfocused or chatty. In cultures that value heads-down productivity, their need for interaction can be misread as distraction or procrastination. Getting the connection they need in independent work environments. Remote work, individual contributor roles, or cultures that minimize interaction can leave them feeling isolated and unmotivated. Focusing for extended periods without external accountability. Without the structure and energy of others, staying on task can be harder. Appearing dependent when they're actually just processing differently. Asking for input isn't a sign of inability, it's how they think best. David learned to navigate this by being explicit. "I work best collaboratively. Can we schedule regular check-ins where I can bounce ideas off you? It's not that I can't figure this out, I do my best thinking in dialogue." Again, most people respond well when you're clear about your process. Finding your balance. Here's the truth most people miss. You're probably not purely independent or purely collaborative. Most people fall somewhere on a spectrum, and that position might even shift depending on the type of work. I'm strongly independent for deep analytical work, moderately collaborative for strategic planning, and actually enjoy collaboration for certain creative projects. It depends on the task and the people. The question isn't, which one am I? It's, what's my default, and when do I need to stretch? Your default is where you naturally operate when you're not thinking about it. It's what feels most comfortable, what energizes rather than drains you, what produces your best work with the least internal friction. For me, that's independent work. Left to my own devices, I'll choose solitude and deep focus. That's home base. But life requires flexibility. Even independent workers need to collaborate sometimes. Even collaborative workers need to focus alone sometimes. The goal isn't to avoid your non-default mode. It's to know your default so you can structure most of your work around it. Build competence in your non-default mode for when it's necessary. Recognize when you're operating outside your default so you can compensate. When I have to spend a full day in back-to-back collaborative meetings, which happens, I know I'll be drained. so I build in recovery time. I don't schedule social activities that evening. I protect the next morning from quiet work. I've learned to manage my energy around my default. Similarly, David has learned that he needs occasional solo time to process and consolidate learning. He's built competence in independent work, even though it's not his preference. Balance looks like independent workers who build strong collaborative skills, communicate proactively about their process, participate meaningfully when collaboration is needed, but structure the majority of their work around extended focus. Collaborative workers who develop the discipline for solo work, create structure and accountability systems for independent projects, but seek out roles and environments where teamwork is central. Everyone recognizes that different tasks call for different approaches. Complex analysis might require independent work. Creative brainstorming might benefit from collaboration. Implementation might need a mix. The mistake is trying to be equally good at everything. The wisdom is knowing your natural strengths and building your life around them while maintaining basic competence in other modes. Adapting to your environment. Here's the hard reality. Most work environments won't perfectly match your style. You'll rarely have complete control over how work is structured. So the question becomes, how do you adapt the environment to fit you within the constraints you face? If you're an independent worker in a collaborative environment, create boundaries. Block time on your calendar for focus work. Use do not disturb signals. Come in early or stay late when the office is quiet. Work from home when deep work is needed. I had a colleague who wore headphones, sometimes with music, sometimes without as a signal. I'm in focus mode. People learn to respect it. Batch your collaborative work. Instead of meetings scattered throughout the week, try to consolidate them. Have meeting days and focus days when possible. Communicate your process. Help others understand that you're not avoiding collaboration, you just need focus blocks to do your best work. Most people are accommodating once they understand. Find pockets of independence. Even in collaborative cultures, there are usually projects or aspects of work where independent contribution is valued. Gravitate toward those. If you're a collaborative worker in an independent environment, schedule regular connection points. If you're remote, set up virtual coffee chats, working sessions, accountability partnerships. Create the social structure you need. Join or create groups. Professional communities, mastermind groups, co-working spaces, places where you can get the human connection that fuels you. Use collaboration tools. Slack channels, shared documents with commenting, video calls. Technology can provide some of the interaction you're missing. Build in check-ins. Rather than working in isolation for weeks, create milestones where you share progress and get feedback. This gives you the external accountability and input you thrive on. Communicate your needs. Tell your manager or colleagues, I work best with regular touch points. Can we schedule brief check-ins twice a week? Most people will accommodate. The key is being proactive. Don't wait for the environment to magically align with your needs. Actively shape it within the constraints you face. I've worked in incredibly collaborative environments and highly independent ones. Neither was perfect for me. But in each, I found ways to create what I needed. In collaborative environments, I protected morning focus time. In independent environments, I scheduled regular strategic discussions with key stakeholders. You're not powerless. You have more agency than you think to shape your work experience. Owning your style without excuses. Now here's the crucial distinction. Understanding your work style is not permission to be rigid or limited. I've watched too many people use their style as an excuse. I'm an independent worker, so I don't do meetings. I'm a collaborative person, so I can't work alone. That's just not how I work. No. That's not self-awareness, that's self-limitation hiding behind labels. Understanding your work style means, this is my default, where I'm naturally strong. I can operate outside this default when needed. I build most of my work around my strengths. I develop basic competence in other modes. I communicate clearly about my process. I adapt to what the situation requires while honoring my needs. That's maturity. That's professional. What's not professional is using your style as a shield against growth or accountability. I'm an independent worker, but I've learned to collaborate effectively. I participate in meetings. I build relationships. I communicate proactively. I do these things even though they're not my natural mode, because they're part of doing good work with other humans. But I also don't apologize for needing focused time. I don't pretend that 6 meetings a day is my optimal environment. I'm honest. I need extended focus blocks to produce my best work. Here's how we can structure collaboration around that. That's owning your style. Stating your needs clearly, delivering on your commitments, being flexible when necessary, but not contorting yourself into shapes that don't fit. Owning your style means you know yourself. You've done the work to understand how you actually function, not how you wish you functioned or how others expect you to function. You communicate clearly. You help others understand your process, your needs, what they can expect from you. You build systems that support your strengths. You don't just accept whatever structure is handed to you, you actively design your work life. You're flexible when needed. You can stretch beyond your default when the situation requires it, without resentment or excuse making. You take responsibility for outcomes. You don't blame your style for failures. I'm an independent worker. Doesn't excuse poor communication. I'm a collaborative person. Doesn't excuse lack of follow-through. You keep growing. You develop skills and capacities in your non-default areas, even though they'll never be your primary strength. I've spent 40 years figuring out how I work best, building roles around that, developing competence where I'm naturally weak. Am I a different person than I was at 25? In some ways, yes, I've grown, learned, developed new capacities. But my fundamental work style? That's remained remarkably consistent. I still do my best thinking in silence. I still need extended focus time. I still prefer working independently on complex problems, then collaborating to integrate solutions. The difference is, I no longer apologize for it. I no longer try to force myself into collaborative molds that don't fit. And I no longer use it as an excuse to avoid necessary interaction. I've built a life and a career around how I actually work. And that alignment has made all the difference. Not because it's made work easy. Work is still hard. But it's the right kind of hard. The challenges I face are the ones I'm equipped to handle, not artificial struggles created by fighting my own nature. The freedom of self-knowledge. You know what's liberating? Stopping the fight. Stopping the fight to be someone you're not. Stopping the attempt to work in ways that don't fit. Stopping the shame about needing what you need. When you understand how you work best, really understand it, without judgment, you can build a work life that actually suits you. Maybe you're purely independent. You need long stretches of solitary focus, minimal meetings, maximum autonomy. Find or create work that allows that. Don't torture yourself in collaborative environments and wonder why you're miserable. Maybe you're purely collaborative. You need constant interaction, teamwork, and shared goals. Find or create work that provides that. Don't isolate yourself and wonder why you're unmotivated. Maybe you're somewhere in between. You need a mix, with more of one than the other. Build that mix intentionally. The point isn't that one way is better. The point is that your way, whatever it is valid. And the more you can structure your work around it, the more sustainable your success becomes. Not just success in terms of achievement. Success in terms of well-being. Fulfillment. The sense that your work life actually fits the person living it. I wasted 15 years trying to be a collaborative worker because that's what my environment valued. I spent immense energy trying to fit a mold that was never going to fit. Once I accepted who I actually am and built my work around that, the energy I'd been wasting on pretending became available for actual work. For growth. For contribution. That's what this chapter offers. Permission to stop pretending and start designing. Permission to honor how you actually function instead of fighting it. Your work style isn't a limitation, it's information. Use it. Build around it. Let it guide you toward work that actually fits. And watch how much easier everything becomes when you stop swimming upstream and finally let yourself flow in the direction you were always meant to go. Chapter 6. Making Teamwork Your Work. I was 29 years old when I learned the most expensive lesson of my career. I'd been put in charge of a major project, my first real leadership role. I was smart, driven, and had all the technical skills. I was convinced I could handle it. 6 months later, the project was a disaster. Not because the work was bad, the work was fine. But because the team had imploded. People weren't talking to each other. Deadlines were being missed. 2 key members had quit. And I stood in the wreckage wondering what the hell had happened. What happened was simple. I'd treated teamwork like a checkbox. Get smart people together, divide up tasks, assume it would work out. I'd paid no attention to how people communicated, whether they trusted each other, whether roles were clear, how conflict was handled. I thought teamwork was about assembling talent. I didn't understand it was about creating conditions where that talent could actually work together. That failure taught me something I've spent the rest of my career refining. Collaboration is a skill, not an accident. And it's possibly the most important skill you'll ever develop. Because very few things worth doing can be done alone. Why collaboration matters. Let me tell you something that might puncture your ego a bit. You're not as capable alone as you think you are. I don't mean you're incompetent. I mean that your individual capacity, no matter how brilliant you are, has a ceiling. And that ceiling is much lower than what becomes possible when you genuinely collaborate with others. I've watched this play out hundreds of times. The solo genius who insists on doing everything themselves because it's faster if I just do it. The leader who micromanages because they don't trust anyone else to do it right. The individual contributor who avoids teamwork because they find other people inefficient. You know what these people accomplish? Less than their talent suggests they should. Because they've capped themselves at their individual capacity. Real collaboration, not just coordination, but genuine synergy multiplies what's possible. Ideas build on ideas. One person's strength compensates for another's weakness. Different perspectives catch blind spots. The whole becomes genuinely greater than the sum of parts. But here's the catch. This only happens if you actually know how to collaborate. Which most people don't. We're taught to be individuals. To compete. To protect our ideas and get credit for our work. We're not taught how to sublimate our ego for a shared goal, how to have productive conflict, how to build trust over time through small actions. So we end up in teams that are really just groups of individuals working in parallel, coordinating handoffs, but never actually creating something none of them could have created alone. That's not a collaboration. That's just distributed individual work. Real collaboration is harder. It requires skills most people never develop. But once you do develop them, the expansion of what becomes possible is remarkable. I've been part of maybe 5 truly collaborative teams in my 40-year career. Teams where the chemistry was right, the trust was deep, the communication was clear, and we produced work that still amazes me when I look back at it. Work that none of us could have done alone. Those experiences, those rare moments of true synergy showed me what's possible. And they made me commit to understanding how to create those conditions intentionally instead of hoping they happen by accident. Building trust is the foundation. So let's start with the foundation, the thing without which nothing else works: trust. Not the kind of trust that means you like each other or never disagree. The kind of trust that means, I believe you'll do what you say you'll do. I believe you have my back. I believe you won't undermine me. I believe we're working toward the same goal. That's professional trust. And it's rarer than you'd think. I worked with a team once where everyone was capable, everyone was committed to the project's success, and yet the team was dysfunctional. Why? Because one person, just one, was unreliable. He'd commit to deadlines and miss them. He'd say he'd reviewed something when he hadn't. Small things, but repeated over time. The erosion of trust was subtle but devastating. People stopped depending on him. Then they started building in buffer time for his deliverables. Then they started double-checking his work. Then they started working around him entirely. One person's unreliability poisoned the whole system. Trust is built through consistency, not grand gestures, not inspiring speeches. Small, repeated actions that demonstrate reliability. You show up when you say you will. Meetings, deadlines, commitments. If you say you'll be there, you're there. If you can't be, you communicate in advance. You follow through on your commitments. When you say you'll do something, you do it. Or you renegotiate before the deadline, not after. You're honest, even when it's uncomfortable. If you're behind schedule, you say so. If you don't know something, you admit it. If you made a mistake, you own it. You give credit generously. When someone contributes, you acknowledge it. You don't claim ideas that aren't yours. You highlight others' work, not just your own. You have people's backs. When someone on the team is struggling, you help. When they're criticized unfairly, you defend them. When they succeed, you celebrate. You maintain confidentiality. What's shared in confidence stays in confidence. You don't gossip about team members or weaponize information. These aren't complicated. But they require discipline, especially when you're busy or stressed or don't feel like it. I learned this the hard way. Early in my career, I'd overcommit and then scramble to catch up. I'd say yes to everything, then deliver late or not at all. I thought flexibility was a strength. I was going with the flow, being adaptable. But from others' perspective, I was unreliable. They couldn't count on me. And without realizing it, I was eroding trust with every missed commitment. A mentor finally pulled me aside. Stop saying yes to things you won't do. It's better to say no up front than to say yes and disappoint people later. Reliability is the foundation of trust, and trust is the foundation of everything else. That conversation changed how I operate. I became more selective about commitments, more realistic about timelines, more honest about my capacity. And paradoxically, saying no more often made me more trusted, not less. Because when I said yes, people knew I meant it. Trust is also destroyed by inconsistency. You're reliable sometimes, but not others. People never know which version they're getting. Talking behind people's backs. Nothing kills trust faster than discovering someone's been criticizing you to others. Taking credit for others' work. Even once. Even by accident through omission. Withholding information. Keeping people in the dark about things that affect them breeds paranoia. Throwing people under the bus. Blaming team members when things go wrong, especially to protect yourself. I've watched teams with brilliant people fail because trust was absent. And I've watched teams with average talent succeed because trust was rock solid. Trust is the multiplier. Without it, you're just a group of individuals protecting yourselves. With it, you become genuinely collaborative. Communication that actually works. If trust is the foundation, communication is the structure. And most teams communicate terribly. Not because people aren't talking, everyone's talking. Constantly. Emails, Slack messages, meetings upon meetings. But volume isn't the same as clarity. Good communication has 3 components: expressing clearly, listening fully, and confirming understanding. Most people focus only on the first one. They work hard on articulating their ideas, making their point, and convincing others. But communication isn't a performance, it's an exchange. And the exchange only works if both sides are actually connecting. Expressing clearly means know what you're trying to communicate before you start. What's the core message? What decision needs to be made? What do you need from others? If you're not clear on this, your communication will ramble. Use simple language. Jargon and complexity make you sound smart but obscure in meaning. Clear is better than impressive. Be specific. We need to improve quality. Means nothing. We need to reduce defects by 15% in the next quarter by implementing these 3 process changes. Is actionable. State both what you mean and why it matters. Context helps people understand and commit. We're moving the deadline up. Lands differently than. We're moving the deadline up because the client needs this before their board meeting, and delivering on time will secure the next phase of work. I used to think brevity was always best. Get to the point, don't waste time. But I learned that cutting out all context often led to confusion or misalignment. People need enough information to understand not just what but why. Listening fully means actually paying attention. Not formulating your response while someone's talking. Not checking your phone. Not mentally rehearsing your counterargument. Listening. Asking questions. Not to challenge, but to understand. Can you say more about that? What makes that important to you? Help me understand what you mean by reflecting back. So if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying, this confirms you understood and gives them a chance to clarify if you didn't. Noticing what's not being said. Tone, body language, hesitation, these often communicate more than words. You said that sounds fine, but you seem uncertain. What concerns you? Most conflict in teams comes from people talking past each other. Everyone's so focused on making their point that no one's actually hearing anyone else. You end up with circular arguments where everyone repeats their position louder, convinced the problem is that others aren't listening, when actually, no one is listening. I was in a meeting once where two colleagues argued for 30 minutes about a decision. Voices were raised, frustration was building. Finally, someone stopped them. Wait. I think you're actually saying the same thing with different words. Let me see if I can translate. And she was right. Once she restated both positions in neutral language, they realized they agreed on the outcome. They'd just been using different terminology and talking past each other. That's what happens when people don't confirm understanding. Confirming understanding means summarizing decisions and next steps. At the end of conversations, someone says, okay, so we've decided X, which means person A will do Y by Wednesday, and then we'll reconvene. Does that match everyone's understanding? Documenting key communications. Not everything needs writing, but important decisions, commitments, and context should be captured somewhere everyone can reference. Checking assumptions. When you're unsure if you understood, ask. When someone seems confused, clarify. Don't assume alignment. Creating feedback loops. Regular check-ins where people can surface misunderstandings before they become problems. My wife taught me something about communication that transformed my professional life. We'd have arguments where I thought I was being clear, and she'd say, "That's not what I heard." I'd get frustrated. "But that's what I said." She finally told me, "Communication isn't measured by what you say. It's measured by what the other person hears. If I'm consistently misunderstanding you, maybe the problem isn't my listening, maybe it's your communication style." She was right. I was expressing clearly by my standards, logical, efficient, stripped of emotion. But she needed more context, more emotional content, more connection. My clear communication wasn't landing for her. I had to learn to adjust my style based on the audience. Some people need bullet points. Others need stories. Some need data. Others need to understand the emotional stakes. Good communication adapts to the receiver, not just the sender. Playing to strengths. Here's what I see kill collaboration constantly. Everyone trying to do everything. A team gets formed. Everyone's capable. Everyone's smart. So everyone weighs in on every decision, tries to contribute to every aspect, steps on each other's toes because roles aren't clear. The result? Inefficiency, frustration, and mediocre work. Strong collaboration requires clear roles based on genuine strengths. And that means two things most teams resist: differentiation and trust. Differentiation means accepting that people are different. They have different skills, different working styles, and different natural inclinations. Instead of treating everyone interchangeably, you assign roles that match people's actual capabilities. Some people are natural strategists. They see the big picture, connect dots, identify patterns. Put them in charge of direction and vision. Some people are executional. They take plans and make them real, working through details and logistics. Put them in charge of implementation. Some people are creative. They generate ideas, see possibilities, think unconventionally. Put them in charge of innovation. Some people are analytical. They evaluate options, spot risks, ensure rigor. Put them in charge of quality control. None of these is better or worse. They're different. And a strong team needs all of them. But here's what usually happens. The strategist gets frustrated because the executional person is too slow to see the vision. The creative person feels constrained by the analytical person's negativity. The executional person thinks the strategist is all talk, no action. Instead of valuing differences, people judge them. Trust means believing that others can handle their domains without your constant oversight. The strategist doesn't micromanage the executional person's process. The analytical person doesn't stifle the creative person's brainstorming. Everyone stays in their lane and trusts others to handle theirs. This is hard for high achievers. We're used to being good at everything. The idea of stepping back and letting someone else handle something, even if they'll do it better than we would, triggers anxiety. I was terrible at this early on. I'd assign something to someone, then hover, then suggest changes, then essentially take it back and do it myself. Not because they were doing it poorly, because they were doing it differently than I would. One of my team members finally confronted me. Do you want my contribution or my compliance? Because if you're going to redo everything I do, I'm just wasting time. Either trust me to handle this or do it yourself. He was right. I was undermining both him and the team by refusing to let go. Learning to play to strengths required me to get clear on what I'm actually good at. Strategy and pattern recognition, yes. Detail execution and follow-through, not so much. Hire people strong where I'm weak. Instead of trying to become good at everything, I brought in people whose natural strengths complemented mine. Stay in my lane. Focus on what I bring. Trust others to bring what they bring. Value different contributions equally. The person tracking details isn't less important than the person setting vision. Both are essential. The best team I ever worked with had 5 people: a visionary who could see 3 years ahead, an analyst who could spot every risk and flaw, a creative who generated innovative solutions, an executional wizard who could implement anything, and a people person who kept us all connected and motivated. None of us could have done what the others did. And that was the point. We didn't need to. We each brought something essential, trusted others to bring the rest, and created work that none of us could have created alone. That's what playing to strengths actually looks like. Healthy conflict. Now let's talk about the thing most teams avoid at all costs: conflict. Disagreement makes people uncomfortable. So teams develop cultures of artificial harmony. Everyone's polite. Everyone nods in meetings. No one challenges ideas directly. And beneath the surface? Resentment festers. Better ideas go unspoken. Mediocre decisions go unchallenged. The team stagnates because no one's willing to create tension. Here's what I learned: conflict isn't the problem. Poorly handled conflict is the problem. Healthy conflict, where people debate ideas rigorously without attacking each other personally, is essential for good decision-making. It surfaces blind spots. It challenges assumptions. It makes ideas better through constructive challenge. But most people don't know how to do this. They've experienced conflict as a personal attack, so they either avoid it entirely or engage in ways that are destructive. Healthy conflict requires separating ideas from identity. Your idea being challenged isn't you being attacked. Learning to say, "I disagree with that approach," instead of, "You're wrong," makes all the difference. Staying curious. Instead of defending your position, get interested in the other perspective. Help me understand why you see it that way. What concerns you about my approach? What am I missing? Assuming good intent. Unless proven otherwise, assume the other person wants the same outcome you do, they just see a different path to get there. Focusing on interests, not positions. Positions are what you want. Interests are why you want it. When people fight over positions, they get stuck. When they explore interests, solutions emerge. Allowing people to change their minds. Don't make someone feel stupid for shifting position. Make it safe to say, "You know, you've convinced me. I'm changing my view." I watched a team once tear itself apart because they didn't know how to handle conflict. Two senior members disagreed about the strategic direction. Instead of debating it openly, they recruited allies, talked behind each other's backs, made it personal. The conflict never got resolved, it just metastasized into politics and resentment. Compare that to another team where the two smartest people disagreed constantly. But they did it well. They'd argue intensely in meetings, really push each other but always focused on ideas, not personalities. They'd say things like, "I disagree and here's why. What data would change your mind? I might be wrong, but my concern is, let's test both approaches and see what the results tell us." And after meetings, they'd grab coffee together. No hard feelings. The conflict stayed in the intellectual realm, never becoming personal. That team made better decisions than any I've worked with, precisely because they were willing to disagree productively. Unhealthy conflict looks like personal attacks. "That's a stupid idea." Or, "You obviously don't understand this." Power plays, using hierarchy to shut down discussion. Passive aggression, agreeing in meetings, then undermining decisions later. Avoiding entirely, conflict goes underground and emerges as gossip or sabotage. Making it emotional, crying, yelling, storming out. Keeping score, bringing up past grievances instead of focusing on current issue. When conflict turns personal, stop. Reset. Get back to the actual issue. And if you can't, bring in a facilitator, someone neutral who can help the conversation stay productive. The goal isn't to eliminate conflict. It's to channel it productively. To create cultures where people can disagree openly, knowing it won't damage relationships or careers. The best ideas come from collision, not consensus. But only if people know how to collide without destroying trust. Feedback as a growth tool. Collaboration requires feedback. Constant, ongoing, honest feedback. Not annual performance reviews, real-time information that helps people adjust and improve. But most people are terrible at giving feedback and equally terrible at receiving it. Giving feedback well means being specific and timely. Not, "You need to communicate better," 3 months after the fact. In yesterday's meeting, when you cut Sarah off mid-sentence, she shut down for the rest of the discussion. Can we talk about how to handle that differently next time? Focusing on behavior, not character. Not, "You're defensive." When I offered that suggestion, you immediately explained why it wouldn't work rather than considering it. I'm trying to understand, does my feedback feel like criticism? Making it about impact, not intent. I know you didn't mean to undermine me, but when you contradicted me in front of the client, it made me look uncertain and damaged my credibility. Being balanced. Not only pointing out problems, also naming what's working. The way you handled that client call was excellent, calm, clear, responsive to their concerns. That's exactly the approach we need. Making it developmental, not punitive. The goal is improvement, not punishment. Here's what I noticed. Here's the impact. What would help you do this differently? I had a boss once who was a master at feedback. He'd pull me aside after meetings not to criticize, just to reflect. That presentation went well. The one thing I noticed is you rushed through the financial section. People looked confused. Next time, maybe pause there and check for questions? It never felt like criticism. It felt like coaching. He was helping me get better, not catching me doing wrong. Receiving feedback well means listening without defending. Your first instinct will be to explain, justify, provide context. Resist. Just listen first. Asking clarifying questions. Can you give me an example? What specifically should I do differently? Saying thank you? Even if the feedback is hard to hear, someone just gave you information that can help you improve. That's a gift. Taking time to process. You don't have to respond immediately. Let me think about that and get back to you. Following up. After you've had time to consider it. I thought about what you said. Here's how I'm going to address it. The teams that give and receive feedback will improve constantly. Problems get caught early. People develop faster. Resentments don't fester. The teams that avoid feedback stagnate. Same issues repeat. People develop blind spots. Small problems become big ones. Celebrating shared wins. Finally, something most teams neglect: celebration. When you complete something difficult, when you hit a milestone, when someone contributes something exceptional, pause and acknowledge it. Not with perfunctory, good job emails. With genuine recognition that honors both the outcome and the effort. We did it. This was hard, and we pulled it off together. Sarah's analysis changed our entire approach. That was the turning point. I know the last 3 weeks were brutal. Thank you for sticking with it. Celebration serves multiple purposes. It reinforces what success looks like. When you highlight what worked, you clarify what to do more of. It builds connection. Shared accomplishment bonds people. We did this together. Creates collective identity. It provides fuel for the next challenge. Momentum builds on momentum. Recognition energizes people for what's next. It makes people feel seen. Everyone wants to know their contribution matters. Acknowledgement meets that need. I worked with a leader who was brilliant at this. After every major milestone, he'd gather the team and specifically call out contributions. Not just the visible ones, the behind-the-scenes work too. The client presentation was excellent, but it only happened because Mark stayed late 3 nights running the numbers, because Linda coordinated all the logistics, because Tom caught that error in the proposal that would have embarrassed us. People worked harder for him than anyone else I've seen. Not because he was demanding, because he made them feel valued. Celebration doesn't have to be elaborate. It can be taking the team to lunch, sending a thoughtful email, mentioning someone's contribution in a meeting, just stopping to say, "That was really well done. Thank you." What matters isn't the gesture, it's the genuine recognition. And here's the thing, celebrating together builds psychological capital. It creates goodwill that sustains you through difficult periods. When times get hard, enable teams with a history of shared celebration weather it better. Because they've built a reservoir of, "We're in this together," that carries them through. You know what I've learned after 40 years of working with teams? The technical work is rarely the hard part. Smart people can figure out technical problems. The hard part is the human part. Building trust. Communicating clearly. Handling conflict. Giving feedback. Playing to strengths while valuing differences. Staying connected through stress and disappointment. That's what separates functional teams from dysfunctional ones. Not talent. Not resources. Not even strategy. Just the fundamental human skills of working together well. And here's the beautiful thing, these skills are learnable. You're not born knowing how to collaborate. You develop it through practice, reflection, failure, and trying again. Every team is an opportunity to get better at this. Every collaboration is practice. And the more you practice, the more you realize, the most meaningful work, the work that changes things, that lasts, that matters, is almost never done alone. It's done together. Imperfectly. Messily. But together. Chapter 7. Speaking so people hear you. I ruined a friendship when I was 32 because I didn't know how to communicate. My friend Tom and I had been close for years. Then I got promoted, and suddenly I was managing people, dealing with high-stakes decisions, swimming in stress. Tom would call to chat, and I'd be short with him. Distracted. Always rushing off the phone. He'd suggest getting together, and I'd say, "Yeah, definitely, let me check my calendar," and then never follow up. He'd share something he was excited about, and I'd offer advice he wasn't asking for instead of just being happy with him. After a few months of this, he stopped calling. When I finally noticed and reached out, he said something that still stings. "You're not present anymore. When we talk, it feels like you're just waiting for the conversation to end. I don't think you value our friendship the way you used to." He was right. But here's the thing, I did value friendship. I was just drowning in work stress and didn't know how to communicate that. I didn't know how to say, "I'm overwhelmed right now, but you matter to me." Can we find a way to stay connected that works with my capacity right now? Instead, I communicated through my actions, rushed phone calls, flaked plans, half-present attention. And my actions said clear as day, "You're not a priority." That wasn't what I meant. But it's what I communicated. That's the brutal truth about communication. What you mean doesn't matter if it's not what others receive. Communication isn't measured by your intent, it's measured by impact. By whether the message you meant to send is the message that actually landed. And most of us are walking around creating unintended impact all day long, completely unaware of the gap between what we think we're saying and what people are actually hearing. Communication is more than talking. Let me tell you what communication actually is, because most people get this wrong. It's not about being articulate, though that helps. It's not about having a big vocabulary or sounding smart. It's not even primarily about talking. Communication is the process of creating shared understanding. That's it. Everything else is just technique in service of that goal. You can speak eloquently and communicate poorly if no one understands what you mean. You can be grammatically perfect and still fail to connect. You can say all the right words and leave people confused, hurt, or misaligned. Because communication isn't what you say, it's what people hear, understand, and feel as a result of what you say. Think about it as a transmission system. You have an idea, feeling, or intention in your head. That's the message you want to send. But to get it from your head to someone else's head, it has to go through multiple filters. Your filter, your mood, your assumptions, your communication style, your ability to articulate what you're thinking. The medium, email, face-to-face conversation, text, phone call, each carries different nuance and potential for misunderstanding. Their filter, their mood, their assumptions, their listening skills, their past experiences with you, their current context. At every stage, the message can get distorted. What you meant as helpful feedback might land as harsh criticism. What you intended as enthusiasm might come across as pressure. What you thought was clear might be completely ambiguous. Most communication failures aren't because people are malicious. They're because of unrecognized gaps in this transmission process. I've spent 40 years watching brilliant people torpedo relationships, sabotage their careers, and create unnecessary conflict, not because they had bad intentions, but because they didn't understand how communication actually works. They said what they meant, from their perspective, assumed that was enough, and then were baffled when people misunderstood, got upset, or checked out. Knowing your default style. So let's start with self-awareness. How do you naturally communicate? Not how you think you should communicate. Not how you communicate in your best moments. How do you actually communicate most of the time, when you're not thinking about it? I'm naturally direct. Almost blunt. I value efficiency, clarity, and getting to the point. When I have something to say, I say it. No sugarcoating, no diplomatic padding, just straight talk. In my 20s, I thought this was a strength. I just tell it like it is, I'd say proudly. People always know where they stand with me. Except what I called honest, others often experienced as harsh. What I thought was direct, they heard as dismissive. My efficiency felt to them like I didn't care enough to soften difficult messages. I didn't see this until someone I respected pulled me aside. You're not wrong in what you say. But the way you say it makes people defensive. They stop hearing your message because they're too busy protecting themselves from how it landed. That was a wake-up call. My default style, direct, efficient, no nonsense, worked great in some contexts. With people who shared that style, who valued straight talk, who wanted feedback without padding. But with people who needed more warmth, more context, more diplomatic framing, my style alienated them. I wasn't wrong, but I wasn't always effective. Common default styles include direct/assertive. You get to the point quickly, state your position clearly, don't waste time with preamble. Strengths: efficient, clear, confident. Risks: can come across as harsh, insensitive, or domineering. Analytical/detailed. You provide thorough information, think through implications, want precision. Strengths: comprehensive, thoughtful, accurate. Risks: can overwhelm people with detail, seem pedantic, or get lost in complexity. Diplomatic/harmonious. Use soften messages, consider others' feelings, seek consensus. Strengths: relationship-focused, empathetic, non-threatening. Risks: can seem unclear, indirect, or unwilling to address problems directly. Enthusiastic/expressive. You communicate with energy, emotion, passion. Strengths: engaging, inspiring, authentic. Risks: can overwhelm quieter people, seem unfocused, or make it hard to separate emotion from content. Reserved/reflective. You think before speaking, share only what's necessary, keep emotions private. Strengths: thoughtful, measured, respectful of space. Risks: can seem distant, disengaged, or withholding. None of these is better or worse. They're tools. The question is, do you only have one tool, or can you adapt based on the situation? I had to learn that my direct style, while natural to me, wasn't universally effective. With some people, like my analytical colleague who needed context and detail, I had to slow down, provide more information, and explain my reasoning. With others, like my harmony-seeking team member, I had to soften my delivery, acknowledge emotions, frame feedback more carefully. This didn't mean being inauthentic. I'm still a direct person. But I learned to modulate my directness based on the audience and goal. Same core style, different expressions depending on context. Adapting to your audience. Here's what separates mediocre communicators from excellent ones: the ability to read your audience and adjust accordingly. Mediocre communicators have one mode. They communicate the same way with everyone: their boss, their spouse, their kids, their colleagues. It either works or it doesn't, but they don't adjust. Excellent communicators are chameleons. Not in a fake way. They're not changing their core message or values. But they're adjusting how they deliver the message based on who's receiving it. Think about it like translation. If you're speaking to someone who speaks a different language, you translate. Communication styles are the same. People have different languages for how they receive information best. Some people are detail-oriented. They need specifics, data, step-by-step explanations. If you speak to them in broad generalities, they'll feel uncertain. They want to know, what exactly do you mean? What are the specific steps? What's the timeline? With detailed people, I've learned to slow down, provide examples, walk through the process. Even though my natural inclination is to give the headline and move on, they need more. Some people are big-picture thinkers. They want the vision, the outcome, the why behind things. Details bore them. If you get too granular, they tune out. With big-picture people, I lead with the conclusion. Here's where we're going and why it matters. Here's the overall strategy. I save the details for later, or let them ask if they need specifics. Some people are relationship-focused. Before they can hear your message, they need to feel connected. They need warmth, personal acknowledgement, a sense that you see them as a person, not just a role. With relationship people, I've learned to spend time on connection before jumping to business. Ask how they're doing. Acknowledge something personal. Build rapport. It's not wasted time, it's building the foundation that allows the real message to land. Some people are task-focused. They want to cut through the pleasantries and get to the point. Small talk feels inefficient to them. With task people, I can be my natural direct self. Here's what we need to accomplish. Here's the situation. What do you think? They appreciate the efficiency. Some people need context. They want to understand the background, the reasoning, the factors that led to this point. With context people, I provide the setup. Here's what's been happening. Here's what we've tried. Here's why we're considering this option now. Some people want the bottom line first. Give them context and they feel like you're burying the lead. With bottom line people, I lead with the conclusion, then offer to provide background if they want it. We need to make a decision on X by Friday. Here's my recommendation. Happy to walk through how I got here if that's helpful. None of this is manipulative. I'm not changing my message, I'm changing the packaging so it can actually be received. It's like teaching. A good teacher doesn't teach the same way to every student. They adjust their approach based on how different students learn best. Same material, different delivery. That's what adapting to your audience means. Listening, the skill that changes everything. Now here's the part most people miss entirely. Communication isn't primarily about talking. It's about listening. Real listening. Not the thing you're doing while you're formulating your response. Not nodding while you're actually thinking about something else. Not waiting for the other person to finish so you can make your point. Listening, genuine, full attention, trying to understand. Listening is the most powerful communication skill there is. And it's shockingly rare. I learned this from my wife, who's a much better listener than I am. Early in our marriage, I'd come home and start talking about my day, venting, really, about problems at work. And she'd just listen, fully present, asking questions, reflecting back what she was hearing. I'd finish and feel better, lighter, even though nothing had changed about the situation. Just being heard, really heard, was transformative. Compare that to when I'd vent to a friend who'd immediately start problem solving. Well, have you tried this? What if you did that? Here's what I would do. I'd leave those conversations feeling frustrated. Not because his advice was bad, sometimes it was good, but because I didn't need solutions. I needed to be heard. Most people don't need you to fix their problems. They need you to understand them. And understanding comes through listening, not advising. Real listening means giving full attention. Put down your phone. Turn away from your computer. Make eye contact. Be present. You cannot listen while multitasking, you can only pretend to listen. Listening for understanding, not agreement. You don't have to agree with someone to understand them. The goal isn't to decide if they're right or wrong, it's to grasp their perspective, their reasoning, their experience. Asking clarifying questions. What do you mean by that? Can you give me an example? Help me understand why that matters to you. Not to challenge, to understand. Reflecting back. So what I'm hearing is, it sounds like you're feeling. Let me make sure I've got this right. This confirms understanding and shows you're tracking with them. Noticing what's beneath the words. Tone, energy, body language, what's not being said. Sometimes the most important message is in what someone's struggling to articulate. Tolerating silence. Not rushing to fill every pause. Sometimes people need time to find their words. Silence creates space for deeper truth to emerge. Resisting the urge to relate everything to yourself. When someone shares something, the instinct is to say, "Oh, that reminds me of when I..." Stop. Make it about them, not you. Suspending judgment. You don't have to agree with what someone's saying to listen to it fully. Hold off on evaluating until you've really understood. I'm naturally a problem solver. When someone presents a problem, my brain immediately goes to solutions. For years, I thought that was helpful. I was being useful, offering value. But I learned that most of the time, people don't want my solutions. They want to be heard. They want to think out loud. They want understanding, not fixing. Now when someone shares a problem, I ask, "Do you want me to just listen, or do you want input?" That simple question has improved my relationships enormously. Because it acknowledges that listening and advising are different things, and the person knows better than I do which they need. Good listening is powerful because it builds trust. When people feel heard, they open up. They share more honestly. They let you in. It provides information. You learn things you never learn if you were doing all the talking. It prevents misunderstanding. Half of conflicts come from people not really hearing each other. Listening to short circuits. It makes your speaking more effective. When you've really listened, you know how to frame your response in ways that land. You understand their concerns, their language, their perspective. The best communicators I know talk less than you'd expect. They listen more. They ask better questions. They seek to understand before seeking to be understood. That's not passive. That's powerful. Nonverbal language. what you say without words. Here's something that will change how you think about communication. Studies suggest that up to 93% of communication effectiveness comes from nonverbal cues. Tone, facial expression, body language, eye contact. The actual words? They matter, but they're a small part of the total message. Think about it. Someone says, "I'm fine," with a tight jaw and crossed arms. Are they fine? Of course not. Their words say one thing, their body says something completely different. And you believe the body, not the words. That's because nonverbal communication is harder to control. It's more honest. It leaks our real feelings even when we're trying to hide them. Your nonverbal communication includes facial expressions. Your face reveals emotion before you're even conscious of feeling it. Micro-expressions, flashes of feeling that last milliseconds, communicate your true reaction even when you're trying to control your response. I have a terrible poker face. My face broadcasts exactly what I'm thinking. This has been both a liability, when I need to be diplomatically neutral, and an asset. People trust that I'm genuine because they can read me. Eye contact. Looking at someone signals engagement, interest, confidence. Looking away can signal discomfort, dishonesty, or disinterest. But too much eye contact feels aggressive or invasive. The right amount varies by culture. Posture and body orientation. Leaning in shows interest. Leaning back can signal withdrawal or evaluation. Crossing your arms often signals defensiveness or closure, though sometimes it's just comfortable. Facing someone directly shows engagement. Angling away suggests disinterest. Gestures. Hands can emphasize points, express enthusiasm, or reveal nervousness. Open gestures, palms up, arms open, signal receptiveness. Closed gestures, arms folded, hands in pockets, signal guardedness. Tone of voice. The same words can communicate completely different messages depending on tone. "That's interesting," said with genuine curiosity is very different from "That's interesting," said with sarcasm. Proximity and touch. How close you stand, whether you touch someone's arm, how you navigate personal space, all communicate relationship, comfort, power dynamics. Timing and rhythm. Interrupting, pausing, speaking quickly or slowly, these affect how your message lands. The tricky part is that most of this is unconscious. You're broadcasting messages all day long without realizing it. I used to check my phone during conversations, just glancing at it occasionally when it buzzed. I thought I was being efficient, staying on top of things while also being present. Except I wasn't present. And everyone knew it. My words said, "I'm listening," but my behavior said, "Something else is more important than you." Once someone pointed this out, I was mortified. That wasn't the message I meant to send. But it's the message I was sending nonetheless. To improve your nonverbal communication, align your nonverbals with your words. If you're saying you're interested, look interested, make eye contact, lean in, put away distractions. If you say you're open to feedback, don't cross your arms and set your jaw. Be aware of cultural differences. Eye contact, proximity, touch, directnness, norms vary dramatically across cultures. What's respectful in one context is rude in another. Notice what you're broadcasting. Record yourself in conversation or presentations. You'll be shocked at what you see, habits you didn't know you had. Use nonverbals intentionally. Want to build rapport? Mirror the other person's posture and energy subtly. Want to convey confidence? Stand tall, maintain eye contact, use open gestures. Want to show empathy? Lean in, soften your face, nod to show you're tracking. When in doubt, ask, "I notice you're quiet. Are you uncomfortable with something?" Direct checking is better than assuming based on nonverbal cues alone. The most powerful communicators I know have aligned verbal and nonverbal messages. What they say and how they say it matches. There's no contradiction. That congruence creates trust and clarity. Clarity over cleverness. Let me tell you about a colleague who loved complex languages. Long words. Intricate sentence structures. Obscure references. He thought it made him sound smart. Know what it actually did? It was exhausting to listen to. People tuned out. His ideas, which were often good, got lost in the linguistic gymnastics. Compare that to another colleague who could explain complex concepts in simple language. She never dumbed things down, but she made them accessible. Clear. Easy to grasp. Guess who had more influence? Whose ideas got implemented? Whose presentations people remembered? The one who valued clarity over cleverness. Clarity means say what you mean. Don't hint, imply, or expect people to read between the lines. State your point directly. Use simple language. Prefer short words over long ones. Common terms over jargon. Active voice over passive. Be specific. We need to improve customer satisfaction. Is vague. We need to respond to customer emails within 24 hours and reduce complaint escalations by 20%. Is clear. Organize your thoughts. Know your main point before you start speaking. Structure your message logically. Don't make people work to figure out what you're saying. Avoid unnecessary complexity. If you can say something in 5 words instead of 15, do it. Respect people's time and attention. Define jargon. If you must use specialized terms, explain them. Don't assume everyone shares your vocabulary. Check for understanding. Does that make sense? What questions do you have? Can you tell me what you're taking away from this? Don't assume clarity, confirm it. I learned this lesson writing. Early in my career, I'd write long, complex memos trying to sound sophisticated. My boss would return them covered in red ink. What are you actually saying here? Cut the fluff. Get to the point. It stung. But he was right. I was hiding behind complexity instead of doing the hard work of being clear. Now I edit ruthlessly. Can I say this more simply? Can I cut this word? Is this sentence earning its keep, or is it just padding? Clear writing reflects clear thinking. If you can't explain something simply, you probably don't understand it well enough yourself. The same applies to speaking. The most powerful speakers are often the clearest. They take complex ideas and make them accessible without oversimplifying. That's not dumbing down, it's respecting your audience enough to make your message easy to receive. Managing emotion in communication. Now here's where most people fall apart, communicating when emotions are high. You're angry, hurt, frustrated, excited, and suddenly your communication skills evaporate. You say things you don't mean. You misinterpret others. You escalate instead of resolve. I've done this countless times. Sent emails in anger that I immediately regretted. I had arguments where I was so defensive I couldn't hear anything the other person was saying. Made decisions in excitement that I later realized were impulsive. Emotion isn't bad, it's information, it's energy, it's part of being human. But strong emotion compromises your ability to communicate effectively. When emotion is high, your thinking narrows. You go into fight or flight mode. Your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for nuanced thinking, goes offline. You become reactive instead of responsive. You misinterpret others. Everything feels like a threat or criticism. Neutral comments seem like attacks. You read negative intent where none exists. You say things you don't mean. Or things you do mean but wouldn't say if you were calmer. Words that hurt, exaggerate, blame. You can't access your full communication toolkit. All that skill you've developed, adapting to the audience, listening fully, choosing words carefully, becomes unavailable. You're just reacting. So what do? Pause. This is the single most important skill. When you feel a strong emotion rising, pause. Take a breath. Take 10 breaths. Take a break from the conversation if needed. That pause creates space for your thinking brain to come back online. It's the difference between reacting and responding. Name the emotion. I'm feeling really angry right now. I notice I'm getting defensive. Naming the feeling reduces its power. It shifts you from being consumed by the emotion to observing it. Decide if now is the right time. Sometimes you need to have the conversation right now, even though you're emotional. But often, waiting until you're calmer leads to better outcomes. I need to think about this before responding. Can we talk tomorrow? Express emotion without being controlled by it. You can say, I'm upset about this, without yelling. You can say, I'm disappointed, without attacking. The emotion itself isn't the problem, it's expressing it in ways that damage communication. Use I statements. I feel hurt when is very different from you always. The first takes responsibility for your experience. The second blames and makes the other person defensive. Focus on the issue, not the person. This decision creates problems for my team, is different from you're being unreasonable. Talk about the situation, the behavior, the impact, not the person's character. Repair when you mess up. You will mess up. You'll say things badly, react poorly, communicate imperfectly. When that happens, repair. I was harsh earlier. I was frustrated, but that doesn't excuse how I spoke to you. I'm sorry. I had to learn this the hard way through marriage. My wife and I used to have terrible fights because we both escalate emotionally and say things we couldn't take back. We developed a rule: if either of us is too upset to communicate productively, we call a timeout. We separate for at least 20 minutes. We come back when we can talk without attacking. That simple practice has saved our marriage multiple times. Because no good communication happens when both people are emotionally flooded. Adapting across contexts. The same message can land completely differently depending on context. Communication that works in one setting fails in another. In professional settings, you need to balance authenticity with appropriateness. Share enough to be human, but maintain professional boundaries. Be clear and direct, but consider politics and hierarchy. In personal relationships, you can be more vulnerable, more emotional, more unfiltered. But you still need to be thoughtful. Intimacy doesn't mean you can be careless with your words. In written communication, you lose tone, facial expressions, body language. What seems clear to you might be ambiguous. What feels direct might seem harsh. You have to compensate by being extra clear and considering how words might be interpreted without nonverbal cues. In presentations, you need to engage, inspire, hold attention. Different skills than one-on-one conversation. You're performing, in a sense, even if the content is substantive. In conflict, you need to de-escalate, not inflame. Stay calm, acknowledge the other person's perspective, focus on solving the problem rather than winning the argument. In feedback conversations, you need to be direct enough to be useful but compassionate enough to be receivable. Balance honesty with kindness. I've watched people who are brilliant one-on-one completely fall apart in presentations. Or people who write beautifully but can have difficult in-person conversations. Or people who are great in professional settings but terrible with their families. Why? Because they haven't learned to adapt their communication across contexts. They have one mode, and it either works or it doesn't. Effective communicators are versatile. They can shift modes based on context while maintaining authenticity. They're the same person, but they adjust their communication style to fit the situation. Understanding, not performance. Let me end with this. Communication isn't about being impressive. It's about being understood and building trust. The most memorable communicators I've known weren't the smoothest talkers or the most charismatic. They were the people who made you feel heard. Who said what they meant and meant what they said. Who you could trust to be straight with you. That's what you're aiming for. Not to be eloquent or clever or impressive, but to create genuine connection and shared understanding. When you communicate well, people know where they stand with you. Misunderstandings are rare. Conflicts resolve faster. Relationships deepen. Your ideas get heard and implemented. You influence without manipulating. People trust you. That's the payoff. Not that you'll be known as a great communicator, but that you'll build better relationships, do better work, and live with less confusion and conflict. And that's worth every bit of effort it takes to develop this skill. Chapter 8: Thriving Wherever You Plug In. I worked from an office for 35 years. Same building. Same desk. Same commute. Then, at 60, circumstances forced me to work remotely for 6 months. I thought it would be simple. Same work, different location. Just do what I'd always done, but from home. I was completely unprepared for how disorienting it would be. Suddenly, there was no separation between work and home. I'd check emails at 6 a.m. because my laptop was right there. I'd work through lunch because there was no cafeteria pulling me away. I'd find myself still at my desk at 8 p.m. because there was no office closing, no colleagues leaving, no environmental cue that the workday was done. Within 3 weeks, I was working more hours than ever but feeling less productive. My wife complained I was always working but never present. My sleep suffered. My boundaries evaporated. And I thought, I'm terrible at remote work. I need an office. Except that wasn't quite right. I wasn't terrible at remote work. I was terrible at structuring remote work. I'd taken a system designed for office work and tried to transplant it to home without any adaptation. Of course, it didn't work. Once I learned to build structure intentionally, set hours, dedicated workspace, clear boundaries between work and life, remote work became not just manageable but actually preferable for certain types of work. But it required completely different disciplines than office work. Different habits. Different self-awareness. That's what this chapter is about, understanding that where you work isn't just a location. It's a system. And each system requires different skills, different structures, different ways of thinking about productivity and connection. The freedom and discipline of remote work. Let me tell you what remote work actually is, because people romanticize it. They see no commute, flexible schedule, work in your pajamas, more time with family, freedom from office politics. And those things are real. They're genuine benefits. But here's what they don't see: the discipline it requires. The loneliness that can creep in. The difficulty of separating work from life. The effort needed to stay connected and visible. The temptation to work all the time because work is always accessible. Remote work isn't inherently easier or harder than office work. It's just different. And it requires a specific set of skills that nobody teaches you. The freedoms of remote work. Autonomy over your schedule. Within reason, you can work when you're most productive. Early morning? Late at night? Split shifts around family needs? You have flexibility to design your day. I discovered I'm most creative early morning and most analytical mid-afternoon. In the office, this didn't matter. I worked 9 to 5 regardless. Remote, I could structure my day around my natural rhythms. Deep creative work from 6 to 9 a.m. Administrative tasks mid-morning. Analytical work 2 to 5 p.m. That alignment made me vastly more productive. Control over your environment. Temperature, noise level, lighting, desk setup, you can optimize everything for your preferences. No fluorescent lights. No loud colleagues. No uncomfortable chairs. Elimination of commute. Those hours back in your life. The mental energy saved from not sitting in traffic. The money saved on gas, parking, and a professional wardrobe. Flexibility for personal needs. Doctor's appointments, kids' activities, quick errands. These become easier to accommodate without the rigid structure of office hours. Focus time. No colleagues dropping by to chat. No impromptu meetings. If you need to think deeply, you can create that space more easily. These benefits are real and substantial. For many people, remote work is genuinely life-improving. But the disciplines required. Self-motivation. Nobody's watching you work. No peer pressure from colleagues being productive around you. You have to generate your own momentum. I've seen people who were diligent in offices completely fall apart remotely. Not because they're lazy, because they built their motivation on external structure and accountability. Remove that, and they didn't have internal discipline to replace it. Boundary setting. When work and home occupy the same space, you have to create artificial boundaries. Set hours. Dedicated workspace. Rituals that signal work mode versus home mode. My first months remote, I'd drift into work mode at any moment. Checking emails during family dinner. Working weekends. Never fully off. It took conscious effort to build boundaries, Close the laptop at 6 p.m. Don't check email after dinner. Work only in my office, never on the couch. Proactive communication. In an office, your presence is visible. People see you working. Remote, you have to deliberately communicate what you're doing, make your work visible, reach out to stay connected. Managing isolation. Humans are social animals. Even introverts need some connection. Remote work can be lonely. You have to intentionally create social interaction rather than getting it organically. Separating work from life. When your office is your home, it's harder to leave work at work. You need strategies to create psychological separation. I developed an end-of-day ritual, a 15-minute walk around the block. It replaced my commute, a physical transition from work to home, even though both were in the same building. That boundary was crucial. Here's what makes remote work sustainable. Dedicated workspace. Not your couch. Not your bed. A specific place that's for work. It signals to your brain, this is work mode, and makes it easier to leave work behind when you leave that space. I converted a spare bedroom into an office. When I'm in that room, I'm working. When I leave, work stays there. That physical boundary helps maintain psychological boundaries. Set hours. Not necessarily 9 to 5, but consistent, defined hours. Start and end times that you honor. This prevents work from bleeding into all hours. Structure within the day. Meetings, focus blocks, breaks. Don't just wing it. Plan your day intentionally. Regular breaks. In an office, you naturally get up, someone stops by, you go to a meeting, you walk to lunch. Remote, you can sit for hours without moving. You have to build in breaks deliberately. Social connection. Virtual coffee chats. Working sessions with colleagues. Professional community. Don't let yourself become completely isolated. Clear communication of availability. Let people know when you're working, when you're not. Set expectations about response times. Remote work isn't for everyone. Some people need the structure of an office, the social energy of colleagues, the physical separation of work and home. That's legitimate. It doesn't mean you're weak or undisciplined. But if remote work suits you, these disciplines make it sustainable instead of exhausting. Staying visible and connected from afar. Now here's something that trips up remote workers constantly: the visibility problem. In an office, your presence is evident. People see you working, see you contributing, observe your effort and engagement. There's ambient awareness of your activity. Remote, that disappears. You could be working brilliantly, producing excellent results, putting in long hours, but if people don't see it, it doesn't register. I learned this when a colleague mentioned he thought I'd been less engaged since going remote. I was shocked. I was working more than before. But he couldn't see that. He just noticed I wasn't in meetings as much, and wasn't popping up in chat as often. From his perspective, my reduced visibility looked like reduced engagement. Even though the opposite was true. That's the visibility trap. Out of sight becomes out of mind. And if you're not actively managing this, it can hurt your career, your relationships, your influence. Staying visible requires proactive communication. Don't wait for people to ask what you're working on. Share updates regularly. Here's what I completed this week. Here's what I'm focused on next. Here's where I could use input. I started sending brief weekly updates to key stakeholders. Not long, just a few bullets. It took 5 minutes but ensured people knew what I was doing. Presence in collaborative spaces. Show up in Slack, Teams, whatever your organization uses. Not constantly, that's draining, but regularly enough that people see you're engaged. Contributing to discussions. Even if you're not leading meetings, participate. Ask questions. Offer perspectives. Make your thinking visible. Making your work visible. Share documents while they're in progress, not just when finished. Show your thinking, not just your conclusions. This keeps people looped in and demonstrates your process. Celebrating others' wins. Visibility isn't just about being seen, it's about making others feel seen. When colleagues do good work, acknowledge it publicly. This builds goodwill and keeps you present in the community. Video on for important meetings. When it matters, strategic discussions, difficult conversations, team building, turn your video on. It creates presence and connection that audio alone doesn't. I used to resist video. I'm self-conscious about being on camera, and it feels more draining than audio only. But I learned that for certain conversations, video matters. The nonverbal communication, the feeling of presence, it's worth the extra energy. Asynchronous updates. Not everything needs a meeting. Written updates, recorded videos, shared documents. These keep communication flowing without requiring everyone to be available simultaneously. Regular one-on-ones. With your manager, key colleagues, direct reports, schedule regular check-ins. These build relationships and ensure alignment even without day-to-day proximity. The key is intentionality. In an office, connection happens organically. Remote, you have to create it deliberately. That's not a flaw, it's just reality. The energy of in-person work. Now let me tell you what you lose when you're fully remote, because it's real. Spontaneous collaboration. The hallway conversation that sparks an idea. The quick, "Can I run something by you?" that becomes a breakthrough. The whiteboard session that emerges organically. Remote, everything has to be scheduled. You can't just pop over to someone's desk. That spontaneity, that serendipitous collision of ideas becomes much harder. Relationship depth. You can build relationships remotely. But there's something about physical presence, sharing space, reading full body language, having meals together that accelerates trust and intimacy. I've worked with people remotely for years and felt close to them. But the relationships that formed in person had a different quality. Deeper trust, faster. Not better or worse, just different. Energy and momentum. There's a collective energy in a room full of people working towards something together. It's motivating in a way that solo work isn't. I'd been in brainstorming sessions where the energy in the room generated ideas that wouldn't have emerged in individual thinking. The building on each other's thoughts, the enthusiasm that's contagious. That's harder to replicate virtually. Nonverbal communication. Video calls are better than audio, but they're still not the same as being in a room. You miss micro-expressions, subtle cues, the full richness of human communication. Informal learning. In an office, you absorb knowledge by proximity. You overhear conversations, observe how senior people handle situations, and learn through osmosis. Remote, that ambient learning disappears. Boundaries between work and life. For some people, having a physical office to go to makes it easier to leave work behind. The commute serves as decompression time. The physical separation helps maintain psychological boundaries. Office work also has challenges. Distractions. Interruptions, noise, meetings that could have been emails. The very things that create connection also fragment focus. Commute. Time, money, energy spent getting to and from work. For some people, this is substantial. Less flexibility. Fixed hours, rigid schedules, difficulty accommodating personal needs. Office politics. When you're physically present, you're also present for all the social dynamics, politics, and drama that come with organizations. Environmental stress. Uncomfortable chairs, harsh lighting, too cold or too hot temperatures, loud colleagues. Neither is objectively better. They're different systems with different trade-offs. The best and worst of both worlds. Now hybrid works, pending some days in the office, some remote, sounds ideal in theory. Best of both worlds, right? In practice? It's often the worst of both. Why? Because most organizations implement it poorly. They say, work wherever you want, without intentional design. So you get the office on random days. You go on Tuesday and Thursday, but half your team is there Monday and Wednesday. You're physically present but still doing video calls because people aren't there. No clear purpose for in-person days. You commute to the office to sit at a desk on video calls all day. Why not just stay home? Duplicate systems. You need a full setup at home and at the office. Your files are scattered across locations. You're always forgetting something somewhere. No real community. The office isn't full enough to generate the energy and connection of true in-person work. But you're not home enough to optimize your remote setup. The confusion of switching. You're constantly context switching between environments, never fully settling into either. I've watched organizations struggle with this. They go hybrid without thinking through how to make it work, and it becomes the worst of both worlds. But hybrid can work if designed intentionally. Anchor days. The whole team is in office on specific days, Tuesday and Thursday. These are collaboration days. Meetings, brainstorming, relationship building. You structure all the things that benefit from in-person presence on these days. Focus days. Monday, Wednesday, Friday are remote. These are for deep work, individual contribution, focused execution. You protect these days from meetings. Clear purpose for each environment. Office days aren't about getting individual work done. They're about connection and collaboration. Remote days aren't about back-to-back video calls. They're about focused work. Team alignment. If your team is hybrid, you all need to be in sync. Otherwise, you're just shuffling between two inadequate environments. Investment in both setups. Proper home office. Quality office space. Tools that work seamlessly in both environments. When a hybrid is done well, it's powerful. You get focused work time at home and collaborative energy in the office. You get flexibility without losing connection. But it requires intentional design, not just work wherever you want. Habits that keep you grounded anywhere. So what makes you effective regardless of where you work? What transcends location? Consistent rituals. Start of day and end of day routines that signal transitions. These create structure and psychological boundaries. Mine, morning coffee while reviewing my calendar and setting 3 priorities for the day. End of day, 15-minute review of what I accomplished and what's pending, then a walk. These rituals work whether I'm in an office, at home, or traveling. They create consistency. Proactive communication. Don't wait to be asked. Share updates, raise concerns, ask questions. Make your work and thinking visible. This is important in any environment, but critical when you're not physically present. Protected focus time. Block time for deep work. Turn off notifications. Close your door, literal or virtual. Treat this time as sacred, regardless of where you are. In an office, this might mean working from home occasionally. At home, it means setting boundaries with family and shutting off distractions. Connection beyond transactions. Don't only reach out when you need something. Check in on people. Show interest in their lives. Build relationships, not just working relationships. Remote or in person, this matters. But remote, it requires more intentionality because you don't get ambient social connection. Clear boundaries. Know when you're working and when you're not. Communicate these boundaries. Honor them. This is hard anywhere, but especially hard when work is always accessible. Regular reflection. Weekly review. What worked? What didn't? What do I need to adjust? This keeps you adapting instead of drifting into ineffective patterns. Physical movement. Sitting for 8 hours is unhealthy regardless of location. Build in movement, walks, stretching, exercise. This isn't optional, it's fundamental to sustained performance. These habits create a foundation that works anywhere. They're not about location, they're about how you show up, how you structure your time, how you manage your energy and relationships. Owning your environment. Here's the bottom line. Complaining about your work environment is easy. Designing it is hard but powerful. I've worked with people who complained endlessly about their circumstances. The office was too loud. The remote was too isolating. Hybrid was too confusing. Everything was someone else's fault. And I've worked with people who took ownership. They designed their space, their schedule, their communication approach. They adapted to constraints while advocating for what they needed. Guess which group was more effective and satisfied? You can't control everything about your work environment. You might not get to choose whether you're remote, hybrid, or in office. You might not control your office layout or your schedule. But you can control your setup. Invest in a good chair, proper lighting, noise-canceling headphones. Make your space work for you. Your habits. How you structure your day, how you protect focus time, how you communicate, how you take breaks. Your mindset. Are you a victim of your circumstances or an active designer of your experience? Your boundaries. What you say yes to, what you protect, how you separate work from life. Your advocacy. Asking for what you need, flexibility, resources, changes to policies rather than just accepting what's given. I've seen people thrive in terrible circumstances and struggle in ideal ones. The difference wasn't the circumstances, it was how they responded to them. When I was forced to go remote, I initially resented it. I felt like a victim of circumstances beyond my control. And I struggled. Once I shifted to ownership. Okay, this is my reality. How do I make it work? Everything changed. I designed my home office. I built new rituals. I learned new communication habits. I adapted. The circumstances didn't change. My response did. And that made all the difference. The question isn't, what's the perfect work environment? The question is, how do I make this environment work for me? That shift, from passive complaining to active designing, is what separates people who succeed regardless of circumstances from people who struggle even in ideal conditions. You know what I've learned after working in every possible configuration? Location matters less than you think. Structure, habits, communication, boundaries, these matter more. The future of work isn't about everyone being remote, or everyone being in offices. It's about people understanding themselves well enough to design work environments that suit them, whatever form that takes. Some people will thrive remotely. Others need in-person connection. Many will want a blend. All of these are legitimate. The key is knowing yourself. What energizes you? What drains you? What conditions allow you to do your best work? Then designing your work life around that truth, within the constraints you face. You might not have perfect control, but you have more agency than you think. Use it. Because your environment will shape you only if you let it. And you're far more powerful than your circumstances. Chapter 9. Working with your time. I used to wake up at 5 a.m. every day. Not because I'm a morning person. I'm not. But because every productivity guru said successful people wake up early. So I set my alarm, dragged myself out of bed, and spent the first 2 hours of every day in a fog, drinking coffee and pretending to work. By 7 a.m., I'd accomplished nothing meaningful but felt virtuous for being awake. Then I'd hit my stride around 10 a.m., just as meetings started. My actual peak productivity, 2 to 5 p.m., was constantly interrupted. By evening, when I finally had uninterrupted time again, I was too depleted to use it well. I spent 20 years working against my natural rhythm because I thought discipline meant forcing myself into someone else's schedule. Then, in my mid-40s, I had a realization that changed everything. Productivity isn't about working harder or longer. It's about working in alignment with how you actually function. Once I started scheduling my hardest thinking work for my actual peak hours, mid-afternoon, and stopped trying to be productive at 6 a.m. just because someone said I should, my output doubled. Not because I worked more hours. Because I stopped fighting myself. That's what this chapter is about, dismantling the lies you've been told about productivity and building a system that actually works for you. Time management isn't about more, it's about better. Let me start by telling you what productivity is not. It's not about cramming more into your schedule. It's not about optimizing every minute. It's not about never wasting time. It's not about feeling perpetually busy. Those approaches lead to exhaustion, burnout, and ironically less actual accomplishment. Real productivity is about getting the right things done. The things that matter. The things that move you toward your goals, that create value, that you'll look back on and feel good about. Everything else? It's either necessary maintenance, which you do efficiently and without guilt, or it's noise, which you eliminate. I used to measure productivity by hours worked. Busy means being productive. If I work 60 hours, I must be doing well, right? Except I wasn't. I was busy, yes, But when I looked at what I'd actually accomplished, the meaningful outcomes, not just the activity, it was embarrassingly little. I was spending enormous energy on meetings that could have been emails, tasks that felt urgent but weren't important, busy work that made me feel productive but created no value, responding to others' priorities instead of protecting my own. Meanwhile, the work that actually mattered, the strategic thinking, the important projects, the deep creative work kept getting pushed aside because I was too busy. Once I shifted my thinking from, how much can I do, to, what truly matters, and how do I create conditions to do that well, everything changed. I started working fewer hours but accomplishing more meaningful work. Not because I got faster or smarter. Because I got clearer on what deserved my time and ruthless about protecting it. This shift is from quantity to quality. From busy to effective. From packed schedules to intentional choices. Finding your natural rhythm. Here's something nobody tells you. You're not equally productive at all times of day. Your brain has natural rhythms. Periods of high energy and sharp focus, followed by periods where you're running on fumes. These rhythms are biological. They're not something you can override through willpower or discipline. You can work against them, but you'll be fighting yourself the whole way. I learned this when I tracked my energy for a month. Every hour, I noted, how focused am I right now? How creative? How much mental energy do I have? The pattern was striking. 6 to 8 a.m., foggy. Low energy. Good for routine tasks, not for thinking. 8 to 10 a.m., warming up. Energy building. Good for email, administrative work, lighter tasks. 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., peak focus. Sharp thinking. Best time for complex analytical work. 12 to 2 p.m., post-lunch dip. Lower energy, but still functional. Good for meetings, collaborative work. 2 to 5 p.m., second wind. Creative peak. Best time for writing, strategic thinking, and problem solving. 5 to 7 p.m., declining. Good for wrapping up, planning tomorrow, lighter tasks. After 7 p.m., done. Trying to work is futile. Your pattern might be completely different. Some people peak early in the morning. Others don't hit their stride until late afternoon or evening. There's no right pattern, there's just your pattern. Once you know your rhythm, you can design around it. Schedule your hardest thinking work during peak hours. For me, that's 10 to 12 and 2 to 5. That's when I tackle complex problems, write important documents, and do strategic planning. I will protect this time fiercely. Use low energy times for low demand tasks. Email. Administrative work. Routine tasks that don't require sharp thinking. These still need to get done, but they don't need your peak energy. Schedule meetings during good enough times. Meetings require energy but usually not your absolute sharpest thinking. For me, mid-morning or right after lunch works well. I'm alert enough to contribute but not wasting my peak creative hours. Stop working when you're depleted. For me, that's 7 p.m. I used to push through, working until 9 or 10 p.m. But the work I produced in those hours was low quality, and usually had to be redone the next day. Now I stop at 7, even if I'm not done. I'm more productive overall because I'm not wasting time on exhausted, low-quality work. Align major projects with your rhythm. If you're writing a presentation, draft it during peak creative hours. Edit it during lower energy times. Don't try to do creative work when your brain is running on fumes. This seems obvious once you see it. But most people never track their energy, never notice their patterns, and spend their lives working against themselves. I wasted 20 years doing my hardest thinking work at times when my brain wasn't sharp, then wondering why it felt so difficult. It wasn't that the work was harder than I could handle. I was doing it at the wrong time. Frameworks that keep you grounded. Now you need some structure. Not because structure is virtuous, but because without it, you'll drift into reactive mode, responding to whatever's loudest instead of focusing on what matters. But here's the key, you don't need complicated systems. You need simple frameworks that you'll actually use. I've tried every productivity system there is. Getting things done. Bullet journaling. Complex digital systems with 17 categories. Most of them were more work to maintain than they were worth. What actually works? A few simple frameworks. The Eisenhower matrix, urgent versus important. Draw a 2x2 grid. Important and urgent, do these immediately. True crises, deadlines that matter. Important but not urgent, schedule these. Strategic work, relationship building, skill development. This quadrant is where most meaningful work lives, but it's constantly crowded out by urgent things. Urgent but not important, delegate or minimize these. Interruptions, some emails, others priorities. These feel urgent but don't actually matter to your goals. Neither urgent nor important, eliminate these. Time wasters, busy work, activities that serve no purpose. Most people spend all their time in urgent. They're putting out fires, responding to crises, reacting to others' demands. The secret to productivity? Spend more time in important but not urgent. This is where you do the work that prevents future crises, builds long-term value, moves you toward your goals. I review this matrix weekly. What important work am I neglecting because I'm too busy with urgent things? How can I protect time for what matters? Time blocking, protect your most important work. Instead of keeping an open calendar where anyone can grab your time, block specific hours for specific types of work. Deep work blocks, 2 to 4 hour chunks for focused, uninterrupted thinking. No meetings, no email, no distractions. This is sacred time for your most important work. Meeting blocks, consolidate meetings into specific time periods. Instead of meetings scattered throughout the day, I do most meetings Tuesday and Thursday afternoons. This leaves other days intact for focused work. Administrative blocks, time for email, paperwork, routine tasks. I check email 3 times a day during specific windows, not continuously. Buffer time, blank space for unexpected issues, overflow from other tasks, breathing room. When I started time blocking, my productivity jumped immediately. Not because I worked more, because I stopped fragmenting my attention across 20 things simultaneously. The 2-minute rule, reduce cognitive load. If something takes less than 2 minutes, do it immediately rather than adding it to a list. Reply to that quick email. File that document. Make that phone call. Why? Because tracking it takes mental energy. The task itself might be trivial, but remembering to do it, seeing it on your list, feeling guilty about not doing it, that's cognitive load. Just handle it and clear your mind. This applies to small tasks only. Don't use this as an excuse to constantly interrupt your work for tiny things. But when you're already in administrative mode, knock out the quick stuff instead of deferring it. Pomodoro technique, work in focus bursts. Your brain can't sustain peak focus for hours. Work in 25-minute focus sprints, then take a 5-minute break. After 4 sprints, take a longer 15 to 30-minute break. I was skeptical of this, seemed inefficient to stop when I was in flow. But I tried it during a particularly difficult writing project and was amazed. The forced breaks kept me fresh. I sustained high-quality focus for longer overall because I wasn't trying to push through fatigue. The key with all these frameworks: pick what fits your work style and stick with it. Don't try to adopt 5 systems simultaneously. Choose 1 or 2 that resonate, use them consistently for a month, then evaluate. Do they help? Keep them. Do they feel like overhead? Discard them. The best system is the one you'll actually use, not the one that sounds most impressive. Energy management over time management. Here's the shift that transformed my relationship with work. I stopped managing time and started managing energy. Time is fixed. Everyone gets 24 hours. You can't create more time. But energy? Energy is renewable. And energy is what actually determines your capacity to do meaningful work. Think about it. You can have an entire afternoon free on your calendar. But if you're exhausted, that time is useless. You'll stare at your screen, accomplish nothing, feel guilty about wasting time. Conversely, you can have just 1 focused hour. But if you're energized and sharp, you'll accomplish more than in a whole day of depleted slogging. So the question isn't, how do I get more time? It's, how do I protect and renew my energy? Track what drains and energizes you. For me, energizing, deep thinking work, writing, strategic conversations with smart people, exercise, reading, time alone, draining, back-to-back meetings, administrative tasks, conflict, multitasking, constant interruptions, too much social interaction. Once you know this, you can design accordingly. Alternate between energy-intensive and energy-restorative work. Don't schedule 6 draining activities in a row. Follow a hard meeting with solo work. Follow intense focus with lighter tasks. Protect your energy for what matters most. Don't spend your best energy on low-priority tasks just because they're easy or feel urgent. Build and renewal activities. Exercise. Breaks. Time in nature. Whatever recharges you. These aren't optional. They're essential maintenance that allows sustained performance. Say no to energy vampires. That meeting that accomplishes nothing but drains everyone. The colleague who always leaves you depleted. The project that's misaligned with your goals. You don't have to do everything just because someone asks. I used to think energy management was soft, self-indulgent. Real professionals just push through, right? Wrong. Pushing through exhaustion produces low-quality work, makes you irritable, leads to mistakes, and ultimately to burnout. It's not admirable, it's unsustainable. Managing your energy intelligently means you have high-quality capacity available when it matters. You show up sharp, focused, creative. You sustain performance over time instead of burning bright and flaming out. Protecting focus in a distracted world. Let me tell you about the day I realized I had an attention problem. I was trying to write an important document. Every few minutes, my email notification would ping. I'd glance at it. Then a Slack message would appear. I'd check it. Then I'd remember something I needed to look up. I'd open a browser tab. Then another notification. Then, 3 hours later, I'd written 2 paragraphs. The document that should have taken 1 focused hour had consumed half my day and still wasn't done. I wasn't lazy. I was distracted. And every distraction had a cost. Here's what most people don't understand about distraction. It's not just the time the interruption takes. It's the time it takes to get back to deep focus. When you're interrupted, it takes an average of 23 minutes to return to your previous level of focus. 23 minutes. And most people are getting interrupted every few minutes. You're spending your entire day warming up to focus, getting interrupted, warming up again, getting interrupted again. You never actually reach deep work. No wonder everything feels hard. To protect focus, turn off all non-essential notifications. Email doesn't need to notify you. Slack doesn't need to ping constantly. Your phone doesn't need to buzz for every app. I turned off every notification except phone calls for emergencies. The first week felt uncomfortable. What if I missed something important? But I didn't. And the relief of not being constantly interrupted was profound. Close unnecessary tabs and apps. Every open tab is a tiny attention drain. Close everything except what you're actively using for your current task. Use website blockers during focus time. I use Freedom to block social media, news, and other distracting sites during deep work blocks. I can't access them even if I try. Removes the temptation entirely. Communicate your boundaries. Let people know when you're in focus mode and when you'll be available. I'm working on X from 2 to 5 p.m. and won't be checking messages. I'll be available after 5 if anything urgent comes up. Create environmental supports. Headphone signal. Don't interrupt me. Closed door means focused work. Working from a different location removes environmental distractions. Batch shallow work. Instead of checking email continuously, check it 3 times a day. Instead of responding to messages immediately, batch them. This keeps you from constantly context switching between deep and shallow work. The ability to focus deeply, to give sustained, undivided attention to meaningful work, is becoming rare. Which means it's becoming valuable. People who can do this have a massive advantage over people who are constantly distracted. It's not about intelligence or willpower. It's about designing your environment and habits to protect your attention instead of letting it be hijacked by every ping and notification. Prioritizing what actually matters. Here's a question that changed how I work. If I only accomplished 3 things today, what would make the biggest difference? Not 20 things. Not everything on my list. 3 things. What truly matters? Most people's to-do lists have 30 items. They're overwhelmed before they even start. They spend the day checking off small tasks, staying busy, and never touching the work that actually matters. Then they feel frustrated. I was productive all day, but I didn't accomplish anything important. Because being busy isn't the same as being effective. Every morning I identify my big 3. The most important thing I need to accomplish today. The second most important thing. The third most important thing. Everything else? It's either necessary but not critical, do it if time allows. Someone else's priority, probably not your problem. Not actually important, eliminate it. I protect my big 3 ruthlessly. These get my peak energy, my focus time, my best thinking. Everything else fits around them, not the other way around. Some days I accomplish all 3 plus other stuff. Great. Some days I only finish one of the 3. But if I finish that one truly important thing, the day was successful. This approach forces clarity. You can't pretend everything is equally important. You have to choose. And that choice, knowing what matters most, is what separates effective people from perpetually overwhelmed people. How do you know what's actually important? Ask yourself. If I don't do this, what's the real consequence? Does this move me toward my goals, or is it just motion? Will I care about this a week from now? A month? A year? Am I doing this because it matters, or because it's easy/urgent/expected? Most things on your list don't matter. They feel urgent, but they're not important. Practicing discernment, knowing what truly deserves your time and what doesn't, is one of the most valuable skills you'll ever develop. Rest as a productivity tool. Now let me tell you something that took me until my 50s to understand. Rest is not the enemy of productivity. It's the foundation. I used to treat rest as weakness. Successful people don't need breaks. They push through. They outwork everyone else. So I work nights, weekends, through exhaustion. And you know what I produced? Mediocre work. Mistakes. Decisions I had to redo. Strained relationships. And eventually, complete burnout that took months to recover from. Pushing through exhaustion isn't admirable, it's stupid. Your brain needs recovery to function well. Rest isn't optional downtime, it's when your brain consolidates learning, solves problems unconsciously, and restores capacity for high-quality work. The most productive people aren't the ones who never stop. They're the ones who work intensely, then rest deliberately. Sprint, then recover. Push hard, then back off. Engage deeply, then disengage completely. Rest includes breaks during the workday. Every 90 minutes, step away for 10 to 15 minutes. Walk. Stretch. Look away from the screen. Your focus will be sharper when you return. Real lunch breaks. Not eating at your desk while working. Actually stopping. Eating mindfully. Giving your brain a break. End of day shutdown. A ritual that signals work is done. Close your laptop. Put away work materials. Transition to non-work mode. Don't just drift from work to evening while checking email. Weekly rest. At least one full day where you don't work. Don't check email. Don't think about work projects. Completely disengage. This is essential for sustained performance. Sleep. Non-negotiable. You can't optimize your way out of needing 7 to 8 hours of quality sleep. Every productivity hack in the world won't compensate for chronic sleep deprivation. Vacations. Real ones. Where you actually unplug. Not working from the beach. Truly disconnecting allows deep recovery that's impossible with continuous partial engagement. Rest isn't something you fit in if you have time. It's strategic. It's what allows sustained high performance. The best work I've ever done has come after periods of rest, mornings after good sleep, afternoons after real breaks, weeks after vacation. Not because I'm lazy, but because my brain needs recovery to function at its best. Owning your time, owning your life. Here's what all of this comes down to. Your relationship with time is really your relationship with yourself. When you let your calendar be hijacked by others' priorities, when you fill every hour with busy work, when you say yes to everything, you're not being productive. You're avoiding the harder work of deciding what matters and having the courage to protect it. Real productivity requires clarity about what matters. You can't prioritize if you don't know what you're prioritizing toward. The courage to say no to most things, so you can say yes to what truly matters. Systems that support focus. Frameworks, boundaries, environmental design, structures that make it easier to do meaningful work. Self-awareness about your rhythms. Working with your natural energy instead of against it. Discipline to protect what matters. From distractions, from others' demands, from your own impulse to stay busy instead of being effective. Wisdom to rest. Knowing when to push and when to recover. None of this is complicated. But it requires ongoing intention. Every day, you're making choices about how to spend your time, attention, and energy. Most people make these choices unconsciously, reactively. Then they wonder why they're always behind, always overwhelmed, never accomplishing what truly matters. Conscious productivity. Deliberately choosing what deserves your resources and designing conditions to do that well, is how you take back control. Not control over time. You can't create more hours. But control over how you spend the hours you have. Control over what gets your best energy, your focused attention, your creative capacity. That's not about squeezing more out of every minute. It's about making sure the minutes you spend are spent on things that actually matter to you. And when you do that, when your time reflects your priorities instead of everyone else's, life stops feeling like you're drowning and starts feeling like you're steering. Leaning back. A satisfied look. Section 3. Turning self-insight into lasting change. Self-awareness is only half the journey. Growth begins when insight turns into action, when you take what you've learned about who you are and start living like you actually believe it. This section helps you translate clarity into choices, habits, and direction that reflect your best self in motion. Chapter 10. Understanding clarity. I'm going to tell you about the worst year of my life, and what finally pulled me out of it. I was 48. My marriage was struggling. My relationship with my teenage son had deteriorated into silence and resentment. I was stressed at work, snapping at colleagues, making poor decisions. And I had no idea why everything was falling apart. On the surface, I had it together. Successful career. Nice house. All the markers of making it. But underneath, I was drowning. And I couldn't figure out what was wrong because I never stopped moving long enough to ask. I was in constant motion. Wake up, rush through morning, commute, meetings, deadlines, commute back, brief interaction with family, collapse exhausted, repeat. Every day is identical. Every week a blur. No space to think, to process, to understand what was happening to me. Then a friend suggested something that seemed absurd. Just sit quietly for 20 minutes every morning and write about what's going on inside you. I resisted. I didn't have time. What would I even write about? It seemed self-indulgent when I had real problems to solve. But I was desperate enough to try anything. So I started. Every morning, before the day consumed me, I'd sit with coffee and a notebook and just write. Whatever came to mind. No structure. No agenda. Just pouring out whatever was inside. The first few days were uncomfortable. My thoughts were scattered, repetitive, shallow. But I kept going. And slowly, patterns began emerging. I started seeing things I'd been too busy to notice. I was terrified of failing at work, so I was overcompensating by being controlling and harsh with my team. I was avoiding my son because I didn't know how to talk to him anymore and felt ashamed of my failures as a father. I was irritable with my wife because I was exhausted from trying to be perfect, and she was the only person around whom I didn't have to perform. None of this was conscious. I wasn't choosing these behaviors deliberately. But once I saw the patterns, once I slowed down enough to reflect, I could start making different choices. That morning practice saved my life. Not through some mystical transformation, but through the simple act of creating space to see myself clearly. That's what reflection does. It slows you down long enough to connect the dots between your experiences, emotions, and behaviors. To see patterns instead of just reacting to individual events. To understand why you do what you do, so you can choose differently. Most people move too fast to hear themselves think. We live in a culture that glorifies constant motion. Hustle. Grind. Productivity. Always moving, always doing, always consuming information. And beneath all that motion, most people have no idea what they actually think or feel or want. They're just reacting. To emails, to demands, to whatever's loudest. Living on autopilot, making the same mistakes repeatedly, stuck in patterns they don't even see. I was that person for 20 years. I thought the reflection was navel-gazing. Self-indulgent. What mattered was doing, not thinking about doing. Except all that doing without thinking led me in circles. I was busy but not intentional. Active but not effective. Moving constantly but not growing. Reflection is the practice of deliberately stepping back from action to examine your experience. To ask, what just happened? How do I feel about it? Why did I respond that way? What does this tell me about myself? What do I want to do differently? It's not complicated. But it requires something most people won't give: time and honesty. Time to stop. To sit with yourself instead of constantly consuming input or producing output. And honesty to see yourself clearly, not as you wish you were, not as you present to others, but as you actually are. That combination, stillness and honesty, is rare and powerful. Journaling, thinking on paper. I've kept a journal for 27 years now. Not perfectly, there are stretches where I don't write for weeks. But consistently enough that I've filled dozens of notebooks. And those notebooks contain the clearest record of my growth that exists anywhere. When I read entries from 10 years ago, I can see patterns I was stuck in that I don't even remember now. I can track how certain insights emerged over time. I can see decisions I agonized over that seem obvious in retrospect. I can watch myself working through problems, getting stuck, having breakthroughs. It's like having a detailed map of my own development. But here's what journaling isn't. It's not writing for an audience. Nobody will read this but you. Which means you can be completely honest, no performance, no posturing, no curating. It's not trying to sound smart or eloquent. This isn't literature. It's thinking on paper. Messy, repetitive, unclear sometimes. That's fine. It's not recording events like a diary. Today I did X, then Y, then Z. Misses the point. The question isn't what happened, it's what you thought and felt about what happened and what it means. Journaling is externalizing your internal experience so you can examine it. When thoughts stay in your head, they loop. Same worries circling endlessly. Same confusion never resolving. Same patterns repeating without recognition. Writing breaks the loop. It takes the chaos of your mind and puts it on paper where you can actually see it, organize it, make sense of it. Prompts that have served me well. What did I handle well today, and why? This forces you to notice your strengths and successes, which most people skip right past in their rush to criticize themselves. What triggered me, and what was I really reacting to? When you have a strong emotional response, anger, hurt, anxiety, there's always a deeper layer. The trigger isn't the cause, it's activating something older, deeper. Investigating this reveals patterns. What am I avoiding that needs my attention? We all have things we know we should address but keep pushing aside. Naming them removes their power to lurk in the shadows, creating background anxiety. When did I feel most alive this week? This points toward what actually matters to you, what energizes you, where your values lie. Not what you think should matter, what actually does. What's confusing me right now? Sometimes you don't need answers. You just need to articulate questions clearly. Riding through confusion often leads to clarity you couldn't access just by thinking. What small thing could I do differently tomorrow? Reflection without action is just rumination. This question forces you from insight to implementation. I write for 15 to 20 minutes most mornings. Stream of consciousness. Whatever's present. Sometimes it's processing emotions. Sometimes it's thinking through problems. Sometimes it's just noticing what I'm noticing. The practice itself matters more than the content. It's creating space for self-awareness instead of just barreling through your day unconsciously. Weekly reflection rituals. Daily journaling is powerful for processing immediate experience. But weekly reflection offers something different: perspective. When you're in the middle of your week, you're too close to see patterns. But when you step back and look at the week as a whole, themes emerge. Every Sunday evening, I spend 30 minutes reviewing my week. Where did I stay aligned with my values? I look for moments where my actions match what matters to me. Not perfection, just instances where I showed up as the person I want to be. This reinforces what I'm doing right. Where did I drift off track? Where did I act from fear instead of values? Where did I avoid hard conversations? Where did I prioritize urgency over importance? Not to beat myself up, just to notice. What patterns do I see? Am I repeatedly avoiding something? Is a particular situation consistently triggering me? Am I making the same mistake in different contexts? Patterns become visible with a week's worth of data. What worked well that I want to do more of? Maybe I had one conversation that went really well. What made it different? Can I apply that approach elsewhere? What drained my energy unnecessarily? What commitments can I renegotiate? What boundaries do I need to set? What's one small adjustment I can make next week? Not 10 changes. 1. Specific. Actionable. Something I can actually implement. This practice takes 30 minutes but affects the entire next week. I'm more intentional. I course correct faster. I don't drift for months in unproductive patterns because I'm checking in weekly. The key is consistency, not perfection. I've missed weeks. Sometimes I only spend 10 minutes instead of 30. That's fine. The habit matters more than the execution of any single instance. Tiny, consistent reflection builds massive long-term growth. You start recognizing patterns faster. You catch yourself sooner when you're veering off course. You compound small improvements instead of making the same mistakes for years. Mindful awareness in daily life. Now, reflection doesn't always require sitting with a notebook. You can practice it in motion, throughout your day, in the moment. This is harder. It requires training your mind to observe itself, but it's incredibly powerful. Mindful awareness means noticing your thoughts instead of being consumed by them. I'm having the thought that I'm not good enough is different from I'm not good enough. The first creates distance. You're observing the thought, not believing it automatically. Pausing before reacting. When someone says something that triggers you, instead of immediately responding, you pause. Just a breath. You notice, I'm feeling defensive. What's underneath that? That pause creates choice. Asking why in real time. When you notice a strong emotion or an impulse, you ask, why am I feeling this? What's this about? Not after the fact, in the moment. Checking your assumptions. You're interpreting someone's tone as critical. Is that actually what they meant, or is that your interpretation? Pause and check before reacting to your interpretation as if it's fact. Observing patterns as they happen. Interesting, I'm doing that thing again where I over-explain when I feel uncertain. You catch yourself mid-pattern instead of only noticing later. This takes practice. Your default is to be on autopilot, reacting unconsciously based on ingrained patterns. Mindful awareness means waking up from autopilot, even momentarily. I'm terrible at this compared to people who've practiced meditation for decades. But I'm vastly better than I was 20 years ago. And that improvement has transformed my relationships, my decision-making, my emotional regulation. Here's how I practice. Setting intention at the start of the day. Today I want to notice when I'm rushing. I want to catch myself before I interrupt people. Just planting that intention makes me more likely to notice. Check-ins throughout the day. Quick pauses to ask, how am I feeling right now? What's my energy like? Am I aligned with my intentions or have I drifted? Noting when I'm triggered. I can't always pause my reaction in real time, but I can notice. That activated something in me. I'll come back to that later. Then I journal about it. Evening review. Before bed, briefly scanning the day. Where was I on autopilot? Where was I conscious? Not judging, just noticing. The goal isn't perfection. You won't catch every reaction, notice every pattern, stay mindfully aware every moment. That's impossible. The goal is increasing the percentage of time you're conscious versus unconscious. Moving from 5% awareness to 10%, then 15%, then 20%. Over years, that compounds into a fundamentally different way of being. Feedback as a mirror. Now here's something that accelerates self-awareness faster than any amount of solo reflection: other people's honest feedback. Because no matter how much you reflect, you have blind spots. Things you can't see about yourself because you're too close, too invested, too defended. Other people see things you don't. And if you can create conditions for them to tell you honestly without getting defensive, without punishing them for honesty, that's gold. I ask for feedback formally once a year. I send an email to 10 to 15 people who see me in different contexts: colleagues, friends, family members. I'm trying to grow and I'd value your honest perspective. Would you take 10 minutes to tell me? What do you see as my greatest strength? What's one behavior or pattern that gets in my way? If you were coaching me, what's one thing you'd encourage me to work on? Some version of that. The specifics matter less than creating a structure for honest input. The hard part isn't asking, it's receiving. When someone tells you something uncomfortable, every instinct screams to defend yourself. Explain why they're wrong. Justify your behavior. List mitigating circumstances. Resist all of that. Just listen. Say, thank you. Sit with it. Let it percolate. You don't have to agree immediately. You don't have to change immediately. Just receive it as information. Later, hours or days later, you can evaluate, is this valid? Do I see this pattern? What's the kernel of truth here, even if I don't fully agree with how it was expressed? Some of the most valuable feedback I've received was hard to hear. You're brilliant at strategy but sometimes communicate in ways that make people feel stupid. You say you value family but your actions show work always comes first. You're so focused on solving problems that you miss when people just need to be heard. Every one of these stung. Every one was largely true. Every one helped me grow in ways I couldn't have on my own. You can also seek informal feedback in the moment. After a difficult conversation, how did that land for you? Is there anything I said that didn't come across as I intended? After a presentation, what worked well? What could I improve? To your partner, I notice I've been stressed lately. How is that affecting you? The key is genuine curiosity, not fishing for compliments. You're actually trying to understand how you're experienced by others, not confirm that you're wonderful. Feedback is a mirror. It shows you how you're showing up, which might be different from how you think you're showing up. That gap between your intent and your impact is where growth happens. Integrating insights into action. Now here's where most people fail with reflection. They notice patterns, gain insights, have realizations, and then do nothing. They know they need to set better boundaries but keep saying yes to everything. They recognize they're conflict avoidant but continue avoiding hard conversations. They see they're working unsustainably but don't change their schedule. Reflection without action is just rumination. It's mental wheel spinning. You're aware of the problem but not addressing it. For insights to matter, they need to translate into behavior change. Usually small, specific, concrete behavior changes. Not, I need to be better with boundaries. That's too vague to act on. Instead, this week, I'm going to say no to one request that doesn't align with my priorities, even if it feels uncomfortable. Not, I should communicate more directly. Too abstract. Instead, in tomorrow's meeting with Sarah, I'm going to state my concern directly instead of hinting at it. After reflection, I always ask, what's one small, concrete thing I can do differently based on this insight? Small, don't try to overhaul your entire life. Change one thing. Concrete, specific behavior, specific context, specific time. Based on insight, connected to what you noticed in reflection, not random. Then I do it. And I notice what happens. Does it help? Make it worse? Feel harder or easier than expected? That becomes data for the next round of reflection. Growth happens through this cycle. Reflect, gain insight, make small change, notice results, reflect on results, refine approach, make next change. It's iterative, incremental, compounding over time. I've been doing this for 27 years. I'm not perfect, far from it. But I'm dramatically different than I was at 38. Not because of one big transformation, but because of hundreds of small adjustments made consciously, one at a time, based on ongoing reflection. Examples from my own practice. I notice I'm most irritable with my family when I'm stressed at work. Action. I'd build in 15 minutes of decompression time between work and family. A walk, a shower, just time to transition. I don't go straight from work stress to family interaction. Result: less irritability, fewer conflicts, better presence with family. I realize I agree to too many commitments because I want to be helpful and hate disappointing people. Action. I implement a 24-hour rule. I don't say yes to new commitments immediately. I sleep on it and decide the next day. Result: I say no more often. My schedule becomes more manageable. The guilt decreases over time. I see that I interrupt people in conversations, especially when I'm excited about an idea. Action. I practice waiting 3 seconds after someone stops talking before I start. This small pause ensures they're actually done, not just pausing. Result: people finish their thoughts. Conversations feel more balanced. I notice things I would have missed if I'd been talking. None of these changes were dramatic. But each one, sustained over time, improved my life. And they all started with noticing a pattern through reflection. The reward of clarity and confidence. So what's the payoff for all this reflection? Clarity. You understand yourself. You know what triggers you and why. You recognize your patterns, the productive ones and the self-sabotaging ones. You see the gap between your values and your actions. You're not constantly confused about why you feel what you feel or do what you do. Confidence. Not the loud, performative kind. The quiet kind that comes from self-knowledge. You trust yourself because you understand yourself. You know your capabilities and limitations. You can make decisions aligned with who you actually are instead of who you think you should be. Intentionality. Instead of living on autopilot, you're making conscious choices. You still make mistakes, everyone does, but you're learning from them instead of repeating them endlessly. Growth. You're actually changing, evolving, improving. Not randomly, not through crisis, but through deliberate practice. Each year, you're a slightly better version of yourself. Peace. This is the big one. When you live examined, you carry less guilt, less confusion, less internal conflict. You're not constantly surprised by your own behavior. You're not at war with yourself. There's an integration, a coherence, that brings deep calm. I've spent nearly 3 decades practicing reflection in various forms. And I can tell you, it's the single most valuable practice I've ever developed. Not meditation, though that's helped. Not therapy, though that's been crucial at times. Not reading, learning, or any specific skill. The practice of regularly, honestly examining my own experience, that's the foundation everything else builds on. Because you can't change what you won't acknowledge. You can't grow without self-awareness. You can't live intentionally if you're unconscious of your patterns. Reflection is maintenance for your mind and heart. It keeps you clear, grounded, honest. It prevents drift. It catches problems early. It compounds small improvements into substantial growth. It's not self-indulgent. It's not navel-gazing. It's not optional. It's how conscious adults continue developing instead of just aging. It's how you stay aligned with who you want to be instead of becoming who you were on autopilot. The practice is simple. Set aside time, daily, weekly, whatever you can sustain. Get honest with yourself. No performance, no defense, just truth. Notice patterns. What keeps showing up? Make small changes, one at a time, based on what you notice. Stay with it, not perfectly, just consistently over years. That's it. Nothing complicated. Nothing mystical. Just the steady practice of paying attention to your own life. And over time, that practice will change everything. That's Chapter 10. This is the foundation everything else rests on. Without honest reflection, all the other skills and frameworks are just techniques floating in air. With it, they become integrated into a conscious, examined, intentional life. Chapter 11. Turning clarity into direction. I achieved a goal when I was 42 that I'd been working toward for 15 years, vice president. Corner office. 6-figure salary. The title I'd been chasing since my 20s. I got the promotion on Thursday. By Monday I felt nothing. No triumph. No satisfaction. Just a vague sense of, now what? Within 6 months, I was more miserable than before. The role demanded skills I didn't have and didn't want to develop. It pulled me away from the work I actually enjoyed. The status felt hollow. The money was nice but didn't compensate for the daily drain. I'd spent 15 years pursuing a goal that turned out to be completely wrong for me. Not because I failed, because I succeeded. That's the thing nobody tells you about goals. Achieving the wrong ones is worse than achieving nothing at all. Because you waste years of your life chasing something that was never going to fulfill you, and you don't realize it until you get there. I see this everywhere. People pursuing goals that sound impressive but don't actually align with who they are. Goals borrowed from culture, family, peers, never examined, never questioned. Goals that serve their ego but not their soul. And then they achieve them and wonder why they still feel empty. Or they don't achieve them and beat themselves up, never realizing the goal itself was the problem. Goals matter. But only when they're the right ones. Why goals matter when they're the right ones? Let me start by telling you what goals actually do, because most people misunderstand their purpose. Goals aren't about achievement for achievement's sake. They're not about proving something to others or checking boxes on some cultural script of success. Goals are your way of declaring what matters and committing resources toward it. They take the vague sense of, I want my life to be different, and make it concrete. They force clarity about what you actually want, not just what you don't want. They create direction in a world full of distractions. Without goals, you drift. You're reactive, responding to whatever's loudest, whatever's easiest, whatever others want from you. You move, certainly. You're busy. But you're not steering. With the right goals, goals that genuinely reflect your values and utilize your strengths, you have direction. Purpose. A way to evaluate whether your daily choices are moving you towards something that matters or just filling time. But here's the critical distinction. The right goals energize you. They create pull, not just push. You're drawn toward them, not just forcing yourself. Wrong goals? They feel like a constant uphill battle. You need willpower, discipline, external motivation to keep going. And eventually you burn out or give up. I chased that VP title through sheer discipline. I wasn't drawn to it, I was proving something. To myself, to others, to some imagined scorekeeper. It required constant self-coercion. And once I achieved it, there was no intrinsic satisfaction because the goal never aligned with what actually mattered to me. Compare that to other goals I've pursued. Writing, building meaningful relationships, mastering skills I'm genuinely interested in. These required discipline too, yes. But there was also a pull. Genuine desire. Intrinsic motivation. They aligned with my values and used my natural strengths. That's the difference between right goals and wrong ones. Start with a why. So before you set a single goal, you need to ask, why does this matter to me? Not, Why should this matter? Not, why does this sound good? Why does this actually matter to you, specifically? If you can't answer that question with something deeper than, it would be nice, or, people expect it, or, it looks impressive, the goal is probably wrong. Your why needs to connect to something core, a value you hold deeply, a contribution you want to make, growth in an area that genuinely matters to you, something that would make your life more aligned with who you actually are. Let me give you examples from my own life. Wrong goal, shallow why. Goal, make 6 figures. Why? Because that's what success looks like, and I want to feel successful. This drove me for years. And it was completely hollow. The money didn't make me feel successful, it just raised my baseline and left me wanting more. Right goal, deep why. Goal, develop deep expertise in systems thinking. Why? Because understanding how complex systems work is intrinsically fascinating to me, and it's the skill through which I create my most valuable contributions. This goal energized me. I'd pursue it even if it didn't lead to money or recognition. It aligned with my natural interests and strengths. Wrong goal, borrowed why. Goal, become VP. Why? Because my father was impressed by titles and I wanted to prove I'd made something of myself. This was his dream for me, not mine. I was chasing his approval, not my fulfillment. Right goal, authentic why. Goal, repair my relationship with my son. Why? Because nothing matters more to me than being connected to the people I love, and I'm not willing to reach the end of my life with this relationship broken. This goal was hard, emotionally draining, and required years of work. But I never questioned whether it mattered. The why was so deep that motivation was never an issue. Here's how to test your why. Does it excite you or just sound good? Excitement means genuine desire. Sounds good means you think you should want it. Would you pursue it even if no one knew? If the goal only matters because others would be impressed, it's an ego goal, not a true goal. Does it connect to your values? Look back at your core values. Does this goal express those, or does it contradict them? Can you articulate why it matters in one clear sentence? Vague whys lead to abandoned goals. Clear whys sustain you through difficulty. Does imagining achieving it create genuine positive emotion? Not relief that it would be over, actual positive feeling about having it. If your why doesn't pass these tests, either find a deeper why or choose a different goal. Because goals without a meaningful why won't survive contact with real life. The first time things get hard, the first time you're tired, the first time something more appealing shows up, you'll abandon them. And you should. Because they were never really yours to begin with. Strength-based goal setting. Here's something most goal-setting advice misses entirely. Your goals should leverage your strengths, not fight your weaknesses. I spent years setting goals that required me to be someone I'm not. Get better at networking. Become more detail-oriented. Develop stronger social skills. These weren't inherently bad goals. But they were fighting my nature. I'm introverted, big-picture-oriented, and more analytical than social. Every goal that required me to be different was a constant uphill battle. Compare that to goals that leveraged my actual strengths. Develop expertise in strategic analysis. Write clearly about complex topics. Build a small network of deep relationships rather than a large network of surface connections. These goals were still challenging. But they were working with my wiring, not against it. Here's the principle. Your strengths are your most reliable tools. They're what you're naturally good at, what energizes you, what you can develop to excellence with less effort than others would need. Your weaknesses? You can develop competence in them if you must. But you'll never be excellent, and pursuing goals that require excellence in your weak areas is setting yourself up for frustration. Strength-based goal setting means, if you're detail-oriented, structure goals around measurable milestones, specific metrics, clear tracking systems. You'll naturally excel at monitoring progress and maintaining accuracy. If you're big-picture-oriented, focus on vision and outcomes. Partner with detailed people for execution. Your goals should emphasize strategy, innovation, connecting disparate ideas, not granular implementation. If you're naturally social and persuasive, set goals that require building relationships, influencing others, and collaborative achievement. Don't force yourself into solo execution roles. If you're independent and analytical, set goals around deep expertise, complex problem solving, and individual contribution. Don't force yourself into constant collaboration or relationship-heavy roles. If you're creative, your goals should emphasize innovation, original thinking, and generating new ideas. Build structure around you to handle the implementation you're not naturally drawn to. If you're executional, your goals should emphasize implementation, completion, and making things real. Partner with visionaries for direction but own the delivery. This isn't about avoiding challenges. It's about being strategic about which challenges you take on. I can learn to be more detail-oriented. I have learned, to a degree. But I'll never be excellent at it, and any goal that requires detailed excellence from me is fundamentally flawed. What I can be excellent at: systems thinking, strategic analysis, clear communication of complex ideas. That's where my goals should focus. Then I surround myself with people who are strong where I'm weak. I partner with detail-oriented people for execution. I collaborate with people-oriented individuals for relationship building. That's not cheating. That's intelligent design. Smart isn't everything. Now, everyone knows about SMART goals. Specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time-bound. And yes, this framework works. It prevents vague, wishy-washy goals like, be healthier, or, be more successful, that provide no direction. Lose 15 pounds by June 30th through exercising 3x per week and reducing sugar intake. Is better because it's actionable. But SMART goals have a problem: they're mechanical. They lack soul. If all you focus on is the mechanics, specific numbers, measurable outcomes, clear deadlines, you lose the emotional dimension that actually drives behavior. Think about it. Increase revenue by 20% by Q4 is perfectly smart. But it doesn't tell you why that matters, how you'll feel achieving it, or what it will allow you to do. The best goals have both structure and meaning. Structure, SMART elements, provides clarity and accountability. Meaning provides motivation and resilience when things get hard. Here's how I add soul to SMART goals. After defining the SMART elements, I ask, how will achieving this make me feel? Not just good, specifically what emotion? Pride? Relief? Joy? Satisfaction? Peace? What will this allow me to do or become? What becomes possible once this is achieved? What doors open? What capacity do I gain? Who benefits besides me? How does this goal serve something beyond my personal achievement? Who else's life improves? What's at stake if I don't pursue this? What's the cost of not achieving this? Not for guilt, but for clarity about why it matters. What will I be able to contribute? How does this goal connect to making a difference, adding value, serving something larger? Example. SMART goal: write and publish a book on systems thinking by December 31st, 2026. Soul Editions. This will allow me to consolidate decades of learning and share it with people who could benefit. I'll feel a deep sense of accomplishment and creative fulfillment. It creates a legacy, something that continues contributing after I'm gone. The process will force me to clarify my thinking in ways that will improve my own understanding. It serves my core value of making complex ideas accessible. Now the goal has both structure and meaning. The SMART elements tell me what and when. The soul elements tell me why and connect to deeper motivation. When I hit obstacles, and I will, the SMART elements keep me organized, but the soul elements keep me committed. Break it down without dumbing it down. Big goals are overwhelming. Write a book feels impossible when you're staring at a blank page. But write 500 words today is doable. And if you do that 200 times, you have a 100,000 word book. The key to achieving ambitious goals is breaking them into smaller, manageable steps while maintaining connection to the larger vision. Don't just break it down intelligently. Identify major milestones. What are the significant stages between here and the end goal? For writing a book. Complete outline by March 31st. Finish first draft by August 31st. Complete revisions by November 30th. Publication by December 31st. Break milestones into weekly actions. What needs to happen each week to reach the next milestone? For completing the outline. Week 1, brain dump all major ideas. Week 2, organize into potential chapters. Week 3, develop chapter outlines. Week 4, refine and finalize structure. Define daily or weekly practices. What small, repeatable action moves you forward consistently? For me, write 500 words every morning, Monday through Friday. Celebrate micro wins. Finished a chapter? Acknowledge it. Hit your daily writing streak for a week? Notice it. These small recognitions build momentum. The secret to staying on track isn't willpower, it's momentum. And momentum comes from small wins that build confidence, consistency that creates habit, progress that reinforces belief, celebration that generates positive association. When you break goals down well, the big ambitious target becomes a series of small, manageable steps. Each step is doable, and each completion creates momentum for the next. But here's the critical part: don't lose sight of the big picture while focusing on the steps. I've seen people get so focused on daily tasks that they forget why they matter. They're checking boxes without connection to the larger purpose. Keep the vision alive. Regularly reconnect to the why. Remind yourself how these small steps connect to the bigger goal. The steps make it manageable. The vision makes it meaningful. Accountability, the quiet force behind progress. Here's a truth I resisted for years. Left to my own devices, even my best intentions fade. I'd set goals enthusiastically, mean them genuinely. Then life happens. Motivation dips. Other priorities emerge. And quietly, without drama, I just stopped working toward the goal. Not consciously. Not deciding to quit. Just drifting away from it. Accountability is what prevents that drift. It's not about pressure or shame. It's about having structures and people that help you stay aligned with what you said you wanted, especially when motivation is low. Accountability can take many forms. Self-accountability through tracking. I keep a simple spreadsheet tracking daily writing. Just marking done or missed. That visible record creates pressure, positive pressure, to maintain the streak. Regular check-ins with yourself. Weekly review. Did I do what I said I'd do? If not, why not? What's getting in the way? This prevents weeks of drift before you notice. Accountability partners. Someone pursuing a similar goal who you check in with regularly. Not to compete, to support. Here's what I accomplished this week. Here's where I struggled. Here's my plan for next week. Public commitment. Telling people your goal creates social accountability. You're more likely to follow through when others know what you're working toward. Coaches or mentors. Someone who asks hard questions, points out your patterns, won't let you off the hook with comfortable excuses. Financial stakes. Some people use apps where you pledge money that you lose if you don't follow through. The pain of loss creates motivation. I have a writing partner. We check in every Monday morning. 5 minutes on video call. What did you accomplish last week? What's your goal for this week? What's blocking you? That's it. Simple. But it works. Knowing I have to report makes me more likely to do the work. And when I'm struggling, having someone to say, "What's actually going on?" prevents me from lying to myself. The key is choosing accountability that helps rather than punishes. Bad accountability feels like surveillance or judgment. It makes you defensive, resentful, more likely to hide or make excuses. Good accountability feels like partnership. Someone on your side, helping you stay true to your own commitments. You're not reporting to them, you're using them as a mirror to see yourself clearly. Adjusting without quitting. Now here's something crucial that people get wrong. Changing your goals isn't failure. Sometimes it's wisdom. I've abandoned goals. Sometimes because I was avoiding difficulty. That's quitting, and it's not what I'm talking about. But sometimes because I realized the goal itself was wrong. Either my circumstances changed, my values evolved, or I learned something new about myself that made the goal no longer align. There's a difference between quitting, abandoning a meaningful goal because it's hard, you're tired, or something easier shows up. Adjusting, modifying, or changing a goal because new information suggests a different direction serves your values better. How do you tell the difference? Quitting feels like relief, temporary, avoidance of discomfort, followed by regret or guilt, disconnection from your values, pattern of abandoning things when they get hard. Adjusting feels like alignment, greater clarity about what actually matters, relief that lasts because you're moving towards something truer, connection to your values, just through a different path, based on new information or changed circumstances. I changed my VP goal after 2 years in the role. I recognized that the role fundamentally conflicted with my values and used none of my strengths. Staying loyal to that goal would have been stubbornness, not integrity. So I left. Moved to a different role that paid less but aligned better. That wasn't quitting, that was course correcting based on new information. Here's the practice. Regular reflection. Quarterly, ask, are my goals still aligned with my values and strengths? Have my circumstances changed in ways that make these goals obsolete or inappropriate? Distinguish between adjusting the path and abandoning the purpose. Your purpose might remain constant while the specific goals evolve. That's healthy growth, not inconsistency. Be honest about your reasons. Are you changing because you've learned something important, or because you're avoiding something difficult? This requires brutal honesty. Consult people who know you well. They can often see patterns you can't. Is this the third goal I've abandoned when it got hard, or is this genuinely a course correction? Stay loyal to your purpose, not to the exact path you imagined. Your purpose, the deeper why behind your goals, should be relatively stable. The specific goals themselves can and should evolve as you learn and grow. The real win, alignment, not achievement. Let me end with this, because it's the most important thing I've learned about goals. Success isn't just reaching the goal. It's reaching it in a way that still feels like you. I've achieved goals that felt hollow because the process betrayed my values. I've achieved goals that exhausted me because they required me to be someone I'm not. I've achieved goals that damaged relationships because I prioritized achievement over what actually matters. And I've learned, those weren't successes, no matter what they looked like from the outside. Real success, the kind that creates lasting fulfillment, comes when your goals honor both your values and your strengths. When the process of pursuing the goal is aligned with who you are, not just the outcome. When achievement feels like fulfillment, not just relief that it's over. When you can look back and feel proud not just of what you accomplished, but of how you accomplished it and who you were in the process. That's the shift. From, what impressive goals can I achieve? To, what goals, pursued in alignment with my values and strengths, would create a life I actually want to live? From hustle to flow. From proving to becoming. From achievement to fulfillment. I've achieved goals and I've failed at goals. And here's what I know. The goals I'm proudest of aren't the ones that looked most impressive. They're the ones that align with who I actually am and what actually matters to me. The goal is to repair my relationship with my son. The goal is to develop genuine expertise in my field. The goal is to build a few deep friendships rather than a large network. The goal is to live with integrity even when it is costly. None of these goals would impress a stranger. But they created a life I'm proud of. A life that fits and feels like mine. And that alignment between what you pursue and who you actually are, that's the real win. Chapter 12, Building Resilience and Growth. I'm going to tell you about the year I broke. I was 42. In the span of 8 months, I lost my job of 15 years due to a company restructuring, my father died, and my marriage hit the crisis we'd ever faced. I went from feeling like I had my life together to feeling like everything was falling apart simultaneously. And I did break. For a while. I stopped sleeping well. stopped exercising, gained 20 pounds, became withdrawn, irritable, depressed, spent days in a fog, unable to focus on anything. My confidence, which had always been pretty solid, evaporated. I questioned everything about myself. My wife said later that she watched me become someone she didn't recognize. I'd read books about resilience. I knew the theory. But theory and practice are very different things. When you're in the middle of a genuine crisis, all your conceptual understanding doesn't automatically translate to emotional capacity. For months I just survived. Barely. Going through motions. Wondering if I'd ever feel like myself again. But here's what I learned: I didn't bounce back. I crawled back. Slowly. Messily. With many setbacks along the way. And when I emerged, I did emerge. I wasn't the same person. I was changed. In some ways scared. But also more solid. More grounded. More clear about what actually matters. That crisis taught me more about myself than any period of success ever had. It revealed capacities I didn't know I had and limitations I'd been denying. It forced growth I'd been avoiding. I wouldn't choose to go through it again. But I also wouldn't trade what I learned for an easier path. That's what this chapter is about, not preventing hardship. That's impossible, but learning to move through it in ways that strengthen you rather than destroy you. The reality of setbacks. Let me start with the truth nobody wants to hear. You will face significant challenges. Multiple times. It's not if, it's when and how many. Career setbacks. Relationship crises. Health issues. Financial stress. Loss of people you love. Plans that collapse. Dreams that don't materialize. Betrayals. Failures. Things completely outside your control that upend your life. This isn't pessimism. It's reality. No one, and I mean no one, gets through life without substantial difficulty. But here's what culture tells you: successful people avoid problems. They're so smart, so disciplined, so together that challenges don't touch them. That's a lie. The most successful people face just as many challenges as everyone else. They just respond differently. They don't avoid setbacks, they navigate them. They don't prevent failure, they recover from it. They don't eliminate difficulty, they grow through it. I've known people who looked perfect from the outside, with great careers, beautiful families, impressive achievements. And I've watched their lives fall apart. Divorce. Addiction. Burnout. Mental health crises. Not because they were weak or flawed. Because they were human, and life is hard, and no amount of success immunizes you against difficulty. I've also known people who faced extraordinary challenges: bankruptcy, serious illness, loss of loved ones, career destruction, and emerged not just intact but somehow more substantial. More wise. More grounded. The difference wasn't in what happened to them. It was in how they responded to what happened to them. That's what resilience is about. Not preventing challenges. That's impossible and infantile. Building the internal capacity to face challenges without being destroyed by them. Every challenge reveals something. How you respond under pressure. Do you freeze? Panic? Get angry? Withdraw? Become controlling? Everyone has default stress responses. Challenges show you yours. What you truly value. When everything's going well, it's easy to claim your values. Crisis reveals what you'll actually protect when you can't protect everything. Where you need to grow. The places where challenges overwhelm you are usually the places where you lack skills, awareness, or support. That's information. What you're capable of. You never know your true capacity until you're forced to access it. Crisis pushes you beyond what you thought possible. So when challenges come, and they will, don't waste energy asking, "Why me?" The question is, "What now? Who do I want to be as I navigate this?" Resilience, the strength to bend without breaking. People misunderstand resilience. They think it means being tough, unaffected, powering through, never showing weakness. That's not resilience. That's rigidity. And rigid things break. Resilience is the capacity to bend under pressure, absorb impact, and return to form without being permanently deformed. Think of a tree in a storm. The rigid tree, the one that won't bend, snaps. The resilient tree bends with the wind, sometimes dramatically, but doesn't break. When the storm passes, it straightens back up. That's resilience. Flexibility under stress. The capacity to be affected without being destroyed. Resilience is not pretending you're fine when you're not. Suppressing emotions. Refusing help. Powering through regardless of cost. Being unaffected by difficulty. Never falling down. Resilience is acknowledging when you're struggling. Processing emotions instead of denying them. Asking for support when you need it. Knowing when to push and when to rest. Being affected but not destroyed. Falling down and getting back up, repeatedly if necessary. When my life fell apart at 42, I tried the tough it out approach initially. Pretended I was fine. I kept working. Didn't talk about what I was feeling. Thought asking for help was a weakness. That approach nearly destroyed me. The stress manifested physically: insomnia, weight gain, anxiety. My work suffered. My relationships deteriorated. I was rigid, and I was breaking. What actually helped was the opposite: flexibility. I admitted I was struggling. Told my wife, "I'm not okay. I need help." Started therapy. Reduced my work commitments. Gave myself permission to not be productive for a while. I bent. Deeply. It felt like failing. Like I was weak for needing support, for scaling back, for being affected. But that bending, that flexibility is what kept me from breaking entirely. You build resilience through facing discomfort instead of avoiding it. When something's hard, your instinct is to avoid it. Numb it. Distract from it. But resilience comes from sitting with discomfort, processing it, moving through it. Noticing your emotions without being consumed by them. I notice I'm feeling overwhelmed is different from I am overwhelmed. The first creates distance and choice. The second is total identification. Reframing challenges. Not with toxic positivity. Everything happens for a reason. But with realistic reframing. This is hard. And I can handle hard things. I've done it before. Taking one step forward. Not giant leaps. Not heroic recovery. Just one small action toward getting through this. Then another. Then another. Building support systems before you need them. Resilience isn't individual. It's relational. Having people you can lean on, who will carry you when you can't walk, that's essential. Practicing self-compassion. Being as kind to yourself as you'd be to a friend going through the same thing. Recognizing that struggle is human, not personal failure. Resilience isn't something you have or don't have. It's a capacity you build through practice. Every time you face difficulty and don't break, even if you bend almost to the ground, you're building that capacity. Adaptability, learning to move with change. Now, closely related to resilience is adaptability. But they're different. Resilience is about withstanding pressure. Adaptability is about changing form when circumstances change. Think about water. It's incredibly resilient. You can't compress it, can't break it. But it's also perfectly adaptable. It takes the shape of whatever container it's in. It flows around obstacles. It finds a way through. That's adaptability. The capacity to adjust your approach, your plans, your strategies when circumstances change without losing your core identity. I've watched people become obsolete in their careers because they couldn't adapt. The world changed, their industry changed, the skills needed changed, and they kept doing things the way they'd always done them. I've watched organizations die because they couldn't adapt to market shifts, couldn't adjust their business models, couldn't see that what worked for 20 years no longer worked. I've watched people destroy relationships because they couldn't adapt to their partner's growth, couldn't adjust their communication when the old pattern stopped working. Rigidity kills. Adaptability survives. But here's what people get wrong. Adaptability doesn't mean abandoning your identity or values. It doesn't mean you become whoever others want you to be. Adaptability is finding new ways to express your core self in changed circumstances. When I lost my job at 42, I had a choice. I could keep trying to recreate what I'd had. Same type of role, same industry, same approach. That would have been rigid. Or I could adapt. Ask, given who I actually am, what I'm actually good at, what this market actually needs, what's possible now that wasn't possible before? I chose adaptation. I didn't become someone different. My core skills, values, interests remained the same. But I expressed them differently. Different roles. Different industries. Different structure. That adaptation opened opportunities that would never have existed if I'd stayed rigid. Adaptable people see change as data, not disaster. Instead of, oh no, everything's different, they ask, what does this new landscape require? What's possible now? Experiment. They try new approaches, knowing some will fail. They're comfortable with iteration. Learn continuously. They don't rest on what they know. They're always acquiring new skills, perspectives, and information. Hold their identity lightly. They're not so attached to who they've been that they can't become something slightly different. Ask, what else could work? When Plan A fails, they don't just try harder at Plan A. They explore B, C, D. Distinguish between core and periphery. Core identity and values stay constant. Everything else, methods, strategies, tactics, plans can change. My core hasn't changed in 40 years. I value depth over breadth, learning over certainty, integrity over image. Those are constants. But how do I express those values? How do I structure my work? The specific goals I pursue? Those have adapted continuously based on circumstances, opportunities, lessons learned. That's healthy adaptability. Core stability with peripheral flexibility. The opposite, rigid identity, flexible values leads to either breaking or losing yourself entirely. The growth mindset, turning obstacles into opportunities. Now let me tell you about a concept that transformed how I face challenges. Growth mindset versus fixed mindset. This comes from psychologist Carol Dweck's research. Simple but profound. Fixed mindset, your abilities are static. You're either smart or you're not, talented or you're not, good at something or you're not. Challenges and failures prove your limitations. Growth mindset, your abilities can be developed through effort, learning, and persistence. Challenges are opportunities to grow. Failures are data about what to adjust. I lived most of my life in a fixed mindset without realizing it. When things were hard, I interpreted that as, I'm not good at this. When I failed, I saw it as proof of my limitations. When others succeeded at things I struggled with, I assumed they had natural talent I lacked. This mindset made challenges threatening. Every difficulty was potential proof that I wasn't capable. So I avoided challenges where I might fail. Stuck to areas where I knew I could succeed. My growth stagnated. Then I learned about growth mindset and started catching my fixed mindset thinking. Fix. I'm terrible at giving presentations. Growth. I haven't developed strong presentation skills yet. With practice and feedback, I can improve. Fix. This project is too hard for me. Growth. This project is challenging. What do I need to learn to handle it? Fix. I failed, which proves I'm not cut out for this. Growth. I failed, which gives me information about what to adjust next time. Fix. She's naturally good at this. I'm just not. Growth. She's developed this skill through practice. I can too if I invest the effort. This shift changed everything. Challenges became interesting instead of threatening. Failures became learning opportunities instead of identity statements. Other people's success became inspiration instead of discouragement. Growth mindset doesn't mean everything's easy if you just try hard enough. Toxic positivity. Failure doesn't hurt, it does. Everyone can be equally good at everything. Talents differ. Effort always leads to success, sometimes it doesn't. Growth mindset means effort and learning can develop your abilities. Challenges are opportunities to expand capacity. Failure is feedback, not identity. You're not fixed, you're still developing. I've lived long enough to see this proven repeatedly. The people who keep growing aren't necessarily the most talented. They're the ones who believe they can grow. They face challenges and ask, "What can I learn from this?" instead of, "What does this say about me?" They receive criticism and think, "How can I use this feedback?" instead of, "This proves I'm inadequate." They see other success and wonder, "What can I learn from their approach?" instead of, "I'll never be that good." That mindset, that fundamental belief that you're not fixed, that growth is possible, creates a completely different relationship with challenges. Strategies for staying grounded during hard times. So let's get practical. When you're in the middle of a crisis, when everything feels overwhelming, what actually helps? Pause before reacting. Your first impulse is usually not your best response. When something difficult happens, pause. Take a breath. Take 10 breaths. Take a walk. Give yourself space between stimulus and response. I have a rule: I don't send emails when I'm upset. I draft them, save them, and come back the next day. 90% of the time, I revise substantially or don't send at all. Revisit your why. When you're drowning in difficulty, it's easy to lose sight of what you're working toward. Reconnect with your purpose. Why does this matter? What are you ultimately trying to create? Purpose is an anchor when everything else is chaos. Break it down. Overwhelming problems shrink when you divide them. Don't try to solve everything at once. Ask, what's one small thing I can do today? Focus there. When my life fell apart, I couldn't think about rebuilding my career or saving my marriage or processing my father's death simultaneously. That was paralyzing. So I asked, what's one thing I can handle today? Some days that was, go for a walk. Some days, have one honest conversation with my wife. Small things. But they accumulated. Ask for help. This is hardest for self-reliant people. But isolation makes everything worse. Asking for help from friends, family, professionals, support groups isn't a weakness. It's wisdom. I resisted therapy for years. I thought I should handle things myself. Finally admitted I needed help. That decision probably saved my marriage and my mental health. Keep perspective. When you're in crisis, everything feels permanent and catastrophic. But it's not. Most things that feel like the end of the world today will look different in 6 months, a year, 5 years. I remind myself, I've gotten through hard things before. I've felt overwhelmed before. And I made it through. I'll make it through this too. Maintain basic routines. When everything's chaos, small routines provide structure. Sleep. Eat. Move your body. Basic hygiene. Sounds trivial, but when you're really struggling, maintaining basics keeps you from complete collapse. Limit input. When you're overwhelmed, you can't process more information, more problems, more crises. Reduce news consumption. Limit social media. Create space from additional stressors. Practice acceptance alongside action. Some things you can control. Some you can't. Accepting what you can't control isn't giving up. It's focusing your energy where it can actually make a difference. I couldn't control that I lost my job. I could control how I responded to job loss. That distinction, knowing what's actually in my control, prevented wasted energy on futility. Continuous learning, turning experience into wisdom. Now, here's what separates people who just survive challenges from people who grow through them: reflection. Most people, when they get through a crisis, just want to move on. Never think about it again. Resume normal life as quickly as possible. I understand that impulse. But it's a waste. Every challenge contains lessons. But you only extract them through reflection. After I'd stabilized following my crisis year, after I'd found new work, after my marriage had recovered, after I'd processed my father's death, I spent time reflecting. What did I learn about myself? I'm less resilient than I thought when multiple crises hit simultaneously. I need community more than I'd admitted. My identity was too wrapped up in my work role. I avoid difficult emotions until they become unavoidable. My marriage is more important to me than career success. What pattern showed up? I isolate when stressed instead of reaching out. I use work to avoid emotional processing. I have unrealistic expectations about what I should handle alone. What would I do differently next time? Ask for help earlier. Maintain friendships even when busy, so support exists when needed. Process emotions as they arise instead of stockpiling them. Be honest about struggling instead of performing competence. What capacity did I discover? I can handle more than I thought. I can change careers successfully even in my 50s. My marriage is stronger than I realized. Vulnerability doesn't destroy relationships, it deepens them. Those lessons extracted through reflection changed how I live now. They informed new choices, new patterns, new ways of responding to difficulty. Without reflection, experience is just experience. With reflection, experience becomes wisdom. After any significant challenge, ask yourself, what did I learn about myself? What worked? What didn't? What patterns do I need to address? What capacity did I discover? What would I do differently next time? Who was important? What was important? How did this change my perspective? Write it down. The act of articulating learning solidifies it. You're converting raw experience into integrated understanding. That's how you ensure difficulty serves you rather than just damages you. That's how challenge becomes growth instead of just trauma. Emerging stronger. Let me end with this. The goal isn't to avoid hardship. That's impossible. The goal is to be refined by hardship instead of defined by it. You will face challenges. You will fail. You will be hurt. Plans will collapse. People will disappoint you. Life will not go as expected. None of that means you're doing it wrong. That's just life. Human life. Everyone's life. The question is, who do you become through these experiences? Do you become bitter? Cynical? Closed off? Afraid to try anything new because you might fail again? Or do you become wiser? More compassionate? More realistic about difficulty while also more confident in your capacity to handle it? I've faced challenges I never imagined in my 20s. Lost jobs. Health scares. Relationship crises. Deaths. Failures. Disappointments. And I'm genuinely more grounded now than I was at 25 or 35 or 45. Not despite those challenges because of them. Not because I handled everything perfectly. I didn't. I made mistakes. I broke down. I needed help. I took longer to recover than I wished. But I did recover. And each time, I learned something. Each time, I built a little more capacity. Each time, I became slightly more solid, slightly more resilient, slightly more adaptable. That's what growth looks like in real life, not perfection. Not a smooth upward trajectory. Not avoiding difficulty. But persistence. Recovery. Learning. Becoming a little more capable with each challenge weathered. The tree that's survived multiple storms is stronger than the tree that's never been tested. Its roots go deeper. Its trunk is thicker. It knows how to bend without breaking. That's what you're building through challenges: deep roots, thick trunk, flexible branches. The capacity to weather storms without being uprooted. Not because storms don't affect you, but because you've learned through experience, through failure, through recovery, that you can bend without breaking. And that's the kind of strength that lasts. Chapter 13: How Self-Awareness Impacts Lives. You know what makes me believe in this work? Not the research. Not the frameworks. Not the theories. The people. The real human beings I've watched transform their lives not through some magical epiphany, but through the hard, unglamorous work of seeing themselves clearly and choosing differently. Because here's the truth: you can read every word of this book, understand every concept, nod along with every insight and change nothing. Knowledge alone doesn't transform anyone. What transforms people is seeing themselves in someone else's story, recognizing their own struggle, thinking, if they could do it, maybe I can too. So let me tell you about some people I've known, worked with, or watched from a distance. People who face the same crossroads you're facing, keep living on autopilot, or do the hard work of waking up. These aren't fairy tales. They're messy, incomplete, ongoing stories. Because real growth isn't a clean arc with a satisfying ending, it's a lifelong practice of becoming more conscious, more honest, more whole. I'm going to tell you about Ethan, because his story reminds me of my younger self in painful ways. Ethan was 38 when I met him. VP at a finance firm. Sharp as hell. One of those people who's 3 steps ahead in every conversation. He could dissect a complex problem in minutes, see strategic implications others missed, close deals that seemed impossible. His bosses loved him. His colleagues respected his intellect. And his team was exhausted. The company did 360-degree feedback, where you get anonymous input from peers, direct reports, and your manager. Ethan's feedback was brutal. Brilliant but don't listen. Talks over people in meetings. Makes you feel stupid if you can't keep up. Solves problems instead of developing people. Intimidating. Hard to approach. He came to me after receiving this feedback, visibly shaken. I don't understand, he said. I'm good at my job. I deliver results. Why are people complaining? That question, why are people complaining, told me everything. He saw the feedback as a complaint, not information. He couldn't see that his interpersonal impact was undermining his technical brilliance. We sat down, and I asked him something that clearly had never occurred to him. When was the last time you asked someone their opinion and then actually listened to the answer instead of immediately explaining why your approach is better? Long silence. I don't know. That was his moment. Not the feedback itself. Lots of people get hard feedback and defend against it. But Ethan chose to sit with the discomfort instead of explaining it away. Here's what he did. He took an emotional intelligence workshop. Not because he wanted to, because he was smart enough to recognize he had a blind spot. He started journaling after every important meeting. Not about what he said, about what others said. What concerns they raised. What ideas they offered. What he might have missed by talking instead of listening. The insight that emerged was painful. He'd been leading from insecurity, not confidence. All that quick talking, all that needed to be the smartest person in the room, all that solving everyone's problems before they finished explaining them, it wasn't strength. It was fear. Fear that if he slowed down, people would see he didn't have all the answers. Fear that if he listened instead of directed, he'd lose control. Fear that his value came entirely from being brilliant, so he had to constantly demonstrate brilliance. Once he saw that pattern, he couldn't unsee it. 6 months later, his team noticed the shift. He started meetings by asking questions instead of presenting solutions. He'd pause, visibly, deliberately pause after people spoke, instead of immediately responding. He started saying things like, I don't know. What do you think? And actually meaning it. He stopped treating every conversation like a performance where he had to be the star. His direct reports started bringing him problems they previously solved themselves because they were afraid to bother him. Because now he was approachable. And here's the kicker. His performance didn't dip, it soared. Turns out, when you create space for other people to think and contribute, you get better outcomes than when you solve everything yourself. Who knew? But more than that, Ethan told me something that stuck with me. I thought being a good leader meant being the smartest person. I didn't realize it meant making everyone else smarter. He's a CEO now. Different companies. And from what I hear, people genuinely want to work for him. Not because he's less brilliant, because he finally learned to pair that brilliance with actual emotional intelligence. The lesson, your greatest strength becomes your greatest weakness when overused and unexamined. Brilliance without self-awareness is just sophisticated blindness. Let me tell you about Lauren, because her story is about something a lot of people face: losing yourself in service to others. Lauren was a critical care nurse. 20 years old. She'd wanted to be a nurse since she was a kid, not for the money or prestige, but because she genuinely wanted to help people in their most vulnerable moments. And she was good at it. Exceptional, actually. The kind of nurse patients requested by name. The kind colleagues called when things got complicated. But she was drowning. Critical care isn't like other nursing. Your patients are often dying. You form relationships with them, with their families, and then they're gone. Sometimes you save them. Often you don't. Lauren dealt with this the way a lot of caregivers do. She just kept going. Pushed through the grief, the exhaustion, the emotional weight. Part of the job, she'd tell herself. Be strong. Then she lost a patient she'd grown particularly close to. A young mother, not much older than Lauren. They joked together during treatments. Lauren had met her kids. And then, after weeks of fighting, she died. Lauren went numb. Completely shut down emotionally. Still showed up for work. Still did the technical aspects of her job. But the connection, the part that made her good at what she did, was gone. She was going through the motions, feeling nothing, wondering if she should quit nursing entirely. Her hospital offered a staff resilience session. She almost didn't go, seemed like touchy-feely nonsense when she had real problems. But something made her show up. The session was about emotional regulation, boundaries, and sustainable compassion. And one concept hit her hard: you can't pour from an empty cup. She'd been treating self-care like selfishness. Every moment she spent on herself felt like a moment she should be spending on patients. She had no boundaries between work and life. She'd check her phone obsessively on days off, feeling guilty for not being there. Here's what changed. She started pausing between shifts. Just 5 minutes in her car before going home. Not checking her phone. Just breathing. Feeling whatever she was feeling instead of pushing through it. She started journaling, not about patients, but about her own emotional state. What was hers to carry? What wasn't? What could she control? What couldn't she? She realized she couldn't save everyone. But she could be present with everyone. Those are different things. The guilt she'd been carrying, guilt over patients who died, guilt over not doing enough, guilt over feeling tired, started to ease. Because she recognized she was human, not superhuman. Having limits didn't make her a bad nurse. It made her sustainable. She started teaching younger nurses what she'd learned. How to process emotion instead of stockpiling it. How to set boundaries without becoming cold. How to find meaning in presence, not just outcomes. Her compassion returned. But this time, it wasn't burning her out, it was fueling her. She's still in critical care 10 years later. Still loses patience. Still grieves. But she's not drowning anymore. She's learned to feel deeply without being destroyed by what she feels. The lesson: compassion without boundaries is self-destruction. Self-care isn't selfish, it's the foundation that makes sustained service possible. Now let me tell you about Alex, because his story is about what happens when your identity is built on achievement, and achievement collapses. Alex was 27 when he started his first tech company. Smart kid. Stanford grad. Believed he was going to change the world. He built the company on caffeine, ego, and the belief that moving fast mattered more than moving wisely. He hired quickly, anyone who could keep up with his pace. He scaled aggressively, more funding, more employees, more everything. When investors or advisors suggested he slow down, build more thoughtfully, he dismissed them. They don't get it, he'd say. This is how you win. For 18 months, it looked like he was right. Growth charts pointed up. The media wrote glowing profiles. Everyone called him the next big thing. Then the market turned. Suddenly, the runway that seemed infinite got short. Customers weren't converting. Revenue projections weren't hitting. Investors got nervous. Alex did what he always did, worked harder. Longer hours. More pressure on his team. More deals chased desperately. It didn't matter. The company imploded. Layoffs. Fire sale acquisition. His reputation in tatters. And Alex? Alex disappeared for a while. But here's where the real story starts. Most founders in his position do one of two things: blame everyone else, investors were impatient, team wasn't good enough, market was unfair, or never try again. Alex did something harder. He deconstructed his mistakes. He started therapy. Not because he was broken, because he was smart enough to recognize he needed help understanding what had happened. Through that process, he realized something painful. His entire sense of worth was tied to achievement. Growing up, he'd been the golden child. Top grades. Best schools. Every milestone hit early. His family's love and pride came through accomplishment. He'd internalized, I'm valuable when I'm succeeding. I'm worthless when I'm failing. So when the company failed, it wasn't just a business loss, it felt like proof that he, as a person, was worthless. That realization stung. But it also freed him. Because once he saw the pattern, he could choose differently. His second company was completely different. He moved slower, built thoughtfully, hired a leadership team that challenged him instead of agreeing with everything. He practiced saying, I don't know, and I was wrong. He admitted mistakes quickly instead of defending them. He measured success differently, not just revenue growth, but team health, customer satisfaction, sustainable practices. 2 years later, the company was profitable. And more importantly, sustainable. People wanted to work there. Culture was healthy. Growth was steady, not explosive. But the biggest change was Alex himself. He told me once, the first company failed and I thought I was worthless. This company could fail and I'd still know I'm valuable. That's the difference. He'd separated his identity from his outcomes. That's not easy work. Most people never do it. But it's what allowed him to try again without the desperate, ego-driven energy that had sabotaged him the first time. The lesson: when your worth is tied to external achievement, every failure is existential. When you separate your identity from outcomes, you can fail, learn, and try again without being destroyed. Let me tell you about Maria, because her story is about something quietly devastating: losing connection to your purpose while still showing up every day. Maria had been teaching high school history for nearly 20 years. She'd started young, idealistic, on fire with the belief that she could make students love learning, that she could change lives through education. And for years she did. Her classroom was alive. Students who hated history everywhere else loved her class. Colleagues asked her secret. But somewhere around year 15, something shifted. Slowly. So gradually she didn't notice until she'd already lost it. The fire went out. She'd stopped designing creative lessons and started recycling old ones. Stopped staying after class to talk with students. Stopped feeling much of anything except tired. Every day was routine survival. Get through the material. Manage behavior. Grade papers. Repeat. She wasn't bad at her job, but she wasn't present anymore. She was going through motions, detached, cynical. Students could feel it. They were less engaged. More disruptive. The spark she used to create in her classroom had disappeared. Maria didn't quit. She needed the income, the benefits, the stability. But she was essentially retired while still showing up. Counting down years to actual retirement. Wondering where the person she'd been had gone. Then, almost by accident, she attended a professional development retreat. She'd signed up months earlier when she still had some energy. By the time it arrived, she almost didn't go. The retreat asked participants to reconnect with their why. Why did you become a teacher? What did you believe you could do? When did you feel most alive in this work? Maria spent an afternoon journaling about these questions. And what emerged was painful. She'd lost touch with her mission. She'd originally wanted to teach because she believed every student deserved to feel seen, capable, worthy of investment. History was just the vehicle. The real goal was helping young people recognize their own potential. But somewhere along the way, covering curriculum had replaced that mission. Managing behavior. Meeting standards. Dealing with administrative requirements. The bureaucracy had consumed the purpose. She realized, I've been teaching content. I stopped teaching students. That recognition that she'd drifted so far from her core purpose was devastating. But also clarifying. Here's what she did when she returned. She redesigned her classroom environment. Brought in student work, historical artifacts, images that sparked curiosity instead of just institutional walls. She integrated storytelling into every lesson. Not just dates and facts, stories of real people making real choices. She made history about humanity, not memorization. She brought students into curriculum planning. Asked what they wanted to know about. Let their questions guide exploration. She started staying after class again. Not because she had to, because she remembered that connection, that moment of seeing a student light up with understanding, was why she'd chosen this work. Within months, her classroom transformed. The same students who'd been tuning out were now asking questions that reminded her why she started teaching. One student told her, "Last year, history was just stuff to memorize. This year it matters." That comment, that's what brought the joy back. Maria's job didn't get easier. The bureaucracy didn't disappear. The challenges remained. But she wasn't just surviving anymore. She'd reconnected with why it mattered. And that made all the difference. The lesson: purpose doesn't die suddenly, it erodes slowly through accumulation of small compromises. But it can be reclaimed by deliberately reconnecting with why you started. Finally, let me tell you about Jordan and Samantha, because their story is about something almost everyone faces: being stuck in relationship patterns you can't seem to break. They'd been together for 10 years. Loved each other genuinely. But they were trapped in a cycle, same fight, different day. Over and over. The pattern was always the same. Samantha would bring up a concern, something Jordan did or didn't do, something that bothered her. Jordan would shut down. Go quiet. Withdraw into himself. Frustrated by his silence, it would escalate. Her tone would get sharper. Her words are more critical. Jordan would shut down further. Eventually, Samantha would give up, feeling unheard and alone. Jordan would emerge from shutdown, feeling attacked and defensive. Neither would feel resolved. The issue would go underground, then resurface weeks later. Repeat. For years. They tried to fix it themselves. Promised to communicate better. Made resolutions after fights. But within weeks, they'd be right back in the same pattern. They started couples therapy not because they wanted to, because they were out of options. Both were considering whether the relationship was sustainable. The therapist helped them see something they couldn't see themselves. Their pattern made perfect sense once you understood what was actually happening beneath the surface. Jordan, it turned out, grew up in a household with a lot of conflict. Loud arguments. High emotion. As a kid, he learned to cope by disappearing, literally, going to his room, emotionally shutting down. That strategy protected him then. Now, whenever conflict arose, he'd automatically go into that protective mode. Shut down. Withdraw. Not because he didn't care, because he was overwhelmed and didn't know how else to cope. Samantha grew up in a family that avoided conflict entirely. Everything stayed polite, even when people were upset. She learned that if you don't express your needs clearly and persistently, nothing changes. So when Jordan shut down, her instinct was to push harder. Be clearer. More insistent. Not because she enjoyed criticizing, because in her experience, that's how you got people to pay attention. Their pattern was two protective strategies colliding. Jordan's shutdown triggered Samantha's fear of being ignored. Samantha's escalation triggered Jordan's fear of overwhelming conflict. Neither was wrong. Neither was trying to hurt the other. But their unconscious patterns were destroying their connection. Once they saw this, once they understood why they each responded the way they did, everything shifted. They started practicing pause and reflect moments during conflict. Instead of immediately reacting, they'd ask themselves, "What am I actually feeling right now? Is this about what just happened, or is this triggering something older?" Jordan learned to say, "I'm feeling overwhelmed and need a few minutes to process. Can we come back to this in 20 minutes? Instead of just shutting down, he'd name what was happening and set a time to return. That helped Sam not feel abandoned. Samantha learned to say, "I'm feeling scared that you're shutting me out. I need to know you're still engaged." Instead of escalating criticism, she'd name her underlying emotion. That helped Jordan not feel attacked. Their relationship didn't transform overnight. But over months, arguments turned into conversations. Conflicts that used to last days got resolved in hours. They began growing together instead of apart. 10 years later, they're still together. Still have conflicts sometimes, that's normal. But they're not stuck in the cycle anymore. They've learned to communicate through their differences instead of being destroyed by them. The lesson: most relationship problems aren't about the content of disagreements. They're about unconscious patterns playing out. Once you see the pattern, you can choose different responses. What all these stories have in common? You notice the pattern? Every person here faced a breaking point, a moment where their old ways stopped working. Ethan's brilliance was alienating his team. Lauren's compassion was burning her out. Alex's achievement obsession destroyed his company. Maria's disconnection from purpose left her empty. Jordan and Samantha's communication patterns were ending their relationship. And every person had a choice. Defend the pattern. Blame circumstances. Keep doing what they've always done and hope for different results. Or do the hard work of seeing themselves clearly. Acknowledging their part. Changing their approach. Self-awareness didn't erase their problems. It didn't make everything easy. It didn't eliminate struggle. But it equipped them to face problems differently. It gave them language for what they were experiencing. It gave them clarity about what was actually happening. It gave them a choice about how to respond. It gave them courage to try something new. That's what real growth looks like. Not glossy transformation stories where someone has an epiphany and everything changes instantly. Not enlightenment where all problems dissolve. Just honest people learning to live more consciously, one tough insight at a time. Making small changes. Practicing new behaviors. Falling back into old patterns sometimes, then catching themselves. Slowly, messily building new capacities. That's the real work. And it's available to anyone willing to do it. These are just a few stories. There are thousands more. Maybe millions. People waking up to themselves. Seeing their patterns. Choosing differently. Building lives that actually fit who they are instead of who they think they should be. You could be one of them. Actually, if you've read this far, if you've stayed with these ideas through 13 chapters, you probably already are. The question is just, what will you do with what you now know? Chapter 14. Creating Your Own Path. I've lived long enough to watch people follow the right path their whole lives and arrive at the end miserable, wondering where their life went. And I've watched others, fewer, but they exist, create paths that look strange to everyone else but led to lives they were genuinely proud of. The difference wasn't luck. It wasn't a privilege. It wasn't some special gift. The difference was that one group lived someone else's script, and the other group had the courage to write their own. Let me be clear about something. Writing your own script is harder. Much harder. Because you don't have the comfort of following a well-worn path. You can't point to what everyone else is doing and use that as justification. You have to figure it out yourself. Make choices based on your own values, your own strengths, your own definition of what matters. And then live with those choices, knowing some people will think you're crazy. But here's what I've learned. The regret of living someone else's life is far worse than the discomfort of creating your own. The myth of the right path. When I was 22, the right path was obvious. Get a good job, climb the corporate ladder, buy a house, start a family, work for 40 years, retire with a pension, live out your golden years. Simple. Clear. Straightforward. And for some people whose wiring and values aligned with that path, it worked beautifully. They found fulfillment in stable careers, suburban homes, and traditional family structures. That wasn't settling for them. That was genuine alignment. But for many others, maybe most, that script felt borrowed. Like wearing clothes tailored for someone else's body. You could force yourself to fit, but it never felt quite right. I followed that script for 30 years. Good job. Nice house. All the markers of making it. And I was moderately miserable the entire time. Not dramatically so, I had good moments, meaningful relationships, accomplishments I was proud of. But underneath everything was this constant sense of wrongness. like I was playing a part in someone else's story. I didn't even realize it consciously. The water you swim in is invisible. When everyone around you is following the same script, you assume that's just what life is. But here's the truth that culture doesn't want to admit. There is no single, right path. Not anymore. Maybe there never was, but at least in previous generations, the script was clearer. You followed it or you were an outlier. Now, the script has fractured into 1,000 possibilities. And that's both liberating and terrifying. Liberating because you have genuine choice. You can structure your life in ways that would have been impossible or unthinkable 50 years ago. Terrifying because choice requires responsibility. You can't just follow the path anymore. You have to choose your path. And that means potentially choosing wrong, dealing with uncertainty, facing judgment from people who think your choices are strange. Most people respond to this freedom by not choosing at all. They drift. They take whatever opportunities show up. They default to what people around them are doing. They follow the path of least resistance. And then they arrive at 45 or 55 or 65 and realize, this isn't my life. I never actually chose this. I just let it happen. That's the real tragedy. Not choosing wrong. Not taking a risk that doesn't work out. But never choosing at all. Creating your own path starts with rejecting the idea that fulfillment means following someone else's definition of success. The goal isn't to be impressive. It's not to match some external standard of achievement. It's not to prove anything to anyone. The goal is alignment. Your actual life matches your actual values, strengths, and desires. And that looks different for everyone. From self-awareness to design. So you've done the work of the previous 13 chapters. You understand your personality, your values, your emotional patterns, your strengths, your work style, how you communicate, what drains and energizes you. That's the foundation. Essential. But not sufficient. Because self-awareness without action is just interesting information about yourself. The real work, the transformative work, is using that self-awareness as a blueprint for design. For intentionally shaping your life around who you actually are instead of who you think you should be. Think of self-awareness as your internal GPS. It doesn't choose your destination, that's still your choice. But once you have a destination, it helps you navigate every turn, detour, and decision along the way. Here's how you move from awareness to design. Start with honest assessment of current reality. Where am I right now? Not where I wish I was or where I should be, where am I actually? What about my current life aligns with my values and strengths? What contradicts them? Where am I performing for others instead of living for myself? What's working? What's draining me? What feels like borrowed clothing? I did this exercise at 44, after my crisis year. I mapped out my actual life, my job, my relationships, my daily routines, how I spent my time and energy. Then I compared that to my stated values and actual strengths. The misalignment was stark. I was spending 60 hours a week in work that used almost none of my natural strengths and violated several of my core values. I was neglecting the relationships that mattered most. I had no space for the activities that energized me. I built a life that looked successful from the outside but felt hollow from the inside. Seeing that clearly, without defensiveness or justification, was painful. But essential. Because you can't design a better path until you're honest about where the current one is taking you. Then ask design questions. What kind of work energizes me instead of draining me? Not, what sounds impressive? Not, what pays well? What actually uses my strengths? What creates flow states? What would I do even if it didn't lead to recognition? What environments bring out my best self? Do I need structure or autonomy? Collaboration or independence? Stability or variety? Urban energy or quiet space? What conditions allow me to be my most effective, creative, fulfilled self? What am I unwilling to compromise on? These are your non-negotiables. The values are so core that violating them makes everything else hollow. For me, integrity, depth over breadth, time for reflection, meaningful relationships. I can compromise on many things, but not those. Who do I want to become? Not who I've been. Not who others expect me to be. If I'm living intentionally for the next 10, 20, 30 years, who do I want to be at the end of that period? What does success actually mean to me? Stripped of external validation, societal expectations, family pressure, what would make me feel like I lived well? What would I be proud of? These aren't just reflection questions. They're design prompts for the life you actually want to live. Aligning career with core values. Let me talk about work specifically, because for most people, career is where misalignment causes the most damage. When your work contradicts your values, burnout is inevitable. You can power through for a while. Months. Even years. Through discipline, through need, through fear of change. But eventually, misalignment catches up. You become cynical. Exhausted. Resentful. Your performance suffers. Your health deteriorates. Your relationships strain from the spillover stress. I see this constantly. People in careers that pay well but violate everything they actually value. They're successful by external measures, good salary, impressive title, career trajectory, but dying inside. And they tell themselves, "This is just what work is. Everyone feels this way. I should be grateful." No. Not everyone feels that way. The happiest and most resilient people aren't those with perfect jobs. They're those who see their work as an expression of what matters most. Their work might still be challenging, stressful sometimes, frustrating occasionally, but there's alignment underneath the difficulty. The struggle is in service of something they value, not against it. How do you create this alignment? Identify your core work values. What needs to be present for work to feel meaningful? Not just tolerable, genuinely meaningful? For me, intellectual challenge, autonomy, ability to write and think deeply, work that helps others develop capability, no requirement to be constantly social. For others it might be collaboration, tangible results, creativity, helping people directly, variety, stability, prestige, financial reward, work-life boundaries. None of these is better or worse. They're just different. The key is knowing yours. Evaluate current work against those values. Where's the alignment? Where's the contradiction? Sometimes the core work aligns but the environment doesn't. Sometimes the work itself contradicts your values. Sometimes it's the culture, the leadership, the pace, the structure. Be specific about what's actually wrong, not just, "I don't like my job." Make strategic changes. Sometimes this means leaving. Sometimes it means restructuring your current role. Sometimes it means changing how you approach the same work. When I left my VP role, I didn't leave the company initially. I moved to a different role that used my actual strengths and aligned with my values. Different title, less prestige, but dramatically better fit. Later, I did leave entirely for better alignment elsewhere. But the point is, start with what's actually misaligned, then find the most strategic way to address it. Design toward alignment. If you value growth, look for roles that stretch you. Don't stay comfortable. Seek challenges, feedback, learning opportunities. If you value stability, build consistency into your career structure. Don't chase every new opportunity. Value predictability, routine, established systems. If you value creativity, stop forcing yourself into systems that kill it. Find or create space for innovation, experimentation, original thinking. If you value impact, measure your work by outcomes and contribution, not just activity. Ensure you can see the difference you're making. If you value autonomy, seek roles with high independence. Avoid micromanagers and rigid structures. If you value collaboration, seek team-based work. Don't isolate yourself in purely individual contributor roles. You're not chasing a title. You're crafting a fit. Redefining success. Now let's talk about success, because most definitions of success are designed to keep you chasing someone else's goals. Traditional metrics. Money. Status. Recognition. Titles. Possessions. Visible achievement. None of these is inherently wrong. Money provides security and options. Status can open doors. Recognition feels good. Titles signal accomplishment. But they're incomplete. And when they become the only definition of success, they're destructive. Because success that costs you your peace isn't success. Success that destroys your health. That ruins your relationships. That leaves you hollow inside even as others applaud. That requires you to betray your values or ignore your needs. That's not success. That's just expensive failure. I succeeded, by traditional measures at 38. VP title. 6-figure salary. Corner office. Everything I'd been told would equal success. And I was miserable. Because I'd optimized for external markers while ignoring internal alignment. The modern challenge is defining achievement in a way that actually feels good to live. Not just looks good from the outside. Not just to impress people. Not just check cultural boxes. But creates a life you're genuinely proud of. That feels aligned. That you'd choose again if you could go back. Here's how to redefine success. Ask before every major goal or decision. Does this align with who I'm becoming? Not who I've been. Not who others expect. Who am I actively choosing to become? Will this path expand me or shrink me? Will it develop capacities I value? Will it require me to become more of who I am, or will it force me to suppress essential parts of myself? Am I doing this because I want it or because I'm supposed to? Brutal honesty here. How much of this goal is genuinely mine versus absorbed from culture, family, peers? What's the actual cost? Not just money or time. What will this cost in terms of health, relationships, peace, alignment? Is that cost worth it for this particular outcome? Will I be proud of how I achieve this? Even if I reach the goal, will the path I took to get there feel aligned with my values? Because the how matters as much as the what. The new definition of success is wholeness. When what you do, how you live, and who you are finally match. When there's coherence between your values and your choices. When your external life reflects your internal reality. When you're not performing or pretending or splitting yourself into different versions for different contexts. That's success. Not because it's easy or comfortable or impressive. But because it's real. It's yours. It fits. The courage to evolve. Now here's something important. Creating your own path means letting go of certainty. The prescribed path offers certainty. Do X, then Y, then Z. Follow these steps. You'll end up here. It might not be fulfilling, but at least it's predictable. Your own path? No such guarantees. You'll experiment. Some experiments will work. Many won't. You'll make choices that seem right and discover they're wrong. You'll pursue goals and realize they were someone else's goals all along. Growth rarely feels graceful. It's messy and humbling. I've reinvented my career 3 times. Each time required letting go of what I'd built, admitting what wasn't working, trying something new without knowing if it would work. Each time was uncomfortable. Scary even. I questioned myself constantly. I wondered if I was making a mistake. Dealt with people thinking I was crazy for leaving stability to pursue something uncertain. But clarity comes from movement, not from waiting for the perfect plan. You don't think your way into a new path. You act your way into it. Make a choice. See what happens. Learn. Adjust. Try again. That's not failure, that's how growth actually works. Be willing to pivot when your needs or passions shift. The path that was right at 25 might be wrong at 40. The goals that mattered at 35 might be irrelevant at 50. Your values, interests, and capacities evolve. Your path should too. This isn't flakiness. It's not a lack of commitment. It's staying loyal to who you're becoming instead of who you've been. I valued achievement and recognition in my 30s. By my 50s, I valued peace and depth. Same person, different stage, different priorities. If I'd stayed rigidly committed to my 30-year-old goals, I'd have built a life that no longer fit. Reinvention isn't a crisis. It's a sign you're awake. Integrating life and work. Let's talk about work-life balance. Because that phrase is outdated nonsense. Balance implies two separate things on opposite ends of a scale, constantly in tension, requiring careful calibration to keep from tipping too far either way. That's exhausting. And it's based on a false premise that work and life are separate, competing domains. The goal isn't balance. It's integration. Building a rhythm where your professional and personal lives support each other instead of competing. Where work enhances life and life enhances work. Where there's synergy instead of separation. This looks different for everyone. For some people, integration means blurred boundaries. Work and life interweave throughout the day. They work from home, take breaks for personal tasks, return to work in evenings, and have professional relationships that become personal friendships. For others, integration means clear separation. Work happens during defined hours and specific locations, then they completely disengage and focus on personal life. The two domains are distinct but both contribute to overall well-being. Neither is right or wrong. The question is, what rhythm actually sustains you? Design your schedule, relationships, and priorities around what sustains you. Rest isn't a luxury. It's a strategy. You can't sustain high performance without recovery. Build rest into your rhythm deliberately, not as an afterthought. Relationships require investment. If you value connection but never create time for it, your relationships will deteriorate. Protect time for the people who matter. Meaning needs space. If everything that matters to you gets squeezed into leftover time after work, you'll feel empty. Build time for what gives your life meaning, creative pursuits, learning, contribution, reflection into your primary schedule, not your margins. Health is foundational. Sleep, exercise, nutrition, these aren't optional. Everything else breaks down if these aren't maintained. Treat them as seriously as you treat work commitments. Fulfillment doesn't come from separation, it comes from synergy. When your work aligns with your values, it enhances your life instead of depleting it. When your personal life is rich, it makes you more effective at work. When everything fits together into a coherent whole, you stop feeling torn between competing demands. Practical steps for designing your path. Alright, enough philosophy. Let's get practical. If you're going to design your own path, here's how you actually do it. Clarify your vision. Write a one-page life statement. Not goals, a description of how you want to live and work. What does a good life look like for you? What kind of person do you want to be? What do you want to prioritize? What do you want to be known for, not by strangers, but by people who matter? This isn't permanent. You'll revise it as you grow. But having something written gives you a North Star to navigate by. Audit your current reality. Map out how you actually spend your time, energy, and attention. Not how you wish you spent them, how you actually do. Then compare that map to your life statement. Where's the alignment? Where's the contradiction? Be brutally honest. Don't justify or explain away the gaps. Just see them clearly. Experiment. Don't try to overhaul your entire life at once. That's overwhelming and usually fails. Instead, run small experiments. Test one shift at a time. New morning routine. Different work schedule. Side project in an area you're curious about. Saying no to one type of commitment you usually accept. Investing time in one relationship or activity you've been neglecting. See what happens. What aligns? What doesn't? Let the data guide your next experiment. Build a support system. Surround yourself with people who reflect your growth, not just your past. Some relationships will naturally support your evolution. Others will pull you back toward who you've been. This doesn't mean abandoning everyone from your past. But it means actively cultivating relationships with people who see who you're becoming and support that, not people who need you to stay the same so they feel comfortable. Review and adjust. Revisit your path every few months. What's working? What's not? What needs to change? This isn't evidence that you're doing it wrong. Growth is dynamic, your design should be too. The path that was right 6 months ago might need adjustment now. That's normal. Expected. Healthy. Let me end with this. You're not here to follow a map. you're here to draw one. Every decision you make, every experiment you run, every value you honor, every mistake you learn from, every pivot you make, all of it adds to the story you're writing. And here's the beautiful, terrifying truth: you're the only one who can write it. No one else can tell you what your path should look like. They can offer input, share their experience, and provide perspective. But ultimately, you have to choose. You have to design. You have to live with the consequences of your choices. That's my responsibility. Real, grown-up, can't escape it responsibility. But it's also freedom. When you start making choices from self-knowledge instead of fear or imitation, life stops feeling like something that's happening to you and starts feeling like something you're shaping. You stop being a passenger. You become the author, the designer, the architect of your own experience. Not perfectly. You'll make mistakes. You'll choose wrong sometimes. You'll have to adjust, pivot, try again. But you'll know, deeply, certainly, that this is your life. Not a borrowed script. Not someone else's expectations. Not what you stumbled into by default. Yours. Intentionally created. Consciously chosen. Honestly lived. That's the essence of unfolding, becoming more you, layer by layer, choice by choice. Not becoming perfect. Not becoming someone else's ideal. Not transforming into some fantasy version of yourself. Just becoming more you. More honest. More aligned. More whole. More conscious. More free. Peeling back the layers of borrowed identity, external expectation, unconscious pattern. Revealing what's actually underneath. And then having the courage to live from that place. That's the work. That's the path. That's the unfolding. And it doesn't end. You don't arrive at some final destination where everything's figured out and nothing changes anymore. You just keep unfolding. Discovering new layers. Making new choices. Becoming more and more who you actually are. Until the end. Until you run out of time. And if you've done this work, if you've lived consciously, chosen intentionally, stay true to yourself, you'll arrive at that end and think, yes, this was mine. I lived my life. Not perfectly, but honestly. And that's enough. That's it. That's the book. 14 chapters. Everything I've learned in 65 years about understanding yourself and building a life around that understanding. It's not everything there is to know, that would take 1,000 books. But it's enough. Enough to start. Enough to shift from unconscious to conscious. Enough to move from borrowed to authentic. The rest is up to you. You've got the map. Now go draw your own. Good luck. And remember, the goal isn't perfection. It's just waking up, seeing yourself clearly, and having the courage to live accordingly. That's the whole game. Now go play. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more audiobook. You know what I've learned. The moment you think you've got yourself figured out is the moment you stop growing. I've watched people arrive at some version of self-understandingness, usually around midlife, and decide, this is who I am. I know myself now. Then they spend the next 30 years defending that identity instead of continuing to discover new layers. They stop asking questions. Stop being curious about themselves. Stop noticing when something shifts inside them. They've drawn their self-portrait and decided it's complete. But you're not complete. You're never complete. Not at 25. Not at 45. Not at 65. Not until you take your last breath. You're always unfolding. New layers are emerging. New capacities developing. New understanding deepening. That's not a problem to solve, it's the nature of being alive and conscious. The journey doesn't end, it evolves, so here we are. 14 chapters. You've done the work, or at least you've started it. You've examined your personality, your wiring, your default patterns. You've looked at your strengths and weaknesses without flinching away. You've explored your emotional landscape, learned to name what you feel. You've clarified your values, what matters most underneath everything else. You've thought about how you work best, communicate, and face challenges. You've reflected on your goals, your definition of success, your path forward. Maybe you've had moments of clarity. Oh, that's why I always do that. Maybe you've had uncomfortable realizations. I've been living according to someone else's script. Maybe you've discovered strengths you didn't recognize or patterns you didn't want to see. That's good. All of it. Even the uncomfortable parts. Especially the uncomfortable parts. Because growth starts at the edge of discomfort. In the gap between who you've been and who you're becoming. In the tension between comfortable patterns and necessary change. But here's what I need you to understand. This isn't the finish line. Self-discovery doesn't end with one book. One reflection exercise. One breakthrough moment. 1 year of therapy. One crisis that forced growth. It's a lifelong conversation between who you are and who you're becoming. Between what you know and what you're still learning. Between the patterns you've integrated and the ones still hidden from view. I'm still discovering things about myself. Still having realizations that shift how I understand my past behavior. Still developing capacities I didn't know were possible. Still unfolding. And I hope I keep unfolding until the very end. Because the day I stop being curious about myself is the day I stop being fully alive. From insight to integration. Now listen carefully, because this is where most people fail. Awareness alone changes nothing. You can know yourself perfectly. Understand your patterns completely. See your blind spots clearly. And still live exactly the same way you've always lived. I've known people, many people, who are remarkably self-aware and completely stuck. They could articulate their issues perfectly, explain their patterns in detail, understand exactly why they did what they did. But understanding didn't translate to different behavior. They'd say things like, "I know I'm conflict avoidant," and then continue avoiding every difficult conversation. "I know I'm a workaholic," and then work 70 hours the next week. "I know I need better boundaries," and then say yes to every request. Knowledge turns to power only when it meets action. So take what you've learned here about yourself, about how humans work, about growth and resilience and design, and let it show up in how you live, in how you speak to people, in the choices you make about work and relationships, in the energy you bring into every room, in how you spend your time, in what you say yes and no to. If something doesn't fit anymore, old habits, expectations, outdated goals, even relationships, trust yourself enough to change it. This is hard. It's really hard. Because change is uncomfortable and people resist it. Including, especially, the people closest to you. They're comfortable with who you've been. They have expectations based on your past behavior. When you start changing, speaking up when you used to stay quiet, setting boundaries when you used to accommodate, pursuing goals that don't make sense to them, it destabilizes the system. They'll push back. Sometimes overtly. You've changed. You're not yourself anymore. Sometimes subtly, guilt, withdrawal, pressure to return to familiar patterns. But living authentically means constantly adjusting the sails as you grow. You don't owe anyone consistency with who you used to be. You owe yourself the freedom to become who you're meant to be. And that requires letting go. Of approval. Of comfort. Of the familiar version of yourself that no longer fits. It requires choosing growth over comfort. Authenticity over approval. Truth over performance. That's the work. Not understanding yourself, that's just the beginning. Living from that understanding. That's the real work. The rhythm of becoming. And here's something you need to know, or you'll beat yourself up unnecessarily. Growth isn't linear. You won't just keep getting better and better in a smooth upward trajectory. That's not how humans work. You'll have breakthroughs, then plateaus. Progress, then regression. Clarity, then confusion. You'll circle back to lessons you thought you'd mastered. That defensive reaction you thought you'd resolved? It'll show up again in a different context. That boundary you learned to set? You'll struggle with it again when circumstances change. You'll outgrow versions of yourself that once felt right. The career that fits perfectly at 30 feels constrictive at 45. The relationship that worked for years stops working. The identity you built so carefully no longer reflects who you're becoming. You'll doubt yourself. Restart. Rediscover. That's not failure. That's evolution. Think of it like a spiral staircase. You're moving upward, yes. But you keep circling back to the same view, just from a higher vantage point. Same issues, deeper understanding. Same challenges, greater capacity to handle them. I've dealt with my conflict avoidance tendency my entire adult life. At 35, I first recognized I had it. At 45, I learned some strategies to manage it. At 55, I understood its roots more deeply. At 65, I still catch myself avoiding difficult conversations, but I notice faster, course correct sooner, have more tools to work with. Same pattern. Different relationship to it. That's growth. The real work is staying curious. Instead of, why am I still struggling with this? Ask, what am I learning about this pattern at this stage of my life? Instead of, I should be over this by now. Ask, what does this tell me about what I need right now? Instead of, I'm failing. Ask, where is this challenge trying to grow me? Keep asking questions. What am I learning about myself right now? Where am I resisting change, and what's underneath that resistance? What part of me needs more attention? More grace? More development? Who am I becoming, and does my current life support that becoming? What old pattern showed up again, and what's it trying to teach me this time? The quality of your life depends on the quality of your questions. Stop asking questions, stop growing. Keep asking, keep evolving. Celebrate how far you've come. Now I need you to do something most people skip. Acknowledge your growth. Don't just notice what's still wrong, still broken, still needs work. Notice how far you've actually come. You've done uncomfortable work. You've looked inward when most people spend their entire lives avoiding that mirror. You've been honest about patterns you'd rather ignore. You've faced truths about yourself that weren't flattering. That alone deserves recognition. Most people never do this. Most people live their entire lives on autopilot. Never questioning. Never examining. Never growing beyond who they were at 25. Just aging, not evolving. You're doing different work. Harder work. Braver work. And the thing about this work? Growth isn't loud. It's subtle, steady, and often invisible until one day you realize you're handling what used to break you. You respond to criticism without completely falling apart. You set a boundary without agonizing for weeks. You have a difficult conversation you would have avoided before. You recognize a pattern mid-spiral and course correct. And you barely notice because it feels normal now. But it's not normal, it's growth. It's evidence of all the work you've done. Pause to appreciate that. Think back to who you were a year ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. What would have overwhelmed that version of you that you now handle routinely? You're not who you were when you started reading this book. Even if the changes feel small, they're real. That's progress. Not perfection, progress. And progress, accumulated over time, becomes transformation. A promise to yourself before you close this book. I want you to make one promise. Stay awake to your own life. Don't read this, feel inspired for a few days, then drift back into autopilot. Don't treat self-awareness as a phase you completed, a box you checked. Make it a practice. A lifelong commitment to paying attention. Keep noticing what you feel and why. Keep reflecting on your patterns. Keep asking if your choices align with your values. Keep adjusting as you grow and change. Keep unfolding. Not obsessively. Not with constant self-scrutiny that becomes its own neurosis. But with steady, gentle, ongoing curiosity about your own experience. Set a reminder to review your goals quarterly. Journal weekly. Check in with yourself daily, even just for 5 minutes. Ask, how am I doing? What am I noticing? What needs my attention? Make self-awareness a rhythm, not an event. Because here's what happens when you stay awake. You catch problems earlier. You make better choices. You live more intentionally. You grow more consciously. You become more yourself. And here's what happens when you fall back asleep. You drift. You repeat old patterns. You make choices by default. You wake up 5 years later wondering how you got here. The promise is simple. I will stay awake to my own life. I will keep noticing, reflecting, adjusting. I will keep unfolding. Make that promise. To yourself. Right now. Because your story is still being written, and every chapter from here is yours to design, with more awareness, more courage, and more intention than before. The destination was never finished. It was freedom. Freedom to be yourself. Freedom to choose consciously. Freedom to live aligned with what actually matters to you instead of what you think should matter. That's what all this work leads to, not perfection, but freedom. Not completion, but unfolding. Not arriving, but becoming. Let me leave you with this. Be patient with yourself. You're a work in progress. You'll always be a work in progress. And that's not a problem, it's a gift. It means you're not stuck. Not fixed. Not done. It means you get to keep growing, discovering, becoming. The world doesn't need you polished and perfect. It needs you to be present, curious, and real. It needs the actual you, messy, incomplete, still figuring things out, not some idealized version you think you're supposed to be. So take a deep breath. Close this book. And go live what you've learned. Keep noticing. Keep questioning. Keep growing. Keep unfolding. Because that's where the magic is. Not in the destination. Not on arrival. Not in the moment when you finally got it all figured out. The magic is in the unfolding itself. In the becoming. In the conscious, ongoing practice of discovering and living from who you actually are. That's the work. That's the path. That's the life worth living. You've got this. Not because it'll be easy or because you won't make mistakes. But because you've done the hardest part, you've chosen to wake up. To see yourself honestly. To take responsibility for your own becoming. Everything else flows from that choice. So go. Live. Unfold. Make mistakes. Learn. Grow. Adjust. Try again. And when you catch yourself slipping back into autopilot, and you will, we all do, just notice. No judgment. Just gently wake back up. Return to consciousness. Choose again. That's all this ever is. Just choosing, over and over, to stay awake to your own life. It's been an honor walking this path with you. Now go walk on your own. Keep unfolding.